In a world torn apart by disaster gates, betrayal cuts deeper than any blade. Once a hero, a sword god, An Suho fought for humanity's survival. But now, he faces the unthinkable: betrayal by those he trusted most. Even in his final moments, he refuses to bow. But endings are not always final. Suho awakens to the past, amidst the chaos of humanity's darkest hour. Given one last chance to rewrite his fate, Suho must rise again, stronger, smarter, and more determined than ever. The gates await. His legend begins anew. One man, one mission, a world to save. Now, let's the story begin. In the midst of a mountainous landscape, under the bright daylight, a group of individuals stood together, their gazes fixated on a lone figure lying before them. An Suho, a swordsman, was down on the ground, clutching his broken sword. He was visibly exhausted, his body battered and poisoned, his breathing labored. He looked up at the people that once he trusted the most in front of him, frustration evident in his eyes. One of the people muttered something about him with a broken sword trying to act tough, mocking Suho's struggle. Nearby, Alex Morgan, a warrior, looked at him, almost regretful. He thought it would have been much easier if Suho had just joined them from the beginning. But he knew how stubborn public servants could be. Next to him, a girl agreed casually. Suzuki Endo, a mage with a staff glowing with dark energy, commented with disdain. She remarked on the difference in talent, the inherent abilities that separated people like her from someone like Suho, who she referred to mockingly as a sword god. She added that she didn't like men in suits anyway, clearly expressing her dislike for people like him. Suho looked up at them, his eyes betraying the hurt inside. His mind traveled back to the times they fought side by side. Together, they had fought and celebrated victories, smiling, feeling triumphant. And now, they stood against him, as if none of it mattered anymore. "We have been fighting together all this time," he said, his voice trembling with emotion. He demanded to know how they could do this to him, why they were turning their backs on everything they had accomplished. His voice grew louder, more desperate as he pleaded for answers. Isabella, the healer of the group, spoke with a flat expression. She said it was unfortunate but unavoidable. Suho was the only one opposing the current operation, the one who refused to fall in line. Suho asked if they weren't ashamed of betraying everything they stood for. He reminded them that they had conquered one out of the 5 disaster gates. If they conquered the remaining 4, humanity would be safe, free from the constant threat of monsters. But now they wanted to abandon the gate, to leave humanity in danger. He couldn't understand how they could choose this path. He accused them, saying they were no different from the monsters themselves. Hexhood, the group's archer, responded calmly. He pointed out that at least they didn't slaughter humans. He explained that if all the gates were conquered, hunters like them would lose their purpose. Once seen as heroes, they would be reduced to nothing more than thugs in the eyes of the people. Hex then spoke directly to Suho, suggesting that he wouldn't want to become a target of fear. He tried to persuade him one last time, offering his hand and telling him to join them. Suho's face twisted in anger. He felt betrayed, and Hex's words only added salt to his wounds. After everything they had done, Hex expected him to just join them, as if nothing had happened. He rejected the offer, glaring at the group in defiance. Inside, Suho knew he was running out of time. His body was poisoned by Suzuki's venom, and the wounds inflicted on him were beyond healing. He understood that he wouldn't survive this fight. There was only one thing he could do. If he couldn't live, he could at least take one of them with him, for the sake of humanity's future. With this thought, he gripped his broken sword, determination lighting up his weary eyes. His last duty as a hero, he decided, would be to sacrifice himself, even if it meant taking just one enemy down. The group tensed as they sensed his resolve. Energy began swirling around him, his power surging as he stepped forward with purpose. Alex, standing with the group, was visibly confused, and Suzuki tried to reassure them. She dismissed Suho, saying he was merely bluffing. After all, he was just a swordsman wielding a broken weapon. However, Hex was not so sure. Something felt different, something about Suho's energy. The tension became palpable, and suddenly, with a burst of power, Suho moved, his sword cutting through the air. The attack was swift and violent, and it caught the group off guard. Suzuki was struck down instantly, her body falling lifelessly. while Alex screamed in pain, his arm severed from his body. Hex acted quickly, saving himself and Isabella, narrowly avoiding Suho's strike. He marveled at the speed of the attack, knowing that if he had been even a moment late, he would have met the same fate. He wondered how Suho managed to strike with such power. His sword was broken, his body poisoned. It didn't make sense. Alex was holding his left hand, his face twisted in agony as he tried to cope with the pain of his lost arm. Isabella rushed to his side, her hands glowing with healing magic. But something was wrong. She looked at Alex's wound in shock. She couldn't heal it. Her eyes widened as she realized the truth. She had only heard of it before, but never seen it. The power surpassing the human realm that can't be healed with magic. The wound inflicted by Suho was beyond her abilities. Suho, with his body battered and energy draining rapidly, looked at his sword as it began to glow, a brilliant aura surrounding it. Hex, watching from a distance, finally understood. It was an intangible sword, a weapon formed purely by willpower. A sword of energy. Suho felt a sense of grim satisfaction as he realized that he had grasped it, the very thing he had been striving for. He had achieved the ultimate swordsmanship, even in his final moments. With a final surge of power, he smiled for the last time. He fell, his body vanishing over the edge of the cliff. As he fell, a system notification appeared in his mind. It congratulated him for reaching the realm of divine sword unity. The system praised him for his achievements, listing new abilities, and announced the rebooting of the player system. The world around Suho turned dark as he felt his life slip away. He had fulfilled his last mission, sacrificing everything to take down his foes. But the regret lingered in his heart. He felt that cold, inevitable pull toward death. Suddenly, the darkness faded, replaced by a blinding light that took on the form of a city, one unlike the battle-worn cliffs where he'd met his end. Suho opened his eyes, disoriented. It wasn't the afterlife he expected. Instead, it was a bustling, chaotic urban city. A firefighter appeared in his vision, his voice tense but filled with urgency. The man told Suho that he was injured and insisted on taking him to a safe zone. The mention of a gate outbreak made Suho's eyes widen. He thought for sure that he had died back in that dungeon. As Suho was carried through the streets, his gaze shifted around in confusion. Buildings towered over him, but he noticed the destruction. A massive explosion rumbled in the distance, with debris flying across the street. The name of the place flashed before him as he looked at a station sign. It read, Cinderim. The familiarity of the name struck him hard. Suho's thoughts spun in disbelief. Cinderim Station was a location that had once been lost, contaminated, due to a gate outbreak. It had marked of one of humanity's darkest moments. Yet here he was, witnessing the catastrophe all over again. As he puzzled over his situation, a goblin appeared from the shadows of the gate. Suho murmured the words, Cinderim Station Gate Outbreak, under his breath, feeling the sheer impossibility of what he was seeing. Then, out of nowhere, an arrow cut through the air, striking the firefighter carrying him. The man let out a strangled cry, collapsing onto the ground. The chaos around them grew louder, with goblins screaming, their voices echoing and swallowed by the sounds of battle. The firefighter urged Suho to run, pointing at the safe zone he mentioned. Suho's eyes narrowed. He spotted an axe nearby, leaning against a pile of debris. Without a second thought, he grabbed it. He knew he had to act. He couldn't afford to hesitate, not now. Despite the firefighter's frantic warnings, Suho effortlessly swung the axe with precision, honed from countless battles, killed the goblin in one hit. Afterward, Suho looked at his hands, expecting wounds or the sting of injury. But there were none. His hands were steady, unbroken. A sudden realization began to dawn on him. This was just like before, like when he had first awakened as a player. A system notification appeared in his mind, the words glowing vividly. It congratulated him for meeting the awakening conditions, urging him to become stronger. Suho let out a laugh, one filled with equal parts disbelief and amusement. The situation felt strangely familiar. Around him, the city lay damaged, with chaos unfolding in every corner. A notification then appeared, this time giving him a choice. On a digital screen floating in front of him, 4 options glowed brightly: warrior, mage, archer, and healer. He stared at the options, memories flooding his mind. He had faced this decision before, long ago. He had chosen the path of a warrior without hesitation. Now, he stood at the same crossroad once again. Suho thought back to everything that had led him here. His instincts urged him to pick warrior once more, but something held him back. He finally spoke aloud, asking the system to delay his selection. There was a different path to choose this time, and Suho wasn't sure which direction his future would take. As the chaos of the city continued to echo around him, the firefighter called out to him, desperate to pull him away from danger, but Suho stayed rooted in place. Suho assured the firefighter that there was no need to worry. He confidently said he could handle the goblins alone. They were just goblins, after all. The firefighter looked hesitant, but stepped back. Goblins with glowing eyes and crude weapons approached menacingly. Suho readied himself, standing tall amidst the chaos. He unleashed his power, rushing toward the goblins with the same unwavering determination he had always shown. His movements were swift, his eyes focused intensely on the enemy. He ran down a burning street, dodging attacks from the goblins with precision. Each step carried the weight of his experience, his body responding with muscle memory as he evaded blows. He spotted a red axe amidst the debris, picking it up and swinging it fiercely at the nearest goblin. The creature fell, and Suho's resolve only grew stronger. He was ready for more. With a determined leap, he launched himself at another goblin, slashing through with precise and powerful strikes. It was as if Suho had become a force of nature, his movements fluid and unhesitant. It truly was Goblin Slayer time. Standing over the fallen creatures, Suho remained calm and composed. He remarked to himself that goblins were only a threat to beginner players. It was nothing for someone like him. He glanced at the goblin sword he had picked up, testing its weight before declaring that he would cut them all down. A fierce battle ensued as Suho moved swiftly, the goblin sword in his hands cutting down each enemy that dared to come near. His strikes were powerful and decisive, leaving no room for error. One by one, the goblins fell until there were none left standing. Now alone in the aftermath of the battle, Suho paused, breathing heavily. His anger had not yet subsided. He realized he had gotten too excited, letting his emotions take over. He reminded himself that he needed to stay cool-headed, especially in moments like this. Anger could cloud his judgment, and he couldn't afford that anymore. He looked around, and a thought crossed his mind. If he wasn't mistaken, he had returned to the past for some reason. This was a clear opportunity, a chance to start over from scratch. He observed a series of holographic panels that suddenly appeared, displaying various achievements and skills. Basic swordsmanship skills were listed, skills that he hadn't seen in a long time. Suho smiled slightly, remembering those early days. It really was like starting over. The goblin sword he held was a bit short, but it would do for now. At that moment, the firefighter cautiously approached Suho, still visibly shaken. The man stammered, asking if Suho was a player. Suho nodded, answering calmly, "Ah, yes." Now after all the fight, he knew the answer to his question before. He made a selection on the holographic screen that hovered before him. The system prompted him to choose the power he wished to pursue. This time, he chose the healer. A confirmation screen appeared, congratulating him on his choice. He was awarded bonus stats, and a new skill, Healing Light F, was added to his abilities. Suho turned back to the firefighter, noticing the man's injuries. He moved closer, inspecting the wounds. He placed a gentle hand on the firefighter's shoulder and spoke reassuringly. The firefighter looked confused, but didn't resist. A blue aura surrounded them both, indicating the activation of Suho's healing power. Slowly, the wounds began to heal. The firefighter's eyes widened in disbelief. He could barely stammer out words, amazed that the pain had subsided completely. He asked Suho if he was really a healer, and Suho, with a faint smile, replied, "I guess that's me now." Another system notification appeared, offering Suho a small gift for using his first healing skill. He was given the choice to select a weapon from the system's arsenal. Suho contemplated for a moment. Though he had chosen the healer class, but his main weapon would be the same. He summoned a glowing sword from the system's arsenal. It was a beginner's sword, but it would serve its purpose. He examined the sword, looking contemplative. There was still much to do, and his journey had only just begun. He turned his attention to the gate that loomed in the distance. he announced his intention to go and conquer the gate. The firefighter, alarmed, tried to stop him, warning him of the dangers. But Suho remained unfazed. He assured the firefighter that he had something to gain from this. As Suho walked confidently toward the gate, memories began to flood his mind. He remembered his past achievements, the skills he had acquired through hard work and dedication. Just like before, the skills gained through talent could be used regardless of class. But the innate skill that is bound to class, like healing magic, is only for healers. He recalled Isabella's Holy Spirit light, remembering that it had begun as healing light. If only he could have healed his wounds back then, things might have ended differently. Suho knew that this time, things had to be different. He would become both a swordsman and a healer. A paladin would be great, right? And he would prevent the same mistakes from happening again. He needed to grow stronger faster than the others who had betrayed him. As he stood before the gate, he thought of those who had once been his allies, their indifferent faces lingering in his memory. He had to acquire skills faster, to level up and surpass his past self. This gate, a premonition gate, had almost cost him his life in the past. But this time, he was prepared. His skill level might be low now, and it might be difficult. But that was okay. The swordsmanship that was engraved in his mind remained unchanged. He would start over and overcome. With determination burning in his eyes, Suho approached the glowing, colorful portal. The past had given him another chance, and he was ready to face the challenge ahead. It was time to rewrite his story. Suho walked carefully through the dense, lush forest, his steps splashing softly on the wet ground. He moved cautiously, scanning his surroundings with a sharp gaze, always alert for any danger lurking nearby. The thick foliage brushed against him as he moved forward, and he noticed a creature lying still. The goblin's lifeless body lay on the ground, a testament to the chaos that had taken place. He remarked to himself that the goblins, which had been rampaging outside the gate as if they owned the world, were all dead inside the gate. He concluded that the goblins must have escaped through the gate, running away from something more terrifying. Suddenly, a noise interrupted the quiet, and Suho froze, his eyes focusing in the direction of the sound. His instincts were right. The reason behind the goblins' desperate escape soon became clear. Emerging from the shadows were two hobgoblins, their eyes glowing with hostility. One stood at level 10, the other at level 12, and they glared at Suho with menacing intent. Their skin was a bright red, unlike the regular goblins. Suho noted that these hobgoblins had larger bodies, stronger muscles, and more menacing auras. They wanted to make him their prey, replacing the goblins that they had already hunted. Suho smiled, unfazed by their hostility. To him, they were still goblins, no matter their size or color. He stepped forward with confidence, bracing himself for the battle ahead. The clash began as Suho's weapon collided with the hobgoblins. He moved skillfully, dodging their powerful strikes, but he noticed his own attacks barely grazed their tough skin. His current level wasn't enough to cut through their thick hide. Suho decided that he needed to approach things differently. If his strength alone wasn't enough, he had to find their weakness and exploit it. The fight grew more intense, with each side refusing to back down. Eventually, Suho realized he needed to change tactics. He knew that to beat them, he had to be smart, not just strong. He had to find an opening, a weak point. He soon found his opportunity. With a powerful leap, he jumped into the air, raising his sword, and struck down at one of the hobgoblins with precise force in the eye. The creature recoiled, and before Suho could react, it collapsed at his feet. He looked down at the fallen hobgoblin, a little surprised. He hadn't meant to kill it so quickly. He sighed, realizing he'd done it out of habit. He told himself he would have to be more careful next time. However, there was no time to dwell on his thoughts. A massive hobgoblin appeared in the distance, its muscles bulging as it charged toward him aggressively. Suho's eyes narrowed. He couldn't afford to waste this opportunity. He decided to make use of the hobgoblin until he found another one. The creature lunged at him, but Suho dodged nimbly, slipping away with smooth agility. He knew that repeating a certain action often enough could allow him to acquire a skill related to that action. If he kept avoiding the hobgoblin's attacks like this, he might acquire the dodge skill he needed. He continued to evade, each movement sharper and more precise than the last. Finally, a system notification flashed in his mind. The system congratulated him for mastering dodge. A sense of satisfaction filled Suho as he felt the newfound skill flowing through him. With dodge mastered, his next focus was parrying. He raised his weapon and blocked the hobgoblin's powerful strike with deft precision. Parrying was an essential skill, the foundation for other important techniques, and Suho was determined to master it. After several successful attempts, another notification appeared, announcing that he had now mastered parry too. He looked at his opponent, noticing its stance wavering. Frustration was mounting in the creature, and Suho knew it was time to finish this. With a calm yet confident demeanor, Suho faced the hobgoblin. He had gained what he needed. Now it was time to bring an end to the fight. He moved swiftly, his sword cutting through the air, and the hobgoblin let out a strangled cry before collapsing to the ground. Sunlight filtered through the thick forest, illuminating the scene. Suho looked down at his fallen opponent, knowing that he still had more work to do. There were more creatures out there, and he needed to find them. Suho then spoke aloud, his voice carrying through the forest. He was ready to earn experience points in earnest now. Outside the gate, a few hunters gathered, visibly annoyed. One of them grumbled about someone barging into the gate without permission. They debated among themselves about which faction the one inside the gate belonged to, and one even commented that, if that person ended up dying inside, it would become legendary. Elsewhere, on a cracked city street, two men in suits were speaking with the firefighter before. They seemed confused and frustrated, demanding information about the person who had entered the gate. The firefighter described Suho, explaining that he was a beginner player who had dealt with a group of goblins alone and healed the firefighter's wounds before entering the gate. The firefighter repeated Suho's words, that he had something to gain from it. The men in suits stood amidst the destruction on the city street, goblin bodies scattered everywhere. One of them stared in disbelief, taking in the scene. They hadn't arrived late, yet the goblins had already been dealt with. And the person responsible was a healer. The thought seemed almost ridiculous to them, but the proof lay before their eyes. The goblin corpses, and the healer who had gone into the gate alone. It was strange, too strange. He kept wondering who was the person inside the gate. He looked at the city again, his expression serious as he surveyed the remains of goblin corpses. He pondered aloud that the gate itself must not be too challenging if all the monsters dealt with were merely goblins. But even as he made that observation, his brow furrowed with worry. There was still the undeniable fact that the healer had entered alone. The scale of destruction around him painted an unusual picture, one that didn't fit with the typical abilities of a healer. Not a scratch on him, and yet the goblins had been eliminated easily. The man felt an uneasiness settle into his chest. He couldn't help but wonder what exactly that guy was thinking. It felt reckless, almost like the healer had rushed in without any clear plan, but the results spoke for themselves. And what if, just what if, the healer succeeded in clearing the gate? He turned to a subordinate nearby, urgency evident in his tone as he issued his orders. Any change in the gate had to be reported immediately, and if anyone emerged, they were to know at once. The subordinate nodded in acknowledgement, and the man in the suit took out his phone, his mind set. If that healer really managed to clear the gate, they had to make sure he ended up on their side. It was too risky to let someone of such potential slip away. The scene shifted back to Suho, into the dense, enchanted forest. Suho charged through the trees, his sword flashing as it sliced through hobgoblins, each strike precise and powerful. His movements left a trail of defeated foes, their bodies crumpling to the ground in his wake. He approached a hobgoblin that had stumbled back in terror, its eyes wide with fear. Suho regarded the creature calmly, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. He decided to let it go. He instructed the hobgoblin to bring more of its friends, and with a screech, the creature turned and fled into the forest. Suho watched it go, then turned his attention to his stats. He opened the glowing status window and quickly scanned through his attributes. He thought it best to raise all stats evenly, believing balance to be key. He applied the bonus points, noting how many monsters he had defeated and how easily he had leveled up. A list of skill achievements appeared before him. Suho examined the screen, his eyes skimming over the names. Throw, sidestep, and others he had acquired. He had most of the basic skills now, but there was still more to do. He began searching the body, looking with a focused purpose until he spotted what he was aiming for, a red crystal glowing faintly on the ground. He knelt and picked up the radiant magic stone, inspecting it with a satisfied nod. It was a D-grade stone, something that wouldn't have interested him in the past. But times had changed, and right now, he needed the money. He estimated that he could sell it for 50,000 won. After some further searching, he managed to find another stone hidden among the dead hobgoblin, bringing a small smile to his face. This would be enough for now. Suddenly, Suho sensed movement. His body tensed as he readied his weapon. Shadows moved between the trees, signaling the arrival of more enemies. Suho muttered to himself, noting that if he took these down, the boss would probably show up. Around him, the forest filled with hobgoblins, their red eyes glinting with malice as they closed in. Suho counted about 30 of them, and he welcomed the opportunity to gain more experience before the real fight began. The hobgoblins lunged, but Suho met them head-on. He moved with skill and speed, dodging blows while striking back with deadly accuracy. His strikes were powerful, his sword cutting through his enemies with ease. The hobgoblins were relentless, but Suho remained unfazed. He moved like a force of nature, determined to finish the fight quickly. The creatures fell one by one, each screeching in pain before collapsing. In the midst of the battle, a sudden, powerful swing came his way. A larger hobgoblin had joined the fray, its massive axe descending toward him. Suho smiled as he parried the strike with ease. This was the one he'd been waiting for. The towering hobgoblin, with its twisted expression and menacing aura, stepped forward, the forest around them glowing with an ominous red hue. Suho's gaze locked onto the creature as the system notification flashed before his eyes. Chief Hobgoblin Level 20. He stood tall, drawing his sword, his confidence unwavering. The time had come to face the boss monster. Suho's expression was calm, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He was ready, and this battle was just the beginning of the story he intended to rewrite. He faced the Chief Hobgoblin with the same determination that had brought him to this moment, his mind set on one clear goal: to become stronger and change his fate. Suho stood there and looked at the Hobgoblin Chief. He smirked while sensing the unease in the air, as if the entire place was holding its breath, waiting for the chaos to begin. He then confronted a Hobgoblin Chief, and the clash began without hesitation. Suho moved swiftly, meeting each attack with precision. The Hobgoblin Chief was relentless, its weapons swinging with savage force, but Suho was calm and unfazed, listening to its frantic cries. As the normal hobgoblin lunged and sneak attack from behind, Suho's body responded effortlessly, dodging and retaliating with rapid, precise strikes. The forest resonated with the sound of steel clashing and the cries of defeated demons. Suho thought how these hobgoblins were mere small fries. He didn't want any of these nuisances to interrupt his real battle. As he dealt with each one, he almost found it amusing. These creatures were no match for him. But then, the atmosphere shifted as the Chief Hobgoblin used its skill. Suddenly, Suho felt his entire body seize up as the system announced that the Chief Hobgoblin had used fear. The oppressive feeling wrapped around him like chains, locking his muscles. He understood the danger. The higher the enemy's level, the stronger the effect of this fear. It was a skill meant to paralyze him, to stop him in his tracks. He gritted his teeth, realizing he had nothing in his arsenal to counteract mental attacks like this. No skills, no items. But Suho refused to be helpless. Even without special abilities, he knew of a way to overcome it. His eyes hardened as he made his decision, his hands tightening around his sword's blade, until blood flowed. The pain jolted him back to reality, his body responding as he willed himself to move. The system declared that he had broken free from the state of fear, and Suho felt his resolve returned. With a sudden, narrow dodge, he managed to evade the Chief Hobgoblin's attack and delivered a swift counter. The creature seemed shocked at his resilience, but Suho didn't pause. He quickly took care of the remaining small hobgoblins, striking them down one by one. The system acknowledged his success, notifying him that all the hobgoblins had been eliminated. Standing amidst the aftermath, Suho invoked his healing energy. The forest briefly pulsed with a warm glow as healing light enveloped the area, restoring his body. He was far from done, though. The real battle was about to begin. The Chief Hobgoblin appeared again, its menacing aura unmistakable, its weapon reflecting the dim light. Suho looked at it, his calm demeanor showing no fear. He was ready for a personal battle, just the two of them. The fight was intense, with both combatants giving it their all. Suho noted that the level gap was an obstacle. His attacks, weren't dealing significant damage. Suho focused on the chief, knowing that each strike counted and that the accumulation of small injuries would ultimately weaken his enemy. His blade shimmered slightly as he focused his energy, preparing for a decisive move. He aimed for the weak spots, exploiting the wounds he had already inflicted. With a fierce lunge, he drove his sword deep into the hobgoblin, the creature letting out a pained scream. It tried once more to use fear against him, but Suho was beyond that now. He had conquered fear once, and it could not control him again. He pressed on, delivering blow after relentless blow, his expression one of steely determination. With one final powerful strike, Suho ended the battle. The chief hobgoblin's expression froze in shock as it fell, but Suho wasn't done. He used his healing energy on the dying monster, forcing it back to life, only to fight it again and again. He repeated this until he was satisfied, until he had refined his skills further. The system notified him of his progress. Several of his skills had been upgraded, their ranks rising, and his power increased. Suho looked at his hands, feeling the newfound strength coursing through him. The time had come for the hobgoblin's role to end. With a grim smile, he delivered the final blow, decapitating the creature. The system confirmed his victory. The chief hobgoblin was dead. The gate had been conquered, and Suho was named the MVP. He felt a surge of energy as he leveled up, all his stats improving, and bonus points were awarded to him. Numerous screens filled his vision, announcing new skills and abilities. Healing Light had been upgraded, and a new skill, Cure, had been acquired. Suho allowed himself a small smile. Now there was no need to fear status ailments. Eventually, he would become strong enough to cure even the most potent poisons. He looked at the glowing mana stone from the fallen boss, feeling satisfied. He had gotten everything he needed from this place. It was time to move on. He thought about the familiar faces he hadn't seen in a long time. He felt a twinge of anticipation. Outside the gate, the world was in turmoil. People gathered below, their faces a mix of fear and awe as the gate shook. Whispers of uncertainty spread through the crowd as a bright light appeared, and a figure began to step out. All eyes were on the gate as they wondered who, or what, was coming back. Suho walked out of the gate with an air of confidence, his entire presence radiating a strong and mysterious energy. The people around couldn't help but murmur in amazement. They wondered if he had actually managed to conquer the gate alone. The crowd was filled with disbelief, and the question of whether he truly was alone echoed repeatedly among them. Many scouts frantically approached Suho, trying to catch his attention. They introduced themselves from the Immortal Guild, another one representing the Hwarang Guild, and they all attempted to introduce themselves and wanted to scout him. However, Suho simply ignored him, leaping down decisively and landing smoothly before the crowd. He moved forward with purpose until he reached a man in a suit, extending his hand confidently. The man seemed puzzled by the sudden interaction. Suho greeted him, and it turned out that the man was Jung Chulman, the team leader of the South Korean Hunter Association. Another man in a suit standing next to Chulman asked if he knew Suho, but Chulman admitted that he had no idea who this person was. He was genuinely confused. Later, as the sun began to set, the scene shifted to the large building labeled as the South Korean Hunter Association. In an office there, Jung Chulmin sat at his desk, facing Suho. Chulman appeared deep in thought, trying to recall their first meeting. He remembered when Suho confidently greeted him and shook his hand. Suho had introduced himself, and then stated that he had business with the association, mentioning that he was planning to get a hunter's license. Chulmin was taken aback. Issuing a hunter's license was no small matter, and from what he could gather, this wasn't even a license renewal. It appeared that Suho was an unregistered hunter. Chulmin's thoughts focused on what that meant. Suho was a newly awakened player, and considering his abilities, it was surprising. Healer class was often considered the weakest among the 4 main class categories, yet Suho had conquered a gate alone. As he examined Suho's hunter aptitude test results, it seemed more like the results of a warrior than a healer. This intrigued him. Suho remained calm, even casual, as he ate something while waiting for Chulman's response. Suho, noticing Chulman's hesitation while examining the results, asked if there was an issue, but Chulman said there was nothing to worry about. Chulman confirmed Suho's name, An Suho, and began inquiring about his background. He was curious about what Suho had done before becoming a hunter. Suho admitted he was just a college dropout. When Chulman asked further, Suho explained he hadn't done well in college. He smiled lightly, making the statement seem less serious. Chulman wondered if he had been a medical student, but Suho revealed that he had studied physical education instead. This confused Chulman even more. Typically, people who chose to be healers came from medical backgrounds. Choosing to be a healer, despite having a physical education background, seemed unusual. Chulman then asked why Suho chose the healer path instead of becoming a warrior or an archer. Suho smiled again, revealing that he hated getting hurt. This reason was simple yet unconventional, which amused Chulman. He couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. He asked Suho how he had managed to conquer the gate alone. Suho reflected on the past events, remembering the battle with the hobgoblin. He explained that there wasn't much of a plan or strategy. When he entered the gate, a hobgoblin had attacked him, and he fought back just to survive. Chulman was startled when he heard the mention of the hobgoblin. Suho confirmed it was indeed a hobgoblin and proceeded to open his inventory. In an instant, glowing magic crystals appeared. He placed them on the table, explaining that he had obtained them by killing not only a hobgoblin, but also its chief. Suho admitted that he didn't really know the value of these magic crystals, so he asked Chulman to handle them. Chulman, still processing what he had heard, agreed to take care of it. He grabbed one of the crystals and began preparing it for processing. Despite his shock, he focused on the task at hand. He then turned to Suho, asking if he was truly committed to becoming a hunter. And Suho confidently confirmed that he was. He had made that decision the moment he awakened as a player. Chulman couldn't help but comment on how significant that decision was. However, in his mind, he found it to be somewhat impulsive. He asked Suho if there was a particular reason behind his choice. Suho smiled and observed that Chulman was not very good at hiding his thoughts. The conversation became more serious as Suho shared his reason for wanting to become a hunter. He explained that he had lost his entire family because of gate shock. He hated monsters and gates deeply, and he thought that becoming a hunter could help him fight back. He admitted that entering the gate alone had been an emotional choice, driven by a desire to ease his own frustration. However, killing the monsters had not given him the relief he sought. The clots in his heart were still there. Suho realized that his purpose was more than just killing monsters. He wanted to ensure that no one else would have to go through what he had experienced. He wanted to protect people from losing their loved ones to monsters. With a serious expression, he stated that he wanted to work for everyone's safety. Chulman looked at Suho with a sense of awe. Suho was determined, and his purpose was clear. He wanted to become a hunter of the South Korean Hunter Association, not just for himself, but for the greater good. His expression was firm, signaling that this was a significant and final decision. Chulman explained to Suho that becoming part of the Hunter Association meant living as a civil servant hunter. He pointed out, with a hint of hesitancy, that their pay was considerably lower compared to what hunters earned in private guilds. It wasn't just a little less. It was quite a significant difference. Suho listened attentively, his expression remaining calm but resolute. When it was his turn to speak, he made it clear that he already knew about the lower pay. But for him, what mattered more than the money was something different. He valued free access to various gates, the priority to conquer them, and the authority that came with being part of the South Korean Hunter Association. Additionally, he sought the power to impose strict punishment for player crimes, something that only the association could truly offer. Chulman blinked at Suho's words, genuinely curious. He asked what exactly Suho meant by wanting those privileges. He then thought to himself that most people would probably prefer to work in an office rather than going out to conquer gates. Chulman leaned back, surprised by what he was hearing, thinking aloud if something like this was even possible. Chulman clarified that, in reality, while the Hunter Association did indeed have the rights to conquer various gates, those rights were often auctioned off to private guilds. The reasoning was simple. There was no logic in risking one's life to attack dangerous gates for a low government salary. He continued, saying that people often spoke of becoming a hunter civil servant as a form of altruism. However, most people aimed for it because it was a stable job, where they could make a living without entering gates, working in administrative roles instead. Most civil servants, he said, would do anything to avoid entering the gates. However, An Suho was different. Suho wasn't just interested in the stability or the pay. He spoke of public safety, and he was someone willing to work directly in the field. Chulman found himself in awe. He saw Suho as an ideal civil servant hunter, someone who truly cared about protecting people, an embodiment of patriotism. He was perfect in that sense. Chulman couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. He admitted, half-jokingly, that he was so happy it made him feel dizzy. Suho, seeing Chulman's reaction, leaned forward with concern, asking if he was all right. Chulman quickly composed himself, clearing his throat and adjusting his demeanor. He admitted that it had been a long time since he had met someone like Suho. He assured him that he would handle the paperwork and identification needed. Chulman then explained that to officially join, Suho would need to complete the hunter exam, which included an aptitude test, a written exam, and a practical exam. However, there was a catch. With a slightly troubled expression, Chulman revealed that registration for the current year's exam had already closed, and that the exam day was actually tomorrow. Suho's eyes widened in shock, but before the worry could fully take over, Chulman remained composed and smiled confidently. He assured Suho that if he was interested, he could still register him as an exception. Suho's face lit up in excitement, and he quickly asked if that was really possible. Chulman nodded, explaining that this was within the existing rules. Since Suho had managed to conquer a gate alone, they could report the matter to the higher-ups and get approval for his late registration. Chulman shifted his tone, becoming more serious. He admitted that he had recommended Suho because he clearly had talent, but he also pointed out that preparing for both the written and practical exams with just one day would be extremely challenging. He was not worried about Suho's physical performance, given his outstanding skills, but he did have some concerns about the written part. Suho tightened his fist, a clear display of his unwavering resolve. Chulman, still looking concerned, reiterated his worry about the written test, but Suho only leaned forward, his tone strong and encouraging. He asked Chulman to please go ahead and register him, assuring him that he was ready for the challenge. Chulman blinked in surprise but nodded as Suho continued speaking. Suho said it was a good idea to take the exam at least once for the experience, especially when he had the chance. He added that it was just a test, and even if he failed, he could always take it again, the next time. Chulman couldn't help but admire Suho's bravery, and with a slight smirk, he shook his head, remarking on what a brave man Suho was. Chulman then informed Suho that he could check his aptitude test result today. Suho thanked him for the information, but he hesitated for a moment before admitting that he didn't have the money for the registration fees. He asked if Chulman could handle the magic crystal transaction immediately. Chulman nodded quickly, adjusting his tie as he did so, and promised to take care of it while also checking Suho's aptitude test. As Chulman left to take care of the necessary steps, the atmosphere softened, and Suho found himself reflecting inwardly. His face grew thoughtful against a Chulman back. In his heart, Suho realized that even now, the only person he could truly trust was Chulman. His face then lit up with a grateful smile, and he thanked Chulman sincerely. A while later, the two sat together, sharing a meal. Chulman announced that all the aptitude tests were finished, and that he had deposited the money from the magic crystal. Suho, still marveling at the situation, exclaimed in disbelief when he saw the amount. Around 3 million won. He took a sip from his drink, and his tone turned playful. Chulman admitted, a bit embarrassed, that as a civil servant hunter, he received certain tax exemption benefits specifically for magic crystals. Suho's eyes widened, and he asked excitedly if it was really duty-free, clearly impressed. He then turned to Chulman with a hopeful look and asked if he could ask for one more favor. Chulman, curious, asked what it was. Suho explained that he had heard the association had a library, one that contained workbooks and reference materials related to the upcoming test. Though it was already late, and with the test being the next day, Suho felt he needed to cram as much as possible. He hesitated briefly before speaking more firmly, asking if it would be all right for him to prepare for the exam in the library. Chulman broke into a wide, enthusiastic smile, raising both of their drinks in excitement. He enthusiastically told Suho that, of course, he could use the library. Suho's face brightened, and he thanked Chulman once again. The next scene unfolded in a brightly lit library, with Chulman proudly gesturing at the vast collection of books. He informed Suho that he didn't need an employee card when he left, so he could feel free to study there as long as he needed. With a cheerful wave, Chulman wished Suho the best of luck on his test tomorrow and walked away, leaving Suho in quiet contemplation among the towering shelves of books. As Chulman walked away, Suho watched him, his gaze softening with a mix of admiration and guilt. He muttered to himself that Brother Chulman was still the same as before, always a kind and trustworthy brother. Suho thought to himself that Chulman didn't know yet, but he would one day become the president of the association. Suho sighed, admitting it had been hard pretending to know nothing. He felt as though he had been teasing Chulman, but he knew that acting like he already knew everything would make Chulman suspicious. He rose from his seat, his expression hardening with determination as he walked deeper into the library. The sunset cast a golden glow through the library windows, illuminating the rows of tall shelves. Suho whispered to himself that it was time to find that thing. As he navigated the labyrinthine aisles, scanning the spines of countless books, he remembered the major events that would happen in the future, but he knew he couldn't remember every single detail. After all, he was only human. He stopped at a particular shelf, pulling out a large, ancient-looking tome adorned with intricate patterns. He couldn't help but comment on how big it was. Suho opened the book, revealing pages filled with cryptic symbols and foreign text. He recalled how he had once tried to get information from this book before. As he stared at the pages, the text began to glow softly, and a message appeared. The system informed him that the book was from another world. Suho noted that a simple sentence had appeared, and there seemed to be separate ways to use the book. Suho held the book aloft, an aura of mystery surrounding him as the symbols shimmered. He then put the book on his head, but after a while, frustration evident on his face as he muttered why it wasn't working. It was said that this was the only way to use it, yet nothing seemed to happen. Just then, a notification glowed in the air, and the system announced that the Library of Memories was interested in his story. The book's pages turned on their own, glowing with a purple light that flooded the room. The system continued, stating that the Library of Memories was inviting him. The book radiated an intense magical glow as Suho stared in awe. Finally, the system declared, "Welcome to the Library of Memories." The Library of Memories opened before Suho, its grand book releasing a wave of shimmering magic that filled the vast space with blinding light. Suho stood still, absorbing the significance of what he was about to gain. The book was an artifact that could make a person remember everything they had seen and heard, even those painful memories that most people would rather forget. Suho knew that the human mind relied on the process of forgetting to survive. Endless, vivid memories could be overwhelming after all. And yet, he was willing to take on that burden. He understood that obtaining the Library of Memories came with a price, the curse of remembering everything. But that curse was exactly what he needed. He was ready to take on even the painful moments to achieve his goals. He remembered that the one who was supposed to get the skill was a girl who would be Hexagon Guild manager. She had originally been an employee of the Korean Hunter Association before joining the Hexagon Guild. He recalled the story of how she had accidentally acquired the skill of the Library of Memories. How, late one night while studying in a library, she used the book as a pillow because sleeping face down was uncomfortable. By some stroke of luck, she had obtained the ability. Suho thought about how he had gotten this information thanks to her, and smiled faintly, already planning to buy her a meal the next time he saw her. He felt she deserved at least that. Suddenly, a glowing system notification appeared in front of him. The system wanted to know if Suho would be willing to donate his story to the Library of Memories. He hesitated for a moment, reflecting on the incredible power now within his grasp. The library could store everything, even the fleeting, overlooked details of his past, the things that might otherwise fade away. He clenched his fist with resolve and decided to accept the offer. A burst of radiant light engulfed him as the library began to record his story. Books floated around him, their covers glowing with arcane symbols. The entire space seemed to hum with energy, as if alive with the magic of countless stories. A digital message appeared before him, confirming the skill's functionality. The system explained that the Library of Memories would store all memories that he had seen and heard, allowing him to access them at any time. The Library of Memories would also recommend necessary information to the user. Suho grimaced slightly, holding his head as he felt a strange sensation wash over him. The recording process was unlike anything he'd experienced before. an odd, disorienting sensation that made his head spin for a moment. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. He wondered if the recording process felt strange because it was an illusionary space. But now that he had the skill, he wanted to test it out. He thought about going back to the past, and immediately, the world around him dissolved into a swirling vortex of past events. Flashes of his last battle appeared before him, the intensity of those moments still palpable. He could feel the raw emotion, the pain, the anger, as if it were happening all over again. He thought about his last moments and how he could still feel the emotions from that time. He watched the memories accelerate. The betrayal of those he once called comrades, the struggle, the hatred that had burned within their eyes. The memories were vivid, painful, and utterly real. He clenched his jaw, his eyes narrowing. He thought about those selfish traitors who had prevented the end of the gate just to have power a little longer. The memory of their faces flashed before him, those cold, indifferent expressions. He vowed never to forget them, his gaze hardening with the hurt and betrayal clear in his eyes. He leaned back, scowling faintly. It was unpleasant, and he regretted not having thought of something else. Just then, a new interface lit up in front of him, an unexpected system notification displaying cryptic information. Suho frowned, squinting at the message. He wondered what this was. Confusion etched across his face. The panel shifted, and a new message appeared. The system announced that it wanted to grant him the opportunity to become stronger as the first to reach the realm of the transcendent, and that it would be rebooting the system of player on Suho. Suho stood firm, his silhouette highlighted by the swirling light around him. The word rebooting echoed in his ears, and he felt a chill run down his spine. He could hardly believe it. As the light began to fade, Suho found himself back in the massive library. The shelves around him glimmered with latent power, the accumulated knowledge of countless lives and experiences. He slowly nodded to himself, the realization dawning on him. The system had sent him back to the past. He recalled reaching the unity of the divine sword, acquiring his first SS-grade skill, only to find himself here again, standing at the beginning. His expression turned contemplative as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Since he was the first to reach the state of the transcendent, the system was giving him another opportunity. Something he had never even heard of before. He wondered if it was really a coincidence that he had come back to the past. He clenched his fists, his expression resolute as he sat in the back of a taxi heading to his destination. After getting out of the taxi, he continued walking, clenching his fists with determination. Whatever the reason was, the important thing was that he had returned to the past. This meant that not only could he prevent what had happened to him, but he could also suppress the initial chaos of the unpredictable gates, which had caused enormous casualties. He took a deep breath, his focus unwavering, and resolved to give it a try. His gaze hardened with purpose. He thought that perhaps he could conquer the gates much faster than in his past life, so he couldn't afford to waste any of his precious time. Soon, he found himself standing before a grand building illuminated against the night sky. The sign above it glowed like a beacon. Nexus. Suho's eyes narrowed with intent as he recognized the private hunter academy, Nexus. Inside the brightly lit reception area of Nexus, Suho walked confidently to the front desk. The receptionist smiled politely, greeting him and asking what brought him there that day. Suho calmly stated that he wanted to meet Director Kim Sue. The receptionist's eyebrows rose slightly as she asked if he had scheduled a separate appointment. Suho explained that he hadn't made an appointment, but that he had something to discuss with the director. The receptionist's expression turned apologetic as she informed him that an appointment was necessary. Suho paused thoughtfully, then raised his hand as if an idea had struck him. He asked if she could just pass along a message, telling her that the solo conqueror of the Sindorum Station pre-catastrophe gate was there. The receptionist's eyes widened briefly in shock, and she quickly nodded, picking up the phone to make the call. The scene transitioned to a hallway leading to a door labeled Director's Office. Inside, Director Kim Sue, a composed and elegant woman, stood behind a sleek desk. She greeted Suho politely when he entered, introducing herself as the Director of Nexus Academy. Suho returned the introduction and sat down as she gestured to the chair across from her. The two sat across from each other, the atmosphere kinda awkward yet charged with mutual curiosity. Director Kim spoke first, mentioning that she had heard about him being the solo conqueror of the Sindarim pre-catastrophe gate, and asked what brought him to Nexus. Suho didn't hesitate, explaining that he had come to ask for a scholarship. Director Kim raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by his request. Suho continued, stating that there was a hunter license test scheduled for the following day, and that he planned to take it as well. Director Kim looked momentarily startled and asked how long it had been since his awakening. When Suho replied that it had happened that very day, Director Kim's eyes widened in disbelief. She quickly flipped through a set of documents on her desk, stammering as she tried to process what she had just heard. She asked if she understood correctly, that he was an unregistered hunter who had awakened that day, and yet would be taking the hunter license test tomorrow, all while being the solo raider of the pre-catastrophe gate in Sindarim. Suho nodded, his expression calm as he confirmed her understanding. In his mind, he recalled how he had been fortunate enough to have a connection at the Hunter Association who helped him secure a spot for the test. Director Kim leaned back, her gaze sharpening as she regarded Suho. Suho confidently stated that he planned to aim for the top position in the test. If he succeeded in passing as the top candidate, he requested that she grant him the status of a Nexus Scholarship student. Director Kim considered his words, her eyes narrowing slightly as she weighed the proposal. After a moment, she agreed, her voice carrying both a challenge and interest, implying that a scholarship would be appropriate if he succeeded. The two locked eyes, the room falling silent. Both radiated fierce determination, neither willing to back down. There was an unspoken agreement between them, a challenge that each was willing to meet. The weight of their conviction hung in the air, and Suho knew that this was only the beginning of the path he intended to carve. Suho spoke confidently, suggesting that Director Kim should really provide a scholarship. He looked sure of himself, even though it might be difficult for a complete rookie to become the top in the exam. But he wasn't just a rookie, he was a veteran who had conquered countless gates. Well, but now it was up to the director whether to believe him or not. Director Kim adjusted her glasses and pointed out the challenges ahead, noting that the hunter test was very different from conquering a gate. Even an unprecedented one. She showed Suho a report containing the statistics of the hunter test. She explained that the average passing rate was less than 20%, and this year's passing rate was just 15%. Suho only smiled at this. He then offered a suggestion. If he did not come in first, she could just disregard him and forget about the scholarship payment. Director Kim paused for a moment, then asked him a question. She wanted to know why, among other academies like Hexagon and Prime, Suho had chosen Nexus. Suho explained that it was because Nexus was in the most regrettable situation. Director Kim blinked at his unexpected answer. Maybe she wanted to slap him in the face. Suho elaborated, saying that Nexus Academy was the largest in the country, but in recent years, it had failed to produce a first or second place winner, and the number of students was decreasing noticeably. Director Kim sighed, acknowledging that, sadly, it was true. As Director Kim adjusted her glasses thoughtfully, she considered the implications of Suho's proposal. They needed to start showing results, but there wasn't an outstanding student who had grown significantly. What if she accepted Suho's offer, and he really did come out on top? The lone conqueror of the Sindarim Station Gate who passed the hunter test with the highest score. On Suho. If this news spread, Nexus Academy would benefit greatly. It was an appealing proposal. There was just one thing left to address. Director Kim asked Suho how much money he expected from the scholarship. He then asked how much the top student scholarship was. Director Kim explained that it was a full refund of the tuition fees for that year, along with an additional 30 million won as a congratulatory bonus. Furthermore, the top student would have the option to join the Nexus Guild immediately if they desired. Suho nodded in appreciation, as expected from the largest academy. However, Director Kim suspected that Suho might not have expected so much. She asked him with a casual tone how much he would honestly like. Suho thought for a moment and then smiled. He suggested 300 million won, considering the benefits that came with passing as the top student and the size of the academy. He pointed out that 300 million won wasn't much for Nexus Academy. Director Kim looked a bit taken aback by the amount, but eventually nodded, agreeing to his terms. All right, Director Kim said, nodding. She offered Suho a proposition. If he passed as the top test taker, she would pay him the 300 million won. She suggested they draft a contract, and for now, asked Suho to look around the academy. The scene transitioned to a new location near a clock tower as the evening turned to night. Suho took in the sight of the expansive academy grounds and thought about how massive Nexus was. It seemed even larger than an amusement park. Once he enrolled, he knew he wouldn't lack anything. Nearby, another man laughed, clearly excited about the academy, mentioning that it was the largest academy in South Korea. As Suho and the man walked together, Suho's thoughts wandered. He noticed someone far off in the distance, training on the playground. It was hard to see clearly, but it looked like a student. The man guiding him commented that it was Daehan, the most dedicated student. Suho raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is he training like that every day?" The man nodded, confirming that Daehan trained at this hour regularly. Suho watched as Daehan practiced with a weapon, swinging it with precision. The man guiding Suho called out to Daehan, reminding him that practice was important, but that he also needed to take care of his body. Daehan turned toward them, smiling confidently as he replied that, being a third-year student, he needed to work even harder. Suho observed Daehan and recognized him immediately. He remembered forming raid parties with Daehan in his previous life. Back then, Daehan had become the top tanker in the country, known for his immense mental strength and defense. It was unfortunate that the role of pure tankers had declined over time. Suho's gaze fell on the battle axe Daehan was wielding. It was different from the shield that had suited him so well in the past. It seemed that Daehan had yet to find his true calling. Suho decided that this was an opportunity. Since Daehan would eventually join Nexus in the future, Suho thought it would be wise to build a connection with him now and later bring him into the Korean Hunter Association. Suho smiled and introduced himself as An Suho. They exchanged greetings, and Suho looked at the battle axe Daehan held. With curiosity, he asked if Daehan planned to use the axe as his main weapon. Daehan looked a bit unsure but explained with enthusiasm that he aimed to be a melee user. He had consulted others, and they had recommended the battle axe. They had said that such weapons needed to suit one's physique from the start, and in terms of destructive power, nothing could match the battle axe. Suho asked if Daehan had only been using the battle axe, and Daehan nodded, admitting that he was a bit of a slow learner and that it had taken him 2 years to become proficient with it. Suho lost his word, suddenly felt a slight headache. Internally, he thought that the problem was that the battle axe didn't fit Daehan's aptitude at all. He couldn't tell if it was perseverance or just stubbornness, but Daehan should have tried switching weapons if his proficiency wasn't improving from the start. Daehan looked at Suho curiously, sensing his contemplation, and asked if there was any problem. Suho had a serious yet contemplative expression, as he thought to himself that the largest academy in the country was surprisingly lax. He then spoke up, suggesting that Daehan use a weapon he felt comfortable handling. After all, players would receive stat adjustments, and with the skill correction effect, one could quickly increase proficiency. Suho noted that the battle axe didn't seem to suit Daehan. Daehan seemed confused, and Suho elaborated that the fact it had taken Daehan 2 years to become proficient with the battle axe indicated a lack of synergy. He explained that while the battle axe had high destructive power, the gap that occurred after an attack was too long. If there were no countermeasures to handle that interval, Daehan would be vulnerable to counterattacks. Moreover, Suho pointed out that Daehan's size was too large to be protected by a tank if he wielded a cumbersome weapon like the battle axe. Daehan was surprised by Suho's assessment. He admitted that he had been using the battle axe for 3 years now, and it felt like all that time might have been wasted. Suho reassured him, saying that if Daehan had the perseverance to handle an unsuitable weapon for that long, his true aptitude might be closer to that of a tank. A tank? Daehan repeated, clearly surprised. Suho nodded and suggested that Daehan should wear a kite shield on his left arm and hold a one-handed bludgeon in his right hand. He added that Daehan's practical scores would likely improve significantly if he made the switch. Daehan hesitated, asking if it wasn't too late to change positions, especially with the test being the next day. Suho asked him what he thought was the core of a party. Daehan guessed it was the mage, but Suho shook his head. He explained that the core of a party was the tank, who had to draw aggro and protect the mage and healer for the party to function properly. Suho encouraged Daehan to wield a shield and use another primary weapon besides the shield to use crowd control in various ways. Daehan nodded slowly, Suho's words making sense to him. Daehan smiled and said he would give it a try. Suho praised him for not being discouraged and for making rational decisions quickly. Daehan thanked Suho and walked away, determined to practice. As Daehan left, the man guiding Suho turned to him and asked if he was an instructor. Suho looked surprised and shook his head, saying he wasn't. The man commented that Suho seemed to have a deep understanding of weapon synergy and hunter advice, which was unusual for someone without a license. Suho smiled and replied that he was not an instructor, but knew a bit in that area. Suho, wanting to change the conversation, asked if the contract was ready, noting that some time had passed. The man nodded, informed him that he had just received a call about it, and suggested they head back to the director's office. The scene transitioned to the next day, under a clear morning sky. The South Korea Hunter Association was bustling with examinees, all holding their weapons and preparing for the hunter's license test. Everyone seemed to be in peak condition, except for one man. An Suho, the lone conqueror of the gate, sat looking exhausted. He muttered to himself that he was tired from wandering around too much the previous day. He could see many people gathered there. Candidates were lined up, awaiting their turn for the preliminary drug test, which was intended to catch any instances of doping. The announcer's voice echoed through the facility, instructing everyone to line up by their assigned numbers. Suho, already weary from the demands of the day, sighed inwardly as he rubbed his temple. Even though the doping test was necessary, it felt like an extra burden added to an already grueling schedule. He looked up, his eyes momentarily glowing blue, an indication of his special ability. Suho knew that drug tests alone wouldn't detect everything. Those who cheated often relied on skill buffs rather than conventional drugs to gain an unfair advantage. His eyes swept across the room and he noticed a glow around several individuals, suggesting they had been buffed well beyond the typical level 5 of a test taker. These weren't just average candidates. Their magical energy was far too strong because of the buff. A system notification flashed before his eyes, congratulating him on mastering Magic Detection Rank B. The newfound skill gave him a heightened sense of perception, making it even easier to identify those attempting to cheat. Suho frowned, his thoughts darkening. It was disappointing to see so many people abusing buffs, even though the use of such abilities for cheating hadn't yet become a widely known issue. He decided, at that moment, that something had to be done about it. Suho's eyes wandered up to the balcony, where he caught sight of team leader Jung Chulman waving enthusiastically at him. Suho allowed himself a small smile. At least there was one person here he knew he could trust. While Suho waited, he overheard some of the other candidates talking among themselves. They were lamenting the difficulty of the written exam, with one expressing worry about needing to retake it. Another nodded in agreement, describing the exam as insanely difficult. Suho couldn't help but feel a little smug. Thanks to the library of memories, he had breezed through it without issue. He almost felt like a cheater himself, though it was for a different reason. A familiar voice called out to him, snapping him out of his thoughts. He looked up to see Chulman approaching, his expression warm and friendly. Chulman wanted to know how the test had gone, clearly curious. Suho just shrugged, mentioning that he thought he could pass it. Chulman chuckled, commenting on Suho's confidence. Apparently, word had spread that this year's written exam had been the hardest yet. He then mentioned something more serious, referring to Suho's earlier comment about buff checks. He wanted to know what Suho had meant by that. Suho nodded thoughtfully. He explained that while there were measures in place to prevent doping, urine tests, blood tests, and confiscation of belongings, he had noticed that there were no checks specifically for skill-related cheating. He suggested that conducting a magic detection scan might help identify those using illegal buffs. Chulman's eyes widened slightly, and he thanked Suho for the information, promising to look into it before the practical test began. As he turned to leave, he paused and looked back at Suho. Chulman expressed that he personally hoped Suho would succeed, mentioning how much he would like to work with him in the association. He encouraged Suho to do his best in the practical test. Suho nodded, appreciating the encouragement. It felt good to have someone rooting for him. The loudspeaker crackled to life, drawing everyone's attention. The announcement informed the candidates that the test would be postponed by 2 hours due to dive capsule issues. They were instructed to have lunch in the cafeteria and wait in the lounge or training area for a while. Suho allowed himself a sigh of relief. The delay would give Chulman time to implement the buff check, which might mean a cleaner, fairer test for everyone. With 1,200 candidates and a passing rate below 10%, Suho estimated that the cheater purge might reduce it even further, down to 7% or so. But that would mean that those who passed were truly the best, and Suho liked the idea of being surrounded by pure, top-notch talent. He decided to use the extra time to keep an eye on the other candidates. Maybe there would be someone among them worth noticing. Suddenly, Suho's attention was pulled away by the sound of a commotion. A young man was approaching a much larger candidate, challenging him to a sparring match. The young man was loud enough to draw everyone's attention as he insisted on a match. The larger man was clearly annoyed, demanding to know who the young man was and telling him to get lost. The challenger persisted, making it clear that he didn't want to fight, just spar. He taunted the larger man, implying that he was scared of revealing his skills. Suho watched the scene unfold with mild amusement. It was always interesting to see the dynamics between hunters. Sometimes a little confrontation was all it took to reveal a person's true character. The larger man, clearly agitated, muttered under his breath, calling the challenger a nuisance and telling him to get lost. He added that he had no interest in picking a fight with a weakling. The young man, refusing to back down, took a step forward, suggesting that he might just attack first. With tension rising, the young man lunged aggressively at the larger candidate, forcing the big man to respond. The clash was abrupt, with the young man's sword swinging powerfully toward his opponent. But before the blow could connect, Suho suddenly stepped in, blocking the sword with his own. The larger man looked at Suho in surprise, questioning whether Suho had lost his mind. Suho remained calm, assuring the man that he would handle the challenger and that there was no need for things to escalate further. The challenger, clearly agitated, demanded to know who Suho was. Suho explained that he was just another test taker, and nothing good would come from getting involved in a brawl. He urged the big man to leave it to him to handle this situation. The larger man huffed in frustration before turning away, muttering that he didn't care either way. The young man, however, wasn't satisfied. He asked Suho why he was interfering, his irritation evident. Suho smiled, introducing himself as An Suho, and remarked that it seemed like the young man was looking for a sparring partner. He offered to be that partner instead. The young man sneered, dismissing Suho as weak and stating that he had no interest in sparring with someone like him. Suho's eyes widened slightly at the insult. Weak? He couldn't help but feel a bit taken aback. The young man, now more confident, mocked Suho further, suggesting that his earlier block had just been a stroke of luck and warning him not to get cocky. Suho looked thoughtful for a moment before tilting his head and asking if the young man was scared. The young man's expression twisted with anger, and he demanded to know what Suho had just said. Suho repeated himself, calmly suggesting that it seemed like the young man was too scared to spar with him. The provocation worked, and the young man, now furious, declared that he was ready to teach Suho a lesson. He had been bored anyway, surrounded by nothing but cowards, and Suho had just made himself the perfect target to be a punching bag. Suho smiled, noting that the young man had accepted his challenge. Around them, people began to murmur, suggesting that they should head to the sparring arena and get the supervisor's approval for an official match. The group moved to a spacious, empty arena, bright and open, with spectators casually gathering in the stands to watch. Some of the onlookers shook their heads, commenting on how unnecessary it was to cause a scene on such an important day. Others dismissed the participants as attention seekers. An official stepped forward, addressing Suho and the young man as they prepared for the sparring match. The official explained that only training weapons provided by the association would be allowed, and that he would stop the match if things got out of hand. He then gave a signal, with a quick movement of his hand, declaring the start of the sparring match. The two competitors faced each other, each wielding a wooden sword. The atmosphere grew tense as they engaged in a rapid exchange, their movements precise and powerful. Suho's opponent swung aggressively, aiming to overpower him with brute force. Suho, however, moved with practiced ease, blocking each strike and watching his opponent carefully. The young man, clearly frustrated, shouted that he would tear Suho apart. He lunged forward, but Suho blocked the attack effortlessly. Suho looked at him with a mix of surprise and disappointment, asking why he was so weak. His expression turning disdainful, remarked that his opponent was completely weak, hardly worth the effort. The young man, now furious beyond reason, shouted insults at Suho, his rage palpable. Looking at the person in front of him, Suho felt the tense atmosphere hanging in the air. He recalled who this person really was. His name is Park Yong, the skilled swordsman, who emanated a fierce energy as a red mist swirled around him. A man whose eyes gleamed with an insatiable thirst for power, the same thirst that had driven him to fight the strongest opponents he could find, always craving greater mastery over his swordsmanship. Over time, his pursuit of strength had taken a darker turn, transforming him into a feared hunter-killer, relentless in his quest for dominance. Suho stood on the sidelines, his eyes narrowing as he recognized Park Yong. Memories from his past life flickered through his mind. Park Yong had been formidable back then, but tragically misguided. Suho knew he had to prevent Park Yong from making the same mistakes again. He reflected on Park Yong's potential, feeling a sense of obligation to intervene before the swordsman lost himself in the darkness once more. He smirked as memories of his past life flashed before his eyes. He remembered Park Yong's strength well, having faced him before. The swordsman had been formidable back then, but Suho saw now the raw, unrefined nature of his skills. He sighed, thinking that it was surprising to see Park Yong in this test area. His skills had been impressive before, but he still lacked experience and the refined precision needed to master his skills. He moved swiftly, his foot landing solidly on Park Yong's chest, sending him flying backward across the arena. Park Yong's fall was dramatic, his body crashing to the ground with a thud. Suho remained where he stood, his face showing nothing but boredom. He found the situation dull, mocking his enemy, as Park Yong had been talking so confidently earlier that he expected more from him. Park Yong struggled to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief and pain. He looked at Suho, clearly bewildered by the immense strength his opponent had shown. He demanded to know how Suho possessed such strength, his voice tinged with frustration. Suho merely shrugged, suggesting nonchalantly that rushing at him wouldn't work, and questioning if Park Yong really wanted to continue. Suho observed Park Yong's stance, concluding that this must be Park Yong's first time facing a level 10 opponent, as the strongest he had likely fought before was a level 5. Despite the setback, Park Yong wasn't disheartened. A smirk tugged at his lips as he found something interesting in Suho, something he hadn't encountered in a long time. He remarked that he now understood why Suho had been so relaxed. The atmosphere shifted and the tension thickened as Park Yong prepared himself for another round. He clenched his sword, his eyes gleaming with renewed determination, and declared that he would go all out. Suho watched as Park Yong gathered his energy, a red aura swirling around him. He couldn't help but smile, as if humoring a child. Park Yong launched himself at Suho, his sword slicing through the air with fierce intensity. The two collided in a flurry of rapid movements, the clash of their weapons echoing throughout the arena. Each swing carried the weight of their power, and for a brief moment, Park Yong seemed to push Suho back, their energies colliding like waves crashing against a rock. Suho felt the weight behind Park Yong's strikes, acknowledging that it was definitely heavier than before. Park Yong, panting, sneered at Suho, asking if he would continue to act relaxed. Frustration was evident in his voice. He increased his power, his fiery, red aura intensifying as he prepared for a decisive blow. He roared, challenging Suho to see if he could stop his next attack. He took up a stance that made Suho's eyes widen slightly in recognition. Suho realized that Park Yong was using his original technique, the dragon sword technique. With a powerful shout, Park Yong launched his attack. His sword aimed straight for Suho. A massive explosion erupted as the two forces met, blinding light filling the scene. Park Yong felt the impact and believed he had finally succeeded, murmuring to himself that he had won. However, as the light faded, Suho stood firm, his sword held firmly as he blocked Park Yong's attack. He let out a small sigh and grinned confidently, meeting Park Yong's shocked gaze. He pointed out that he had blocked the attack with ease. He could even do it with closed eyes. Park Yong stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. as he tried to comprehend how Suho had managed to stop him. Suho's thoughts raced as he analyzed the attack, realizing it wasn't truly the dragon sword technique yet, but just a basic sword technique. Park Yong, wounded in his pride, let out a furious shout, calling Suho a bastard. The fight continued with Park Yong attacking with relentless force. He swung with all his might, the red energy surrounding him growing brighter with each strike. Suho was pushed back momentarily, but he remained composed, waiting for an opening. When Park Yong saw Suho being pushed back, he believed he had an opportunity. He lunged forward, pouring all his energy into his next strike. Suho, however, blocked it effortlessly, and before Park Yong could react, Suho's fist punched his jaw, sending him reeling backward. Park Yong stumbled, his vision blurring from the impact. He muttered in disbelief, struggling to stay on his feet, wondering how Suho had managed it. Suho shook his head, calmly stating that Park Yong's attacks were too slow. Without another word, he watched as Park Yong was thrown across the arena, his body hitting the ground hard. He took a deep breath and decided it was time to end things. He thought to himself that if he damaged Park Yong's confidence any further, it could cause real trouble. The arena fell silent, and the spectators watched in awe. Suho stood there, his presence commanding, while Park Yong lay on the ground, losing consciousness. He considered that there was a lesson to be learned here, both for Park Yong and for himself. The past was a place of regrets, but the present was where they could change their fate. He watched over the defeated Park Yong, contemplating what had just transpired. He thought to himself that now that Park Yong was fixated on him, the young swordsman wouldn't pay attention to anyone else until he managed to defeat him. Well, of course, that dream won't be happening. Suho couldn't help but think that the testing center would become much quieter now. He called out for the supervisor, who looked so shocked right now. When the supervisor finally responded, his voice carried a hint of nervousness, clearly unsettled by the big fight before. Suho explained, almost casually, that he had accidentally knocked Park Yong out and requested the supervisor to take care of him until he regained consciousness. The supervisor nodded, acknowledging the request with understanding, and assured Suho that he would handle it. The scene then shifted to the test area. Numerous technicians were bustling around, and several capsules could be seen in the high-tech lab. Suho observed the area carefully, noting that there seemed to be more skilled managers now than before. He suspected they were likely buff doping inspectors disguised as technicians, scrutinizing the candidates closely. Suho stood by a capsule, watching as the technicians worked. He overheard a conversation nearby, with someone complaining about not being compatible with the capsule and being directed elsewhere for testing. A technician tried to calm the person down, urging them to follow along for now. Eventually, it was Suho's turn. He was instructed to lie down in one of the capsules. He nodded, complying without hesitation. The technician overseeing him explained that if he felt any strange sensations during the dive process, he should press the button to request emergency assistance. Suho acknowledged the instructions, indicating his understanding. The technician initiated the dive, and the high-tech interface lit up, showing the progress as the system connected to Suho's consciousness. A system voice announced that the Hunter practical test program was now activated, and the dive progress began. The connection was completed, and the healer practical test scenario started. As the scene shifted, Suho found himself standing in the middle of a reddish cityscape. The environment was desolate, with crumbling buildings and debris scattered everywhere. He remarked that this particular exam was known for its difficulty, especially considering the low pass rate for healers. His thoughts interrupted by the sight of a young girl crying while kneeling on the ground. She appeared to be injured, and Suho approached her cautiously. The devastated urban area seemed almost lifelike, with screams echoing in the distance, adding to the tension of the scene. Suho observed the destruction with disbelief, unable to fathom how the association had set up such an intense scenario. He muttered to himself that the Great Hunter Association seemed to have no sense of moderation. The whole test felt like it was designed to be traumatizing, and Suho couldn't help but feel a wave of fatigue and frustration wash over him. He sighed heavily, clenching his fist as he considered the situation. He knew that this was why healers were so highly valued. They were always in the most chaotic and dangerous situations, expected to provide support despite the overwhelming odds. Suho understood the importance of his role, but it didn't make the task any less daunting. The practical test was considered the core of the hunter exam. It was the real deal, where every aspiring hunter's ability to fit into their chosen class was thoroughly tested. For warriors, mages, and archers, it was all about combat prowess. Their simulation scenarios shifted every year, and passing criteria varied accordingly. One-on-one battles, one versus many, how long they survived and how many enemies they defeated played a large role in their final score. However, for healers, the practical test was different. Their path was not about defeating enemies or overpowering adversaries. Instead, it revolved around the virtue of sacrifice. To the examiners, a healer who could heal well was important, but one who could risk their life to save others was even more valuable. The test was about more than magical power or skill. It was about putting others before oneself, no matter the cost. The higher scores went to those who put their safety on the line to protect others. Suho readied himself for the task, standing before the simulation setup. He pondered the absurdity of the challenge. Healers in this test often needed to die while protecting their assigned patient. The system had brought him back to life once already. The thought of dying again for a test made Suho sigh deeply. He looked at the sword stuck in the ground and walked toward it with a determined stride. He smiled faintly, holding the sword firmly as he considered how absurd it was to be expected to die willingly. He understood the test expected sacrifice, but if it came to it, Suho intended to bend the rules in his favor. After all, he wasn't just any healer. Suddenly, desperate cries echoed around him. Suho glanced around, listening to the screams that filled the air. Yet, as he looked, all he saw were bodies, dead, unmoving. The entire simulation area was littered with fallen figures, their faces frozen in their final moments of terror. It was as if he were on a battlefield where all hope had been lost, and only one survivor remained. He approached the girl he saw earlier, kneeling beside her. Her eyes were still open, filled with fear and uncertainty. Suho asked if she was okay, examining her injuries. She struggled to speak, her voice trembling as she warned him that they would be back, and that they needed to run away before they returned. Suho shook his head and reassured her that rescue teams would arrive soon. He promised to keep her safe until then. He knew what he had to do: protect her until the very end. Meanwhile, in the real world, the exam facility was bustling with activity. Pods lined the room, each one occupied by a test taker undergoing their own simulation, their minds immersed in the virtual challenges. One of the test takers stepped out of his pod, his expression tired and disappointed, muttering to himself that he could have done more as he rubbed his neck. A staff member, a woman in a neat uniform, gave him an encouraging smile and thanked him for his hard work, instructing him to gather his personal belongings and head home. The man nodded slowly, still deep in thought as he walked away. On a nearby screen, his results were displayed. Kang Jin-young, Class Archer, time, 9 minutes 4 seconds. His time wasn't particularly high, and as the woman looked over the scores, she sighed. The woman remarked that maybe the difficulty was high, as the season's scores seemed particularly low. Then she asked another staff member how long the examinee inside his watched pod, Suho, had been in the simulation. The other staff, Director Shin, looked up from his own screen and replied that it seemed like Suho had been in there for quite a while. The woman looked surprised, noting that it had been 30 minutes, which was far longer than the usual 15-minute mark. She leaned closer to the screen in the pod, confirming the time. 30 minutes and 21 seconds. She let out an exclamation of disbelief. It piqued her interest, making her wonder just what kind of person was behind this score. Director Shin and the woman were observing the real-time feed from Suho's simulation. They watched as Suho wielded a sword, fighting off creatures while keeping his patient safe. The woman was incredulous, commenting on how good a fighter he was and asking if he was a warrior. Director Shin clarified that Suho was actually a healer. The woman scoffed, suggesting that Director Shin was lying, pointing out that Suho was holding a sword. Yet he gestured toward the screen, asking her to take a closer look. On the screen, Suho was indeed fighting with a sword, his movements fluid and powerful, but it wasn't just about the swordplay. The woman watched closely as Suho used healing skills in between attacks, his focus constantly shifting back to the injured woman he was protecting. He healed her injuries, kept her shielded, and fought off the approaching monsters with skill and precision. The woman expressed her disbelief, noting how amazing it was that a healer could fight like this. She wondered aloud if Suho would be disqualified for not getting beaten to death, given how it usually demanded sacrifice. Director Shin explained that there was actually no reason for disqualification. He pointed out that the healer's main goal was to protect the patient until the end, and Suho was doing just that while fulfilling all the requirements. The screen showed Suho fending off monsters, always staying close to his patient, never abandoning her. He kept healing her whenever she needed it, his focus unwavering. Director Shin emphasized that Suho was properly escorting and staying close to the patient, healing her when needed, and risking his life to protect her. Since all conditions were met, there was no reason to disqualify him. Even the practical program system didn't intervene. The woman nodded slowly, smiling as she realized that the top student in this practical exam had likely been decided. Back in the simulation, Suho stood in the darkened landscape, gripping his sword tightly. Several small green lizard creatures approached him, their movements aggressive and hostile. Suho eyed them calmly, unsheathing his sword in a smooth motion. As the creatures lunged, he swung the sword with great precision, striking them all with one hit. He muttered to himself that it wasn't enough, deciding he needed to be a little faster. He sped up his movements, his body flowing seamlessly as he evaded and attacked. The creatures swarmed, but Suho was ready, his weapon slicing through them with determination and skill. A system notification suddenly appeared before him. The system acknowledged that his level of understanding of the skill footplay was very high and congratulated him for mastering footplay. Suho smiled, feeling satisfaction. He reflected that, as expected, even if this place was virtual reality, if they were on Earth, no one could escape the surveillance of the system. He understood how the system worked. It detected his physical movements, acknowledged his mastery, and allowed him to progress, even within this simulated environment. He noted that although the experience gain rate was lower compared to physically overworking the body, it was still perfect for skill training. In addition to swordsmanship, he also gained various skills. He upgraded all the sword skills he had acquired to A rank. It might not give experience points or items, but it was satisfying enough. Another notification appeared, glowing softly, congratulating him for upgrading his horizontal slash skill to rank A. Suho envisioned a grid of skills, considering their potential growth. He mused that if he could acquire all the basic skills related to swordsmanship and raise them all to A rank or higher, he could obtain a technique like Park Yong's Dragon Sword technique. Suddenly, the system notification glowed brightly, unlike any other notification he had seen before. It almost resembled a portal, glowing with intense energy. Light surrounded Suho, signifying a major achievement. The system informed him that his understanding of swordsmanship was higher than anyone else's, and that it was impressed by his unique swordsmanship. The system offered to fully acknowledge it and asked if he wanted to register a new swordsmanship skill by integrating basic sword techniques and basic footplay. Upon registration, a new rank would be assigned, and he could name it himself. A satisfied expression appeared on Suho's face. This was it, what he had been waiting for. He raised his head, his eyes shining with the determination. "Welcome back, my sword, my guardian sword." Suho stood before the glowing digital screen, his eyes reflecting the brightness of the announcement. The system's message hung in the air, offering him a unique opportunity. It asked if Guardian Sword was the correct name for the new skill he had created. Suho nodded slightly, a smirk playing on his lips, confirming that it was. The system responded immediately, congratulating him on the supreme mastery of his skill. The screen brightened as energy swirled around Suho, enveloping him in a shimmering display of light and power. A new skill had been born, and it bore his mark, Guardian Sword rank S. Suho's expression remained confident, almost proud, as he observed the digital interface. It listed the additional benefits that came with his achievement. His existing swordsmanship and footwork skills were now increased by 50%. Then came another unexpected surprise. The system had granted him Sword Mastery, which is also rank S. Sword Mastery was something special, a privilege reserved only for those with an exceptional understanding of the blade. It removed any limitations on learning or using swordsmanship skills. It lifted the restrictions on all swords and increased the effectiveness of his techniques by an additional 50%. Suho reflected on this development, gripping his sword with pride. In his past life, it had taken him over 10 years to obtain this power. But now, knowing what he knew, it all came so much faster. His value had increased, and he couldn't help but think that things were about to get much more interesting. Suddenly, his senses snapped back to the present. Near him, a group of fearsome monsters advanced. Their sharp teeth glistened, drool dripping from their gaping mouths as they moved closer, threateningly. Suho eyed them with a cool demeanor, noticing their sheer numbers. He knew the number of monsters for this test was fixed. He had already obtained everything he wanted, and he was ready to leave. But there was only one way out. He gripped his sword firmly, determination etched across his face. There were two options to finish this test. Either fall at the hands of these monsters, or find another way. To Suho, the answer was clear. A grin spread across his face as he looked at the approaching monsters, deciding that he would kill them all. Meanwhile, outside in the testing area, a group of people had gathered around a display screen linked to Suho's pod. The screen flashed a new message, catching everyone's attention. All the monsters prepared for the practical test had been eliminated. Please restart the program. There was a moment of stunned silence. Then murmurs spread among the spectators. One person expressed disbelief at what had happened. Another nodded, astonished, acknowledging that this was the first time in the history of practical tests that something like this had occurred. Someone else voiced admiration, commenting on how impressive it was that Suho had even healed the patient. One of the examiners sighed, remarking that there was no point in looking at the rankings for this exam. A few days later, at Hexagon Guild headquarters, a different scene was unfolding. Inside the headquarters, a group of people sat in a meeting room, confidence exuding from their expressions. One of them guaranteed that candidate would be the top student this year. Someone else agreed enthusiastically, mentioning the effort put into raising Ki-hyun, which is the candidate, and asserting that this time it was Hexagon, not Prime, that would take the top spot. Suddenly, a projector screen turned on, displaying a congratulatory message from the South Korean Hunter Association. The announcement revealed the top candidates, with Suho's name standing proudly at the top of the list. Below it, other names followed, but none belonged to Ki-hyun. Confusion spread through the room as someone exclaimed in disbelief, asking who On Suho was. Another person murmured in panic, wondering where Ki-hyun was. One of them, holding a phone, stared at the screen as a call came in. The name of the Guildmaster flashed on the screen, and they panicked that the Guildmaster was calling. Elsewhere, in a car, Suho's phone buzzed and Chulman's voice came through, filled with warmth. He apologized for not congratulating Suho right after the announcement, explaining that he had been busy. Suho's smile widened as he listened, feeling genuine appreciation. He thanked Chulman, attributing his success to him. Chulman chuckled, filled with admiration, and pointed out that Suho had not only passed, but had done so with the top score. He added that, thanks to Suho, they had been able to catch many cheaters involved in skill doping, and that this would lead to strengthened testing regulations in the future. Suho nodded, expressing his agreement that tests should be fair. Chulman then hesitated for a moment, sounding thoughtful, and asked Suho if he was still interested in joining the Korean Hunter Association. Suho's expression grew firm as he replied that while he might stay in the guild for a while, his intentions were unwavering. He would join the Great Hunter Association no matter what. Chulman thanked him, his relief evident, and promised to contact Suho as soon as the test schedule or recruitment was announced. Suho agreed, then mentioned that it was lunchtime, and asked Chulman to make sure to eat well, even if he was busy. Chulman laughed warmly, wishing Suho the same. As the call ended, Suho held his phone for a moment, his expression growing concerned as he wondered aloud if Chulman was okay, noting that his voice had sounded a little hoarse. He then shifted his thoughts, anticipating another call soon. Just then, his phone screen lit up with an incoming call. Suho's eyes sharpened and he prepared to answer, remarking to himself that it was as expected before picking up the call. Director Kim Soo-ae and congratulated Suho on his success, informing him that the payment had been made as per the contract. She then asked about Suho joining the Nexus Guild, promising him better treatment than any other guild. Suho's response was polite, but measured, asking how far she could go with this offer. Director Kim's voice remained enthusiastic as she assured him that she would do her best to meet his expectations. She mentioned that, as an Academy Scholarship student, who had graduated at the top, adjusting the terms would be easy. She then suggested meeting in person to discuss it further. Suho thanked her for the offer, but explained that he had personal plans for the day. He promised to check his schedule and get back to her, adding that, as a Nexus scholarship student, it would look better for him to join Nexus rather than another guild. Director Kim's excitement was palpable even over the phone as she agreed, urging him not to sign a contract with anyone else during this time and promising to accommodate his schedule. Suho chuckled lightly and assured her that he would see her soon. As he hung up, Suho couldn't help but smile, commenting to himself that she was really excited and that he could still hear her enthusiasm. The taxi slowed to a stop, and the driver informed Suho that they had arrived. Suho nodded, thanking the driver. He stepped out of the car, looking ahead at the old market before him, determination clear in his eyes. He reflected on having passed the test, received his license, and obtained the deposit. The street was bustling with people, all going about their daily routines. Suho took a deep breath, his gaze resolute, as he thought about what was left to do. It was time for farming. In this place, Lighthouse General Market. Some time passed, and he reminded himself that he had bought everything he needed for his new life as a hunter. Now, all that remained was to find a weapon. His steps carried him into a small, slightly run-down shop, filled with a variety of weapons. Suho approached the counter, where the shopkeeper stood. Suho greeted the shopkeeper, his eyes already scanning the collection. The shopkeeper looked at him curiously, asking what he was looking for. Suho, with a polite smile, explained that he had just become a hunter and was looking for a lightweight weapon that he could use. He knew this was going to be a challenge, finding something good without a lot of money. He had to be careful. The shopkeeper considered for a moment, then pointed at a section in the back, mentioning that the items over there were a bit cheaper. Suho nodded gratefully, thanking him and walking towards the shelves, which looked like they hadn't been touched in ages. Dust coated most of the weapons, making them seem forgotten. He ran his fingers over a particularly dusty blade and couldn't help but think inwardly, amused by the sight, about how much dust there was. He carefully examined each weapon, noting how many low-grade weapons lacked verified information. It was as if their true value had yet to be uncovered. But Suho knew that even unverified weapons could have hidden potential. Holding a spear with cautious hands, he remarked to himself that there were cases where weapons needed to go through a process of liberation to be born as true weapons. Such weapons usually emitted an aura that asked for recognition. He believed not many players would recognize such a weapon in a place like this. He could sense something unique about the spear in his grasp. Slowly, he closed his eyes and concentrated. A notification appeared, and he felt the subtle tingle of energy. The system announced that magic detection had been activated. Suho smiled faintly, sensing the swirling blue energy around the spear. He thought with satisfaction that he had found it. The setting shifted. Now, Suho stood alone in a sunny park, surrounded by green trees. The spear rested in his hand, and he stared at it with a mix of confidence and anticipation. If the shopkeeper knew what he had just sold, he would certainly regret it someday. Suho could imagine the man lamenting over his decision to let the spear go for so cheap. But that was a thought for another day. Right now, Suho has work to do. Lightly gripping the spear, he told himself it was time to begin. He took a deep breath, and the calm, peaceful atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The energy around him began to gather, drawn to the spear, creating a powerful aura that surrounded both the spear and Suho. The system's voice echoed in his mind, informing him that magical power was being supplied. The consciousness of the weapon began to awaken, and Suho could feel it. The surge of energy took him by surprise, causing his eyes to widen. He grunted in pain as he felt the pressure. The spear was alive with energy, pulsating, drawing more and more of Suho's magic power. He struggled to maintain his grip, realizing in alarm that it was absorbing far more energy than he had anticipated. Suho thought about how the spear was rapidly absorbing his magic power, panic setting in as he felt his strength draining. The power of the spear surged dramatically, almost overwhelming him. Desperately, Suho released his grip, the spear clattering to the ground as he collapsed, breathless and exhausted. He thought that if he had been just a bit late, he would have fainted from losing all his magic power. His gaze fell on the spear, now resting innocuously on the ground, its energy dormant once again. He sat up, contemplating what he had just experienced. He mused that to wake this thing up, his magic stat needed to be at least 100. He let out a small sigh, already planning his next move. Even if he couldn't use the spear right now, it would be of great help in the future. He smiled slightly, determination in his eyes as he promised silently to level up quickly and wake the spear. Elsewhere, a bright sky shone over a tall building with a prominent sign reading PBS. Inside, Zhou Jinhui sat at a cluttered desk, focused on his laptop. The mundane routine was interrupted by the sudden ringing of his phone. Jinhui answered the phone, sounding only mildly curious. The voice on the other end spoke with a sense of familiarity, identifying himself as An Suho and confirming that Jinhui was the reporter from PBS. Jinhui blinked in surprise. He paused, trying to remember the name. He questioned who Suho was, repeating the name to himself. Suddenly realization struck him. He was speaking to top candidate An Suho. Suho confirmed calmly that he was indeed An Suho, adding that he was also the solo raider of the unprecedented gate that had recently occurred at Cinderum Station. Jinhui's eyes widened in shock as he realized Suho was talking about the Cinderum incident. He leaned back in his chair, trying to comprehend what he had just heard. His thoughts raced as he considered the possibility that Suho had cleared the unprecedented gate even before obtaining his hunter license, marveling at what a total monster Suho must be. Clearing his throat, Jinhui asked why Suho had specifically contacted him. Suho explained confidently that he had come across Jinhui's blog while searching. He mentioned that Jinhui was known as a golden spoon kid, but it seemed that despite that, he chose to work as a journalist, which suggested that he had a strong sense of professional pride. Suho then told him that he had a lot of things he wanted to do moving forward, and that there would be plenty of newsworthy material. He suggested that Jinhui become his exclusive reporter. Though Jinhui's skeptical expression was clear even over the phone, Jinhui asked dryly if Suho wanted to keep a rich reporter as his subordinate. He thoughts swirled as he assessed the man on the other end of the line, considering that Suho was just some odd guy who thought he was something special. He replied that while he understood what Suho was saying, he found this type of approach a bit unpleasant. Even though he was a reporter who was thirsty for scoops, he had no intention of becoming anyone's subordinate. He emphasized that what he wanted was a great partner. He clarified that the reason he was mentioning this was because it seemed like Suho was trying to pull a trick to boost his worth before joining a guild. Suho let out a short laugh and admitted that Jinhui wasn't entirely wrong. He explained that it wasn't about raising his worth, but rather about trying to gain some fame. He added that he was thinking of becoming a civil servant. Jinhui paused, his fingers freezing over his keyboard, and asked if Suho was talking about the Korean Hunter Association. He expressed his confusion, pointing out that gaining fame through publicity seemed more suited for someone wanting to join a large guild, not to become a public servant hunter. He wondered if Suho was joking. Suho assured him that he was not joking and stated with resolve that he intended to join the Hunter Association and work in the field. Jinhui's skepticism only grew. He asked if Suho was one of those people with well-off parents who treated work like a hobby and pursued prestige. Suho's tone shifted, becoming more serious. He revealed that he was what people called a gate orphan, and that was why he was interested in public service. Conquering gates, he said, was his life's ultimate goal. Jinhui blinked, his thoughts muddled with surprise. He wondered if Suho was being serious, thinking to himself that there were so many weirdos these days that it was hard to keep track. After a moment, Jinhui sighed and acknowledged that it didn't really matter. He understood Suho's point but explained that he would still decline the offer to be an exclusive reporter. He emphasized that he would write the articles he wanted to write. Suho responded quickly, suggesting that they make a bet. Suho explained that he felt he needed to earn Jinhui trust to win his partnership. Since he was a hunter, he proposed proving himself through his skills. He added that he was planning on conquering the Tower of Challenge alone that very day. Jinhui couldn't hide his shock. He asked if Suho really intended to clear the Tower of Challenge, which was considered impossible to clear even with a party, all by himself. Suho's confidence remained unshaken as he confirmed his intention. He assured Jinhui that this would be enough to win his trust and asked that if he succeeded, Zhou would agree to become his exclusive and personal reporter. Jinhui stared at his phone, caught between disbelief and curiosity. Suho was certainly an odd person, but there was something about his determination that was hard to ignore. Jinhui stared at his phone, caught between disbelief and curiosity. Suho was certainly an odd character, but there was something about his determination that was hard to ignore. Suho thought to himself about Jinhui, recalling his reputation as a top broadcaster and a PBS reporter. He knew Jinhui's pride was high and that his family had a lot of money. He was famous as a reporter who never accepted requests, and Suho remembered how, in his previous life, he had collaborated many times with him due to his excellent reporting skills and his extraordinary ability to manipulate public opinion. However, Jinhui's overwhelming talent eventually led to his being cast out, disappearing from the scene. In any group, a sharp thorn was often seen as a threat, and Jinhui was that thorn. He had been unintentionally drawn into factional conflicts, which ultimately pushed him into early retirement. Suho was determined not to let Jinhui disappear like that again. If he succeeded in conquering the Tower of Challenge alone, he should become his exclusive and personal reporter. Jinhui appeared shocked, but Suho could tell he was considering the request. He emphasized that having a close reporter would be beneficial. After a moment, Jinhui sighed and reluctantly agreed, saying that if Suho managed to conquer the Tower of Challenge alone, he would do everything he could as a reporter to help him. Suho smiled confidently, standing in front of the tower. He told Jinhui that they would see each other later, ending the call while looking optimistic. With determination, Suho decided that it was time to get started. In the office, Jinhui sat alone, feeling frustrated. He muttered to himself about how annoying Suho was and how the man was really driving him crazy. Sitting at his office desk, he pondered over Suho's intentions, questioning why Suho had suddenly made such an outrageous proposition. Despite the annoyance, he found that it didn't feel entirely bad. He stared at his phone, the reflective screen mirroring his expression. He contemplated the sincerity in Suho's words. It didn't sound like a lie, and he didn't believe Suho was a scammer. He leaned back in his chair, his thoughts swirling, feeling on the verge of losing his mind. He let out an exasperated sigh, acknowledging to himself that this whole situation was making him go crazy. Jinhui finally sat up, appearing resigned. He told himself that whatever happened, it didn't matter. If Suho's claims were true, then that was great. If not, so be it. It was a gamble with no real downside. Determined, he stood up and walked towards the door. He decided that he would see where this gamble led. Meanwhile, at the Tower of Challenge, the area was bustling with people approaching the tower, eager to take on its challenges. Suho stood before the tower speaking to someone as he observed the scene. He asked if he could enter now, showing his ID card to the guard. The guard confirmed that Suho could enter but asked if he was alone. Suho nodded, explaining that he intended to attempt it solo. The guard looked hesitant, mentioning that while it wasn't impossible, it was unusual for someone who had just passed the hunter exam to go alone. He suggested that it might be better to form a party, as even the lower levels of the tower could be dangerous. Suho simply smiled, assuring the guard that he was fine and preferred being alone. The guard, though worried, ultimately allowed him to proceed. He informed Suho of the entry fee and requested payment once Suho received the invoice. Suho nodded, thanking the guard, and assuring him that he would be careful. He acknowledged the guard's warning to return immediately if things seemed impossible. As Suho entered, he thought of the Tower of Challenge, which was commonly known as the hunting ground. It was a public gate managed by the country, designed to allow players below level 20 to freely challenge themselves for self-development. He was ready to face whatever awaited him inside. He placed his hands against the door, feeling determined. He reminded himself that now that his level had been reset, there was no better hunting ground than this. With a resolute push, he opened the large door, revealing a bright light inside. The atmosphere grew intense, filled with anticipation. The system informed him that he had entered the Tower of Challenge. The system reassured him that he could forfeit at any time. The moment he declared his withdrawal, he would be forcibly transported back to the entrance. With that in mind, Suho prepared himself for what was to come. As he summoned his sword, the system's voice rang out again, announcing that the first floor challenge had begun. A large, green slime monster emerged, and Suho let out a big sigh. He quickly readied himself to face the approaching slime, gripping his sword tightly. He noted that it was the first floor monster, a slime. The sight of its size and speed took him aback when he first time entered the tower, but now he can quickly assess the situation. While the slime's damage was practically non-existent at level 1, he knew that if he got caught up in its antics, it could become problematic. He needed to take care of it swiftly before it caused any trouble. Charging at the slime with determination, Suho planned his next move carefully. He knew he could easily subdue it by destroying the core. With a decisive strike, Suho destroyed the slime's core, landing on the ground with confidence. However, he knew the fight wasn't over. From the remains of the defeated slime, a group of smaller slime emerged. Suho observed them calmly, noting how annoying it was that the split core could regenerate into multiple entities. Although they were weaker due to being divided, and there were limits to their regeneration, this characteristic was the reason why party play was recommended in the Tower of Challenge. Without hesitation, Suho rushed forward, ready to confront the creatures. He reminded himself that monsters would come out in groups on almost every floor, and this was just the beginning. Dodging and swinging his weapon with precision, Suho created a powerful arc of energy, slicing through the slime with skill. He leaped into the air and struck down on the monsters, aiming for a decisive blow each time. He skillfully swung his sword, narrowly avoiding a strike from one of the creature's tentacles. His agility and determination kept his focus sharp, allowing him to dodge their attacks and look for opportunities. The creatures attacked again, their massive tentacles lashing toward him. With a swift maneuver, Suho evaded, creating a moment of opportunity. He leaped and caught one of the tentacles mid-air, holding onto it firmly. His grip was tight, his resolve unyielding as he used the leverage against the beast. He hung in the air with a calm expression, showing no fear despite the circumstances. He remained calm and composed, facing his adversary undeterred by its power. With a confident smile, Suho thanked the creature, saying that he just needed something to hold on to. He then expertly swung his sword, slicing through the creatures with ease. After dispatching the enemies, Suho looked up into the towering structure above him. There were still 48 floors left to conquer, and he knew there was no time to rest. With his sword held firmly in his hand, Suho prepared himself for the next challenge. A blue system notification appeared before him, informing him that the second floor challenge had begun. Inside this tower of challenge, he was reflecting on the records that had been set before him. In his past life, the highest official record for the tower was 48 floors, a feat accomplished through party play. Currently, the record was only 29 floors, and it too was achieved with a team. Suho knew well how challenging the tower could be, especially alone. Without hesitation, he moved swiftly, engaging an undead enemy that blocked his way. The Tower of Challenge was usually faced with a party of hunters. The strength of the monsters was proportional to the number of challengers, and the experience gained was split among the party. It was often a wiser choice to challenge the tower in a group, as it was much safer and helped ensure long-term progress. But Suho wasn't interested in the standard way. He was confident in his abilities and preferred to do things differently. Surrounded by fallen enemies that emitted a faint blue glow, Suho looked upward as the digital notification appeared before him. And after a while, the system informed him that he had conquered the 18th floor. The system prompted him with a question. "Do you wish to challenge the 19th floor?" Without hesitation, Suho accepted. He moved forward confidently, anticipation burning in his eyes. The 19th floor was different from the previous ones. Instead of facing a multitude of enemies, there was only a single opponent. This meant one thing. The opponent would be much stronger. Suho's feet moved swiftly as he ran, energy radiating from him. The solitary monster on the 19th floor was formidable. But on the bright side, Suho only needed to defeat one foe. That would be enough to clear the floor. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared in the distance, a giant orc, its muscular frame covered in red hair. Without wasting a moment, Suho lunged forward, his sword drawn and determination fueling his every move. He fell upon the monster with immense force, shouting a greeting to the foe as he struck. His weapon glowed, slicing cleanly through the air and landing with a powerful, unavoidable impact. A splash of blood marked his success, and the giant orc fell, defeated by the sudden and overwhelming strike. The system notified him of his victory. "You have conquered the 19th floor." Another prompt followed, asking if he wished to challenge the 20th floor. Suho stood amidst the aftermath. He dismissed the prompt for now, deciding to take a moment to gather his bearings. "In a bit," he muttered, his gaze shifting to the remains of the fallen orc. Unlike the previous floors, there was something unique about the 19th. Typically, monsters in the tower vanished immediately upon death, leaving no trace behind. However, this particular enemy, the Red Gain, did not disappear right away. Suho approached the large tusk that the creature had dropped, a smile forming on his lips as he picked it up. He noted to himself that this was exactly what he had been looking for. Examining the tusk carefully, he knew that this item wasn't something that could be used alone. It had a specific purpose. Holding the tusk, Suho activated his magic detection ability, allowing a shimmering aura to envelop his surroundings. The environment glowed faintly, revealing a hidden spot in the wall nearby. He murmured that he had found it, his eyes locking onto a glowing indentation in the stone. He approached it, placing the tusk inside the wall. With a rumble, a portal appeared before him, swirling with cosmic energy. Suho's eyes lit up with satisfaction. He realized that this must be the subspace fortress of the Fortress King Jang Pyongho. He knew that defeating the Red Gain would grant him access to this unique subspace. Unlike other items that created limited subspaces, this fortress allowed living beings to enter and exit freely. It was a rare and valuable power. Without further ado, Suho stepped through the portal, finding himself in a dim cave illuminated by the glow of a floating orb. He mused that it looked like a cave as he approached the orb, which emitted an increasingly bright light. The system spoke again, informing him that the owner of the subspace fortress had died and asked if he would become the new owner of the subspace fortress. Suho responded without hesitation that he accepted, placing his hand on the glowing orb. The system congratulated him on becoming the new owner of the subspace fortress. The light in his palm intensified, swirling around him as he closed his hand, feeling the newfound power resonate deeply within him. Suho noted that it was bound as a skill, not an item. This was a unique feature. The fortress wasn't just a place to store belongings, it was a part of him now, linked to his magic power. He could sense that the subspace would evolve based on his abilities. Suddenly, the entire area glowed, the surroundings shifting as the system announced, "The subspace fortress has been reconstructed." Suho shielded his eyes from the burst of light, and when he lowered his hand, he found himself standing in a lavish modern room. He acknowledged that he hadn't realized it had this feature, looking around thoughtfully. He considered how it felt like he could simply go home right after defeating monsters, noting to himself that it was even better than he had initially thought. He could see that the space was tailored to his tastes, and he appreciated its convenience. The system's instructions made it clear that the fortress would grow in size and utility as his magic power increased. He took a moment to reflect, smiling at the thought that he had managed to prevent Jang Pyongho from ever acquiring this skill. He remembered the trouble that Smuggler had caused in his past life, using the fortress to store everything from illegal substances to stolen treasures and even kidnapped people. Now, all of that potential had been put into the right hands. Suho thought to himself that by stopping the emergence of the Fortress King early on and securing his own personal fortress, it was a 2-for-1 deal, his confidence growing. With his new fortress and renewed determination, he was ready for whatever lay ahead. He decided it was time to keep going up, his voice filled with resolve. The Tower of Challenge awaited, and Suho intended to conquer every floor. Outside the Tower of Challenge, Jinhui stood quietly, staring at his phone, his fingers scrolling through the article. The headline caught his attention immediately. On Suho, #1 in the latest Awakener test. The article praised Suho's incredible performance in the recent Awakener rankings, where he had outperformed even the most seasoned challengers, and, of course, Nexus is also getting a lot of attention. For some time, Jinhui thought many students would be drawn to Nexus. The article was sure to boost their popularity even further. But he remembered Suho had mentioned that he was planning to join the Korean Hunter Association, but now the article hinted that Nexus Publishing was already working to bring him on board. Nexus seemed confident that Suho's future lay with them, and they were positioning themselves to secure him before anyone else could. Now, he wondered how manly floor that Suho conquered by now. He thought about it for a moment, but a sudden notification from the system startled him. The 30th floor has been conquered. Jinhui blinked in shock. That was fast. He wondered, is he really here in the tower when the record is broken? This is sure going to be a hot update. Yet the system popped out again, stating that the highest record for the Tower of Challenge has been updated, and a new challenger is taking on the 31st floor. Around him, people began to murmur, speculating about which guild might be behind this new record. Some wondered if a large guild had sent a party to conquer the floor. But Jin Hui, with a growing suspicion, narrowed his eyes. Could it be Suho? Then the system keeps showing. The 31st floor now has been conquered. Jin Hui's jaw tightened. Only a short while had passed since the challenge began, and now the floor was conquered. If it was Suho, his progress was even faster than expected. Jin Hui had initially thought of him as someone who relied on flashy moves and luck, but now it was becoming clear. Suho was no ordinary awakener. On top of the tower, a crystal glowing, and the system announced that the challenger name is the player An Suho. And now, player An Suho started to challenge the 32nd floor. Jin Hui's jaw hit the bottom, and he stood there, feeling a mix of awe and disbelief. He couldn't help but think to himself that he would be stuck with Suho forever. Meanwhile, inside Nexus Academy, Director Kim was reading the new article published with her eyes wide in shock. The man beside her hurriedly explained that Suho was setting a new record in real time. It was difficult to believe, but Director Kim's mind was already racing with possibilities. She adjusted her glasses, her thoughts sharp and focused. To bring someone like An Suho to Nexus, they would have to offer a sum beyond their wildest dreams. The time to act was now. Without wasting a moment, she instructed her team to contact the president and office manager and head straight to headquarters. She won't let anyone catch Suho, because he is the one that would be the ace for Nexus. Back to Suho, as he continued his ascent in the tower, his progress kept going further. The system soon notified him of his conquest of the 48th floor. Suho, slightly out of breath, knelt on the floor, his sword embedded in the ground. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, his muscles aching from the strain. Rushing the tower is indeed hard. The system then told him that he have accomplished a great achievement, and the system would award him 5 bonus stats. Suho smiled. He then opened his status window, his gaze lingering on the numbers before him. He was now level 39, with the best stat he could possibly see in the status. He let out a quiet chuckle. Reaching level 39 felt like a milestone, but what truly impressed him was the bonus stats. Gaining 5 bonus stats every time he broke a record felt almost too good to be true. To boost his mood, he decided to add the points to his magic. Well, awakening his spear is his priority for now, so all the way to magic is the answer. A bright light filled the air as the system updated his stats. With a sense of renewed vigor, Suho stood up. The final challenge was ahead, and he is ready to face it. In front of him, a massive crystal appeared, glowing with an intense light. This crystal is the one on top of the tower, indicating the highest point in this place. Thus, the challenge for the 49th floor had begun, and Suho's heart raced as he steeled himself for what was to come. After that, the crystal's energy filled the arena. A dark, swirling mass of power formed in the center, taking shape. A great roar echoed across the arena, and from the shadows emerged the tower dragon, a level 49 boss, the owner of this tower. Its enormous wings spread wide, casting a terrifying shadow over the arena. Despite the overwhelming power radiating from the dragon, Suho remained calm. Level 49? He thought. This is completely out of balance. The dragon, though not pure-blooded, was likely a dragonborn, and Suho knew just how dangerous that could be. But he didn't flinch. As the dragon let out another roar, Suho felt his determination solidify. The fight ahead would not be easy, but he had come this far. There was no turning back now. Well, what can I do? I came here to conquer it, Suho thought, gripping his sword tightly. The final battle began with a crash, as Suho charged forward, his resolve stronger than ever. He would face the dragon and take the final step in his journey to the first human to conquer this tower of challenge. The dragon's roar echoed through the battlefield as Suho's attack landed, but it barely made an impact. The creature's thick scales absorbed the blow without a flinch. It thrashed violently, trying to shake off the strike, its eyes glowing with malicious fury as it glared down at Suho, his prey. Well, Suho had expected the creature to be tough, but this was something else. The sheer power of the dragon was more than he had imagined, and his weapon had done little to harm it. The dragon charged at Suho, and, the power made, even the ground crack. Suho can't even believe how a big creature moves that fast. It's almost cheating. He can only evade while gripping his weapon tightly, adjusting his stance as he prepared for what would come next. Despite the dragon's overwhelming size and strength, he remained determined. The dragon's growl rumbled through the air, a low, menacing sound. It took another step forward, its shadow looming large over Suho. Though the creature was clearly enraged, Suho didn't back down. He knew this fight was far from over. The dragon's eyes narrowed, glowing with a furious energy. Suho could feel the tension in the air as the ground beneath them trembled. Cracks began to form in the earth around the creature as it gathered its power, the signs of an imminent attack unmistakable. Suho knew the creature was charging up for something devastating. Suddenly, the dragon let out a deafening roar. A shockwave rippled through the battlefield, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. Suho reacted instantly, darting to the side to avoid the incoming rubble. His instincts kicked in as he leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding a jagged rock. His movements were quick and precise, honed by years of battle. The dragon was powerful, but Suho's agility allowed him to stay one step ahead. As the dust settled, Suho crouched behind a broken wall, watching the dragon carefully. The creature was prowling, its glowing eyes scanning the area for any sign of movement. And what Suho knew was he had to remain hidden. He kept his focus on the dragon, calculating his next move. The creature's level wasn't as high as he had feared, but its durability was still a major problem. The dragon's scales were incredibly tough, and regular attacks wouldn't be enough to penetrate them. Suho knew he had to find a weak spot, something he could exploit to land a decisive blow. As Suho observed the creature, his gaze shifted to the dragon's tail. He could hardly see a grayscale, and Suho's heart skipped a beat. It was the reverse scale, the dragon's most vulnerable point. The weak spot was located there, barely visible but unmistakable. He knew that striking it would deal significant damage. But finding the right time was crucial. Crouching lower behind the broken wall, Suho took a deep breath. He knew that the dragon was still searching for him, unaware of his discovery. The creature prowled, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground beneath it. Suho's pulse quickened as he prepared to strike. His mind was focused entirely on the task at hand. With his weapon gripped tightly, Suho took a deep breath, focusing all his attention on the target. He couldn't afford to miss. The battle had reached its turning point, and everything depended on whether or not he could strike at the right moment. As the dragon continued its search, Suho's body tensed, ready to spring into action. The time to strike was now. Suho made a rapid, agile jump from the crumbling wall, darting forward with precision. His movements were swift, calculated, and his eyes were set on his target. The dragon's tail loomed ahead, its scales glinting under the fading sunlight. Suho narrowed his focus, locking his eyes on the faint, glowing mark that pulsed weakly at the dragon's tail. This was the weak point, the one spot that could change the tide of battle. He readied his sword, the cool metal steady in his hands, his gaze unwavering. Everything came down to this single strike. The moment of truth was upon him. He swung with all his strength, the blade connecting with a powerful blow, and then pushed with all his might, trying to dislodge the reverse scale. The impact reverberated through the air, and the dragon's eye widened, shock and pain filling its gaze. For a split second it seemed as though time itself paused, the dragon frozen in realization. Then, chaos erupted. The dragon let out a deafening roar, its pain transforming into rage. Suho felt the backlash immediately, thrown back by the sheer force of the dragon's movements. He tumbled, his grip barely holding onto his weapon, as the creature thrashed violently. The ground beneath them shook, the air filled with the raw fury of the beast. Suho landed roughly, managing to steady himself just in time to see the dragon's eyes flare with rage. As expected, this won't end easily, Suho thought, his breathing heavy. He knew that the longer the battle continued, the more disadvantageous it became for him. The dragon's power was relentless, and with every moment that passed, the gap between their strengths widened. Suho knew he had to act quickly. There was no room for hesitation. Determination flared in Suho's eyes as he gathered his resolve. His muscles ached, his body covered in a sheen of sweat, but his mind remained clear. He had to destroy the reverse scale. It was his only chance. "Take this!" he roared, driving his sword with all his might into the dragon's scales. His arms strained, every ounce of energy pouring into the strike. The blade pierced through, and the dragon let out another bellowing roar, the energy swirling around its form in a violent spiral. The air crackled with tension as the dragon's aura intensified, a deep purple radiance spreading from its body. Suho knew what was coming. The tower dragon was not done yet. The dragon's roar echoed through the battlefield, and Suho braced himself for the incoming attack. But what he got is a system notification stating, The tower dragon uses dragon fear. Instantly, Suho felt the intense pressure bear down on him, a suffocating force that chilled his very soul. His expression remained resolute, but a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The fear seeped into his bones, slowing his movements, making every action feel like a monumental effort. He stumbled, his legs growing heavy, as if they were bound by invisible chains. The weight of the fear crushed him, its power seeping into his mind. His head pounded, and his vision blurred, the world around him spinning. Echoes of the dragon's roar seemed to distort in his ears, voices and sounds blending into a cacophony of chaos. Another notification appeared. You have fallen into a state of fear. Your muscles have become stiff. Suho grit his teeth, fighting against the overwhelming sensation. He couldn't afford to fall now. Cure, he thought desperately, activating his skill. He could feel his energy drain as he attempted to rid himself of the fear. A new notification flashed before him. Cure activated. But it is a high-level fear. It cannot be cancelled. Suho's heart sank. The fear was too powerful, beyond his current capabilities to cleanse. The dragon moved, its massive form barreling forward, its aura glowing with a menacing intensity. The ground trembled beneath its weight, each step resounding like thunder. Suho steadied himself, a sense of dread washing over him as the realization hit him. The dragon was far from finished, and its fury had only grown. The dragon's eyes glowed, and Suho knew he had to think of something. Fast. This was dangerous, and he was running out of time. Suddenly, the dragon twisted its massive body, and with a powerful whip of its tail, it smashed into the wall, trying to throw Suho off. Suho barely managed to hold on, but the impact sent a shockwave through his entire body. He could feel his grip slipping, and the situation had reached a critical point. Both Suho and the dragon were driven by an unyielding resolve, neither willing to give an inch. The next moment, Suho was hurled through a portal, the dragon's massive movement forcing him off its body. He was flung violently across space, and with a heavy thud, he crashed onto solid ground. Pain shot through his entire body as he rolled to a stop. He thought to himself that he needed to hurry, forcing himself to move despite the pain. He quickly summoned a blue potion from his inventory, drinking it down in one swift gulp. He drank it with desperation as the dragon's roar echoed from the other side of the portal. Immediately, a calming energy flooded through his veins. A notification appeared in his mind, as clear as day. The system informed him that he had consumed a purification potion, lifting both the state of fear and the hallucination state. Suho collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily as he caught his breath. He realized he had survived, the tension slowly leaving his body. He took a moment to look at his new space, a sense of relief washing over him. The portal skill is indeed so OP, it's basically a cheating skill. And for now, he was safe. He thought to himself how lucky he was that only those he allowed could enter the subspace fortress. Grateful for the barrier that kept the dragon from pursuing him here. He chuckled slightly, though it was strained, reflecting on how he had bought a purification potion from the general market just in case, but never thought he'd use it so soon. Sitting up with effort, Suho wiped the sweat from his brow. He muttered that it was harder than he thought, reflecting on the dire situation. He knew that just dispelling the dragon's fear wouldn't give him resistance to it. Not right away. Cure spells were ineffective, meaning he'd have to keep retreating to this fortress and using purification potions over and over. He frowned, realizing that at this rate, he wouldn't be able to defeat the dragon. His gaze hardened with determination. He resolved that since it had come down to this, he needed a new plan. He summoned a guitar, a broom, and an old book from his inventory. He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, considering getting help from the mad pulverization scholar. With mystical energy swirling around a magical circle, Suho took the skill book and leaned in, focusing on learning the spell. The system confirmed his progress, indicating that he had learned the basic combination formula through the skill book. A large jar appeared before him, and Suho's confidence grew as he examined the jar, noting to himself that a combination recipe with an absolute formula would inevitably succeed, even if it was the most basic one. These were items commonly referred to as junk, he thought, his fingers brushing over the objects. But it's a hidden gem for people who know how to use it. He began placing the items into the jar, and his heart pounded with anticipation as the system announced the start of the combination process. Suho watched the jar, its glow growing brighter and more intense. Suddenly, the jar emitted a burst of golden light, filling the entire chamber with warmth. The system notified him that his combination was successful. He gazed down at the jar as the light began to fade, revealing a rare treasure floating within, a dazzling ring, emitting a mystical aura. The system announced that a rare treasure had been created from the lowest level formula. Suho reached out and held the ring in his hand, a sense of accomplishment swelling in his chest. The system continued to provide details. It was the first mumu, with S+ grade. When equipped, it would always apply colorless solitude. Suho smiled, admiring the ring as he slid it onto his finger, feeling pride that if he successfully combined an item marked as first ever, he would receive bonus stats. So basically, because Mumu's item would always be S grade, the first ever title would rank it to S+. He looked at the ring, feeling its power surge through him. He realized once again how prudent the privileges of a regressor were. The first Mumu was the kind of treasure that would grow with him, becoming even more powerful over time. Suho then summoned a status window, ready to proceed with his plan. He invested 4 points into the magic stat, and the rest into strength and stamina. He confirmed the allocation, watching as the system responded, notifying him that his magic stat had reached 100 and had grown even further. It congratulated him as his magic stat leveled up to red. Suho smiled, noting that it was the first time he had obtained a red stat while still below level 50, realizing his growth was definitely fast. The color system's rank increases by 1 every time it reaches 100. He knew his purple rank before regression needed 700 points to unlock and was still a long way off, but he was determined that this time he might be able to aim for a level beyond purple. Suho stood, his resolve firm, thinking that the stat distribution was now complete. He raised his hand, summoning the next thing he needed, the spear. The system announced the summoning of the old spear. Suho gripped the spear tightly, his eyes reflecting his determination. He thought it was time to wake up the spear, channeling his magical power into it. The room lit up with a brilliant light as the spear began to react, its consciousness slowly awakening. Suho grimaced as he felt the spear draw heavily from his mana, the absorption nearly overwhelming. He muttered that, as expected, the absorption capacity was huge. His body tensing from the strain. The spear glowed with intense energy, its power growing stronger with each passing moment. Suho could feel the reaction building, the spear inching closer to its full awakening. He gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of his energy into it, thinking that the reaction was starting and he just needed a bit more. Finally, the system notified him that the unknown spear was gaining consciousness, congratulating him on partially awakening its consciousness. Suho had obtained the Shadow Spear with A+ rank. He smiled confidently, his eyes narrowing as he looked ahead, ready for round 2 to begin. The Shadow Spear glowed with an ominous purple light, swirling shadows wrapping around its shaft, as Suho stood still for a moment, assessing the weapon. The system notification pops out, explaining its origins. The spear was one of the Shadow Lord's treasures, crafted from the bones of a shadow beast. Its power was immense, allowing the wielder to summon it from the shadows whenever needed, and even repair it using the surrounding darkness. Suho considered its potential, feeling a rush of satisfaction. If Jang Pyong-ho had the subspace fortress, then the Shadow Lord, a monarch of spirits, had this Shadow Spear. He eventually became as notorious as Jang Pyong-ho, becoming a major criminal in the past. And Suho was glad it had fallen into his grasp before anyone else, especially before it could be used for evil again. Suho stood in an opulent room, ready to test the spear's power. He swung it with ease, the shadows swirling around as if they were alive. He extended his hand, and the spear returned to him in an instant. "Shadow summon," he murmured. The ability to recall the spear whenever he needed would be useful. A reassuring thought, especially for what lay ahead. A portal opened in front of him, revealing a massive dragon resting in a deserted landscape, its scales glinting ominously. Suho assessed the situation, understanding that a direct confrontation could end poorly. The dragon's power was evident, even from this distance, but it was resting. That meant he had an opportunity. He decided to use the advantage of surprise to deal as much damage as possible before the beast could react. Suho's foot sparked with energy as he dashed forward, closing the distance in an instant. He stopped at a good position and gripped the Shadow Spear tightly, focusing his magical energy into it. The shadows thickened around him, swirling faster and faster. He felt his pulse quicken, excitement mixing with determination. He charged forward with the spear, aiming directly for the dragon's weak spot. "Shadow Strike!" Suho yelled, the spear releasing a powerful surge of energy as he swung it down. The attack hit the dragon with precision, and the ground beneath them shook from the impact. The dragon's eyes snapped open, glowing with fierce anger. It reared its head back, letting out a deafening roar that reverberated through the arena. The tower dragon was enraged. Its eyes glowed, and Suho could see its scales trembling from the pain of his attack. He leaped back, preparing himself for what would come next. The dragon released a powerful wave of fear, the oppressive aura spreading throughout the area. Suho's instincts screamed at him to flee, but he managed to dive into his subspace fortress just in time. He caught his breath, looking at the massive beast through the portal. He smirked, holding on to the shadow spear tightly. He had avoided the status effects by entering the fortress, and now he would keep repeating his hit-and-run tactic until the beast fell. After a while, the dragon's eye glowed menacingly, its fury growing as Suho kept doing his tactic. This time, however, the reverse scale was cracked, and the dragon was on high alert, no longer letting its guard down. Suho understood that the previous strategy would no longer work. He needed to face it head-on. He dashed forward, threw his spear perfectly, and pierced through the dragon's defenses, stabbing its eye until blood keeps pouring. The dragon roared in agony, its body cracking under the immense pressure and unleashing its fear skill. Suho felt the oppressive weight of fear washing over him, momentarily losing himself in terror. But he forced himself to move, pushing through the fear with a burst of energy. He drank a purification potion, feeling the blue liquid wash over him, neutralizing any remaining fear. He grinned, gripping the spear confidently. "It won't work twice, you idiot," he shouted, his voice echoing across the battlefield. With one last surge of energy, Suho charged forward, aiming directly for the dragon's head. He gathered all his remaining power into his sword, ready to deliver the final blow. After unleashing his final strike, the massive dragon let out a deafening roar before collapsing. In the end, the tower dragon was finally defeated. Suho stood still, panting heavily, his sword quivering in his hand. The system notification appeared before him, announcing that he had conquered the 49th floor and set a new record for the Tower of Challenge. It declared his success in completing the tower and awarded him 10 bonus stats. OMG, thank God. Am I the only one that tired to the dragon face? It took almost 4 chapters to fight it alone. Exhaustion swept over Suho as he collapsed onto the cold ground. It was so tiring. Relief washed over him as he acknowledged to himself that he had truly achieved something remarkable. He acknowledged to himself that he had accomplished something no one else had managed, conquering the Tower of Challenge for the first time in both the past and present. The system notifications continued to flood his vision, each one bringing another reward. The system congratulated him for reaching level 40, informed him that all levels of healer class exclusive skills had increased by 1, and announced that he had acquired a new skill called Healing Spirit. Curious about his new ability, Suho opened its description. The skill would allow him to deploy a healing zone that could heal all beings within it continuously, with no limit on the number of individuals affected. The only requirement was a weapon to use as a totem for deployment. A faint smile appeared on his face as he realized the potential of this skill. He thought about how it could cover entire battlefields, once fully leveled, much like the abilities Isabella had used in the past. As the system completed its evaluation of his achievements, a final reward appeared. The notification revealed that he had received Dragon Blood, ranked S+. Suho stared at the words in disbelief, recalling that this was the signature power of Yongma, a legendary player known for unparalleled power, of the top player in the previous timeline. He accessed the description, which detailed that Dragon Blood allowed the user to wield dragon-like powers, with level 1 granting Intimidation and Dragon Spirit. To unlock level 2, he needed to reach level 50, while higher levels remained locked. Excitement surged through him as he knew what the real deal this new power he had gained. He reflected on how Yongma must have obtained Dragon Blood from Dragon Mountain. Can't hold his joy, Suho raises his hands in triumph as he celebrates this newfound strength that surely would make him stronger than ever before. Dude, how strong are you gonna be? I can't imagine anymore. Are you maniac for power? Determined to make the most of his victory, Suho unsheathed his shadow spear and stabbed it into the dragon's shadow. The weapon pulsed with dark energy as it absorbed the dragon's essence. The system explained that the shadow spear had consumed the tower dragon, increasing its rank to S+. The hidden special option, Shadow Devour, had leveled up significantly. Opening his status window, Suho saw that all of the spear's skills had advanced to rank S. Shadow Binding, in particular, now inflicted continuous bleeding damage on its targets. Impressed by the spear's growth potential, he thought to himself how different growth-type weapons were compared to ordinary ones. As he prepared to leave the tower, his eyes caught something near the dragon's remains. Picking it up, he discovered another item identified as the Mighty Dragon's Fang. The system described that those pierced by the fang would be cursed with an irrecoverable status, preventing any recovery. Suho marveled at the rarity of such an item and realized that the tower dragon was not merely a dragonkin, but a true pureblood dragon, leaving Suho in awe of his incredible rewards. Well, another OP reward won't be hurt, right? With his loot secured, Suho turned to the tower and quietly bid it farewell. As he exited the tower, the crystal atop the tower shattered and announced to all players that the Tower of Challenge had been conquered by Suho, forcibly expelling all remaining players. Outside, chaos erupted as players were expelled from the tower. Many said that Suho is indeed a monster, whispering among themselves about the impossibility of conquering the tower, especially alone. Not far from them, media crews swarmed Suho, bombarding him with questions about his feat. Feeling overwhelmed and exhausted, he just wanted to kill all the people and run away. Suho scanned the crowd until his eyes landed on something interesting. Jinhui, who was seated atop a car, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, Suho, reappearing silently behind Jinhui, patted him on the back. Jinhui nearly fell from his seat, spinning around in shock. He appeared completely unprepared for Suho's sudden arrival. Suho observed Jinhui's reaction with amusement, silently asking why he seemed so surprised. Using his ultimate stealth skill to escape people without a trace to surprise Jinhui is the right choice indeed. It's fun to see him like this. He extended a hand to help Jinhui steady himself, wondering aloud whether Jinhui still doubted him. Jinhui shook his head, his expression a mix of disbelief and admiration. He acknowledged that he had never doubted Suho, insisting that he wouldn't have come to this place otherwise. As the murmurs from the crowd grew louder, Jinhui urged Suho to get into the car before they were surrounded again. As Suho sat in the car, his phone buzzed, and Chulman's name appeared on the screen. When Suho answered the call, Chulman congratulated him. Chulman expressed his amazement at his achievement in conquering the Tower of Challenge, noting how many had considered it impossible. Chulman offered to send a car for him, but Suho declined politely, explaining that he was already with a friend. Suho inquired if there was a specific reason for the call. Chulman hesitated before admitting it wasn't anything urgent, merely a request for Suho to visit the association if possible. They wanted to ask him about how he could clear the tower. Suho sighed, then mentioned that even major guilds were not subjected to such scrutiny after clearing high-level gates. In response, Chulman explained the unique circumstances of the Tower of Challenge, which was both publicly accessible and considered unconquerable. Chulman ended the call with warm wishes for Suho to rest well, and Suho promised to consider visiting. After the call ended, Suho leaned back in thought. Undoubtedly, the chairman or vice chairman must have requested photos of him for their benefit. Poor Chulman was probably just the messenger. His expression darkened as he recalled his past life as a hunter and the exhausting dealings with the old geezer at the association. He knew he had to find a way to shield Chulman from their schemes once he became part of the Hunter Association. From the driver's seat, Jinhui broke the silence, admitting that he had been curious for a while about why someone with Suho's unmatched skills would choose to become a civil servant hunter. Suho let out a deep sigh. He acknowledged that he knew every guild wanted him and would pay any price to recruit him. However, he emphasized that no matter how powerful a guild seemed, it couldn't match the authority and reach of a nation. Jinhui pressed further, pointing out that private guilds also held immense popularity and influence. But Suho shook his head. In the end, guilds thrived on momentary achievements. He reflected that guilds thrived on temporary glory, shining brightest when revered as heroes. However, he added that as soon as they gained power through fear, they would be seen as threats by both the public and fellow players. Yet his ultimate goal was clear: to close all gates and end humanity's dependence on hunters. He stressed the importance of affiliation, as no individual could handle all the gates alone. For him, the government was the best option to achieve this mission. Jinhui nodded thoughtfully, realizing that Suho's true intention was securing priority in raids. Smiling, he asked if Suho planned to apply for public recruitment. But Suho's reply startled him. He wouldn't settle for a level 9 field position, but aimed directly for level 5. Jinhui's shock was palpable as he questioned Suho's seriousness. Laughing, Suho assured him it was no joke. But Jinhui couldn't hide his disbelief and eagerly asked to hear the reason. Suho agreed, with one condition. Jinhui must not publish the article about the topic and keep the secret between them. Of course, Jinhui agreed because he was so damn curious. After hearing the reason, Suho's explanation left Jinhui astonished, praising him for his brilliant ideas. Suho reminded Jinhui to keep their discussion a secret. He confidently mentioned that once he became a civil servant, he would rely on him for every future official statement. Suho added that Jinhui needed to rise in the ranks at his broadcast station to make that happen. Jinhui can only chuckled, noting how Suho clearly intended to make full use of him. Jinhui then suggested that Suho consider staying at his apartment. He reasoned that given Suho's recent achievement, his personal information was likely now public, making his current residence inconvenient and potentially unsafe. He assured Suho that everything was prepared for his safety, emphasizing his spacious and well-secured guest room. When Suho learned the apartment was in Kaiser Cheongdam, a location infamous for its crazy prices, he was stunned. Maybe this was an apartment building with Taylor Swift in the penthouse? Well, guys, who knows? Arriving at Jinhui's crazy rich residence, Suho's shock deepened at the sheer luxury. Is this how life is for people from privileged backgrounds? Inside, Jinhui mentioned calling a healer to heal Suho, only to gape in disbelief upon realizing Suho was already fully recovered. And Suho casually reminded him that he too was a healer. Jinhui's skepticism lingered. He wondered aloud what kind of healer could possibly clear the Tower of Challenge alone. With a laugh, Suho brushed off the doubt, reminding Jinhui he had said it multiple times. As Jinhui prepared to leave for work, he told him to consider the apartment his own home. Left alone, Suho opened his status window, distributing his newly earned bonus point. He think this is the right time to balance stamina with other attributes, and invested the remaining point into sensitivity. The updated window displayed his new level with 3 red-marked statuses, a result that even he found astonishing. He couldn't help but think that achieving such a status at level 40 felt almost like cheating. Dude, I'm dying here. Is he just realized it now? Once finished, Suho explored the apartment, meticulously searching for surveillance cameras. He considered that while he trusted Jinhui, it was better to be cautious. After all, this was the home of a conglomerate's youngest son. After inspecting every corner of the house, Suho confirmed there were no surveillance cameras. The mansion was too big, and he found himself more exhausted than when he had battled the dragon. With no prying eyes around, he finally allowed himself to relax. Keep in mind, this is the same day after he killed the dragon. But his phone kept buzzing, leaving him perplexed. Upon checking, he discovered countless messages flooding in, and even more troubling, his personal information had been exposed. Strangers somehow had his number. He sighed, realizing the need for a new phone and number. After a refreshing shower, Suho sank into this $1 million bed, determined to rest before the evening. He had plans that demanded his full focus. That night, inside a corporate database center, a portal materialized. Some suspicious individuals wearing masks stepped through, ensuring that nobody was around, and began preparing for their mission. One of them threw a heavy bag onto the floor, and surprise, surprise, it was a bomb. They moved quickly, planting the bomb into the servers. As they meticulously worked, a calm voice interrupted them, warning against leaving bombs in such a place. Startled, the terrorists demanded to know who was there. They were sure no one was supposed to be in the building at this hour. Emerging from the shadows, our boy appeared. Suho nonchalantly explained he had anticipated their arrival and had come specifically to talk. Their leader ordered the terrorists to retreat through the portal, but before they could leave, Suho threw his spear, striking one of the terrorists to the ground. The others froze in shock, unable to understand what had caused their leader to fall. They couldn't see anything unusual in that place. As one of them rushed to help, they realized she couldn't move. Suho had used his shadow bind skill to immobilize her. The girl terrorist commanded her subordinates to leave her and change their focus to eliminate Suho instead. They drew their daggers, charging at him, but Suho didn't even flinch. He activated his intimidation skill without moving an inch. Immediately, the terrorists collapsed, trembling with fear. Calmly, Suho asked if they were part of the group called Banshee, a secretive terrorist organization notorious for its bombings. The team gasped, astonished. How can Suho knew their group name? Without offering an explanation, he strode toward them, pulling off their masks one by one, revealing their identities. First was Guak Duho, the team's heavy lifter and a day laborer. Next was Seo Kyo-wan, the bomb maker who led a double life as a middle school science teacher. Then came Kim Hyun-min, their transporter, using his movement skill, which is portal maker, to evade capture while working as a delivery driver. Finally, Gu Yeonhwa, the mastermind, and a university student with an EMP ability capable of disabling electronic and magical devices. Yeonhwa, shaken, demanded to know how Suho had uncovered their secrets. Suho smiled slyly, claiming he had his ways. He also remarked that Yeonhwa surely recognized him. She admitted she did know him. After all, who didn't know the rookie hunter capable of clearing the Tower of Challenge? However, she was baffled by his presence at their operation, unable to find any flaw in their plan. Suho then crouched in front of her, observing her closely. As expected, she was quick to assess the situation and adapt. Thus, Suho activated his intimidation skill again, amplifying his fear aura. Yeonhwa fell to the ground, her entire body trembling as the overwhelming fear gripped her tight. This fear is no joke, even for her. Suho began to list their crimes. 3 terrorist attacks, including tonight's, which, although avoiding civilian casualties, had caused significant property damage. He noted that thanks to Yeonhwa's EMP ability, the police had no leads to find them. But he had trick that can track them down effortlessly. He knew everything, how they operated, erased their traces, and even the identities of their family. So, if they don't want to harm their family, they need to cooperate now. Cornered, Yeonhwa offered to answer all Suho's questions if he spared her team and her family. Suho leaned in, his face inches from hers. He grinned and remarked that she was finally ready to talk. Suho then addressed the group, clarifying that he was not affiliated with the government and had no intention of arresting or harming them. He asked whether that was sufficient as an introduction or not. Yeonhwa, however, keeps skeptical, questioning how Suho expected them to believe him. Suho sighed, expressing disappointment that they couldn't be reasoned with. He suggested that if things continued this way, it might be better to hand them over to the police. His gaze lingered on Yeonhwa, making it clear that their fate depended entirely on them, whether they chose to trust him or preferred the alternative. Faced with limited options, Yeonhwa reluctantly asked what Suho truly wanted from them. Standing up, Suho proposed that they move to another location to talk and insisted that they dismantle and bring along all the bombs they had planted. He suggested their hideout would be an ideal place to continue the conversation. Realizing that Suho also knew their hideout, Yeonhwa couldn't hide her disbelief. She wondered just how much Suho knew about them. Without answering directly, Suho called out to Hyunmin, instructing him to open a portal. As Hyunmin opened the portal, Suho commented that there was no time to waste taking a taxi. Once at their hideout, Suho demanded that they remove their masks. They initially resisted, but the group eventually complied after a sharp death stare from Suho, driving them with fear. In the end, Yeonhwa's frustration boiled over as she demanded to know how Suho had discovered their location and why he had appeared before them, when his reputation suggested his focus was solely on conquering gates. Suho responded with a wry smile, explaining that he had used his abilities to uncover all their secrets, including their plans for criminal activities. He pressed further, revealed his true intention. He wanted them to work for him. If they saw the article about him, they would surely know he intended to join the Hunter Association, and he needed them for this purpose. Yeonhwa's anger erupted at this audacious proposal, accusing Suho of planning to hand them over to the association to secure a special recruitment position. Yet Suho calmly reassured her that he had no intention of betraying them and asked if they could hear him out. He then outlined his plan. He intended to take the Level 5 exam, transition through a few positions, and ultimately join the Special Forces unit. This revelation provoked a sudden angry reaction from the group, clearly demonstrating their deep hatred for the Special Forces. Suho explained that he knew their entire history of targeting locations tied to the Special Forces unit and how their hatred had festered to the point of leading them to terrorism, all of it stemming from this grudge. Suho acknowledged their anger, stating that his motivations were the same as theirs. They shared a similar reason. Like them, he was a gate orphan. He admitted that at first he had believed his suffering was a misfortune. However, he later discovered that the disaster he endured had been deliberately engineered. The government, fully aware of the impending gate shock, had chosen not to act, prioritizing development projects tied to the area instead. With a determined expression, Suho declared his intent to rise within the Special Forces unit to make those responsible pay what they deserved. However, as the Special Forces unit held a strong position and significant control within the Hunter Association, he realized he needed their help. He promised to aid in their quest for revenge, ensuring it was precise and certain, but they needed to prepare everything under his guidance. But Manhwa questioned Suho's confidence in passing the Level 5 exam. It wouldn't be that easy even for him. With a firm determination, Suho suggesting that they could decide to follow him only if he succeeded. However, he warned that any criminal activity during this time would nullify his proposal and prompt him to hand them over to the authorities without hesitation. Suho stood, ready to leave, acknowledging the shock his proposal must have caused. The Banshee organization, known for its anonymity, was now exposed before him. Their plan to strike the Special Forces unit had also been discovered. Of course, they would be confused by now. He smirked, remarking that in his past life, it had been a monumental challenge to apprehend Banshee members. Through their interrogation, he had learned crucial details about them. Reflecting on their shared circumstances, he believed their anger had festered into hatred, leading them down a path of terrorism. If only someone had guided Banshee earlier, their trajectory might have been different. With a resolute expression, Suho committed to setting them on a better path. He would give them as much time as they needed to decide, but he was confident Manhwa would eventually accept his offer. His skills were undeniable. After all, there was no better choice than to accept his proposal. With a faint smile, he departed, wishing them to make a wise choice in their decision. Meanwhile, at the Korean Hunter Association, Chulman was enduring a scolding from his superior. Apologizing profusely, he kept saying sorry because he couldn't bring Suho to meet his boss. After that, he eventually left the office, weighed down by the heavy scolding he had endured for hours. Outside, he suddenly has a mental crisis, questioning whether he should abandon his position and join a civilian guild. However, his dedication to his vision kept him here. Even more, after he had already endured so much over the years, he couldn't just quit like this. As he wrestled with his thoughts, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Turning quickly, he found himself face to face with Chief P. Sung-yeol of the Special Forces unit. Internally, he panicked. What a bad luck after getting scolded for hours. Now he had to face this guy. Chief Pai noted that everyone in the association had heard about the scolding, and he had come here to offer encouragement. He congratulated Chulman for enduring the scolding from the old man earlier. He acknowledged how draining it must have been and inquired about the reason behind it. Chulman hesitated before admitting that the reprimand stemmed from a misunderstanding involving Suho. Chief Pai raised an eyebrow, noting that he had heard the issue was indeed caused by a rookie called Suho. However, Chulman clarified that Suho wasn't directly responsible, but that Chulman had failed to bring Suho to the association, which had escalated the situation. Hearing this, Chief Pai's expression turned contemplative. He mentioned that he could help resolve the issue, leaving Chulman surprised. When Chulman asked how, Chief P explained that summoning someone to the association was not as complicated as it seemed. All they needed was to issue Suho a pin and charge to bring him to the association. Once there, the situation could be addressed, and any misunderstandings cleared up. Chulman was shocked to hear that. He added that Suho was someone they should aim to leave a good impression on, but Chief Pai smirked, emphasizing that the association president would release Suho, who had been summoned for questioning, and then give him some prize. This would resolve everything neatly, he added. His sharp gaze met Chulman's, remarked that Suho likely had intentions of registering with the association anyway. Wouldn't this solution benefit everyone involved? On the other side, this absurd suggestion made Chulman visibly anxious. Laughing nervously, Chulman dismissed it as one of Chief P's mischievous jokes. He explained that using such forceful methods against someone as accomplished as Suho could lead to disastrous consequences. Chief P's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he commented that every time he looked at Chulman, he couldn't help but think of what a genuinely good person Chulman was. He sarcastically wondered why the government should fear a single hunter. They have the power to trample everyone, so they should hold their heads high. Want to end this bullshit? Chulman only nodded. Chief Pai, however, leaned in with a more earnest expression. He encouraged Chulman to think things through carefully, reminding him of the association's authority to investigate and prosecute hunters. He pointed out the historical power of prosecutors and how fear of their authority used to keep people in check. Chulman listened quietly as Chief Pai urged him to adopt a more flexible mindset, emphasizing that as members of the association, they need not fear anyone. Sometimes unconventional methods were necessary to achieve results, he explained. Before leaving, Chief Pai reassured Chulman that he was always available to provide assistance if needed. As Chief P walked away, Chulman watched him in disbelief. To be honest, me too. I'm also in disbelief, guys. I bet he would get wrecked by Suho in the future. Back to Chulman. A mix of emotions swirled within him, and he muttered under his breath, calling the man sneaky. Initially, Chulman had thought Chief Pai would be different from his unknowledgeable superiors, especially as he was one of the hunters working within the association. But he soon realized that Chief Pai's deep understanding of hunters and their mindset allowed him to exploit loopholes for his own gain. This revelation could only leave Chulman with a bitter taste. Stepping outside the association's building, Chulman decided to take a moment to rest. His thoughts drifted to Suho. He wondered why Suho, who had seemed cooperative with the association in the first place, suddenly appeared distant during their recent phone call. Perhaps, Chulman speculated, the allure of offers from powerful guilds had drawn Suho away, making him reconsider his desire to work for the association. Looking up at the sky, Chulman found himself questioning Suho's real motives and decisions. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Suho exited a taxi, fully equipped in his new gear, the first Mumu. The system's voice echoed in his mind, announcing the activation of monochrome solitude. Feeling he had completed all his preparations, Suho clenched his fist and decided to move forward with his next plan. He climbed over a fence and entered an abandoned building. He then looked around as he scanned his surroundings with magic detection. A faint trail of dark mana appeared, leading him to a narrow hallway. He murmured to himself, noting how gates inherently emit a large amount of mana, so no matter how well hidden they are, they still leak magical power. And by looking at this kind of mana flowing around, he considered that his next gate had already appeared here. Following the trail, he found a hidden gate. It was sealed and inactive, shrouded in a magical aura that blended into the air around it. He recognized the gate as a hidden dungeon, requiring specific conditions to unlock. Drawing a knife from his inventory, Suho's lips curved into a smirk. He then made a shallow cut on his palm, letting a few drops of blood fall onto the gate. The system's voice confirmed that the condition had been met, and the gate began to open. A notification informed Suho of his discovery. He had located a hidden gate and achieved a remarkable milestone, earning 5 bonus stats as a reward. As the gate revealed its name, Blood's Decree, the system displayed additional information. Entry conditions and maximum capacity remained unknown. Suho gazed at the swirling energy of the opened gate, his smirk deepening as he prepared to step into this dungeon. Whatever lay ahead, he was ready to face it head-on. Inside the gate, Suho used his glow in the dark powder, letting the faint, bluish light fill the pitch-black cave. The illumination revealed rough stone walls and narrow pathways ahead, giving him a clear sense of his surroundings. He noted to himself with a smile that this must be the first stage, a warm-up designed to ease challengers into the gate. It felt a bit underwhelming to him, but he moved forward with calm confidence. As he walked, something wet landed on his head. Startled, he glanced upward, and his eyes were met with dozens of glowing red eyes staring back at him. He quickly realized that the liquid wasn't water, but saliva dripping from vampire bats perched on the ceiling. Before he could react further, the creatures swooped down in unison, screeching loudly as they charged at him. He remained unfazed, finding the whole situation more amusing than threatening. These were just minions, insignificant obstacles. Without hesitation, he activated intimidation, releasing a powerful wave of blue energy. The aura swept through the cavern, paralyzing the bats mid-air. One by one they dropped to the ground, trembling as fear overtook them. After a moment, Suho summoned his phantom shadow spear, stabbing it into the cave floor with deliberate force. The spear reacted immediately, releasing a dark energy that enveloped the fallen bats. The creatures let out weak, final screeches before being reduced to wisps of shadow, their essence absorbed into the spear. The entire process took only seconds, leaving the cavern eerily silent once again. Suho opened his status window, planning to use his bonus stat. After that, all his statuses turned to a red value of 5. He reminded himself that raising all his stats evenly, though unconventional, gave him the flexibility to adapt to any situation. Looking back at the fight, the combination of his skills worked seamlessly to eliminate small fry like vampire bats. Using S-class intimidation against such insignificant creatures might have seemed excessive, but to him, it was simply efficient. Moving deeper into the cave, Suho reflected on how tedious it was to rely solely on intimidation. While it saved time, it took the fun out of fighting. Higher-level monsters, especially special ones, would likely develop resistance to fear. Even so, with his skills at S rank, resistance alone wouldn't be enough to stop him. Eventually, he found himself standing before an ornate door. Its intricate carvings and ominous aura suggested something significant lay beyond. He paused, feeling a flicker of excitement as he noted that he was nearing his goal. With a smirk, he told himself that it was time for the main course. He pushed open the door, and the system immediately confirmed his entry into the boss room. The sight before him was unexpectedly grand. The chamber resembled a majestic castle, complete with towering walls and an air of foreboding power. Suho could sense a strong presence within, though the room seemed empty at first glance. Unsheathing his sword, he prepared for whatever would come next. Without warning, a massive bat-like creature descended from the ceiling, its wings casting long shadows across the chamber. Suho blocked its strike effortlessly, his sword clashing with its claws. In a burst of sparks, he recognized the creature instantly, a great king vampire bat. The challenge now seemed far more interesting. Before he could act further, a heavy thud behind him made him turn abruptly. A towering blood golem emerged from the shadows, its entire body pulsating with the deep red glow of coagulated blood. Suho narrowly avoided the golem's crushing blow, which shattered the ground where he had been standing moments earlier. Assessing the situation, he observed the two creatures carefully. They were no ordinary foes, but neither did they seem like the gate's final boss. He concluded that they were likely mini-bosses, designed to test him before the real fight. Determined to end the battle quickly, he charged toward the blood golem, aiming for its core. As he struck the golem, the great king vampire bat swooped in from behind, exploiting an opening to attack. But our boy reacted swiftly, blocking the bat's claws, while simultaneously dodging another strike from the golem. The two monsters worked together in surprising harmony, forcing him into a continuous exchange of blows. Despite being attacked from both sides, he maintained his composure, deflecting their strikes with precision. After a prolonged struggle, Suho decided to unleash one of his stronger attacks. Gathering his energy, he struck both monsters simultaneously, creating a powerful explosion that filled the room with smoke and debris. Certain of his victory, he stood amidst the destruction, scanning the room for signs of movement. As the dust began to clear, Suho's confidence wavered. Standing tall amidst the rubble were the golem and the vampire bat, visibly damaged but far from defeated. Their glowing eyes burned with renewed fury. and Suho realized his mistake. He had underestimated their resilience. Staring at his opponents, Suho gripped his sword tighter. He acknowledged that the fight wasn't over yet and told himself that this time he would get serious. The real battle was just beginning. The battle resumed with a heightened intensity. As Suho had predicted, his physical attacks proved useless against opponents of this caliber. The Blood Golem and Great King Vampire Bat were resistant to conventional methods, forcing him to shift tactics. Without hesitation, Suho summoned a new sword into his left hand, its polished blade shimmering faintly under the dim light. It was an item he had prepared specifically for this moment. When the two monsters launched a coordinated assault, Suho responded swiftly. His right-hand sword intercepted the golem's crushing strike, while his newly summoned weapon pierced through the vampire bat's chest. He already knew the blade alone wouldn't be enough to kill them, but his calm expression showed us that this was his checkmate. He murmured to himself, acknowledging that every monster had a weakness. For these creatures, their vampiric characteristics made pure silver combined with the holy attribute their ultimate weakness. As if responding to his thoughts, the system informed him that holy power had been activated. The glow around the silver blade intensified, radiating a divine light that seemed to repel the darkness in the room. Suho's next strike found its mark. The vampire bat screeched as the holy infused blade tore through its body. Its massive form exploded before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. With confidence, Suho steps his foot on the fallen creature's head, looking at his remaining opponent with a smirk. He commented aloud that holy power was proving invaluable in situations like this. The Blood Golem, realizing its ally had been slain, shifted its focus entirely onto Suho. It moved with surprising speed for its massive size, aiming to crush him under its weight. Suho, however, was unfazed. Using his enchanted blade, he delivered a precise, glowing strike that split the golem's core in two. The monster crumbled instantly, reduced to a harmless puddle of blood and debris. Watching the remains dissolve, Suho reflected on how effective his strategy had been. The healer's exclusive holy attribute enchantment skill was undeniably a game-changer. He mused to himself that by combining a pure silver weapon with holy power, every attack became a critical hit against these types of enemies, an ideal countermeasure. Just as Suho was about to relax, an overwhelming aura filled the air, cutting through the stillness of the room. From the darkness deeper within the castle, a presence emerged. Suho's eyes narrowed as he turned toward the source. The aura was suffocating, carrying with it the weight of malice and ancient power. Suho couldn't help but smile as he muttered to himself that his true target had finally appeared. From the shadows stepped a figure that resembled a man, but its every movement exuded an unnatural grace. Blood trailed behind it, like a flowing cape, pooling with each step. The creature spoke with disdain, accusing Suho of not only invading its castle without fear, but also daring to kill its subordinates. Its voice carried a chilling arrogance, calling Suho a lowly being, ignorant of his place. The system then identified the monster as the cursed prince, the boss of the castle. Suho chuckled at the creature's arrogant words. Ignoring its command to kneel and repent, he pointed his finger directly at the prince, declaring that he had come here specifically to kill him. The cursed prince's expression twisted with fury. Blood-red energy surged around him as he called Suho's arrogance intolerable, vowing to make him suffer. With a small gesture from his hand, he directed a power that struck Suho. But our boy raised his swords just in time, deflecting the assault with practiced ease. The clash of their energies sent shockwaves through the room, rattling the walls. The cursed prince then raised his left hand, summoning an ominous concentration of blood energy. His voice dripped with malice as he taunted Suho, claiming he would soon regret his insolence. The blood energy shot into the ground, and in an instant, a blood veil spread across the room. The thick crimson mist obscured everything in sight, making it nearly impossible to locate the vampire. Suho clenched his jaw, realizing how dangerous the situation had become. The prince's presence permeated the air, making it hard to pinpoint his movements. He stayed on high alert, mentally preparing for an attack from any direction. As if on cue, the vampire appeared behind him, launching a surprise strike. But as expected, Suho's instincts kicked in, allowing him to block the attack just in time. The prince clicked his tongue in irritation, showing his frustration. Suho retaliated immediately, his blade slicing through the prince's body. But instead of falling, the vampire barely flinched. With a flat face, he questioned whether Suho truly thought such a feeble attack could harm him. Enraged, the vampire's voice boomed through the room. He accused Suho of insolence before unleashing a devastating skill. Blood scream. The air vibrated with the sound of the scream, an oppressive wave of energy that bore down on Suho with immense force. But Suho braced himself, knowing the fight had just escalated to a more dangerous point. As the blood scream reverberated through the castle, Suho wasted no time. He drove his sword into the floor, summoning his healing spirit skill. Divine energy radiated outward, forming a glowing barrier that surrounded him, its warmth washing over his body and healing his wounds. The vampire halted mid-charge, visibly repulsed by the energy. Its crimson eyes narrowed in disgust as it sneered, declaring that the aura emanating from Suho was unbearably unpleasant. The vampire's irritation grew as it watched Suho's injuries vanish before its eyes. Ignoring the creature's pointed question about what he was doing, Suho raised his sword, a mischievous smile tugging at his lips. He dryly remarked that, as a healer, it was his job to fix things, even wounds. Then, with mock concern, he asked if he should heal the vampire's injuries as well. The vampire scoffed, but quickly froze, glancing down at his body. A gaping wound had appeared, and for the first time, its arrogance faltered. He demanded to know what Suho had done. Suho's smirk deepened as he cryptically replied that he would gladly demonstrate it again. The vampire's fury erupted as it roared, questioning how a mere human could wound a being of its stature. His bloodlust intensified, and it charged at Suho with blinding speed, eyes glowing with unrestrained malice. Suho met the attack head-on, parrying the vampire's clawed hand with one sword and striking back with the other. The clash of their opposing auras filled the air with tension, each strike resonating with the weight of their powers. The vampire's movements became more erratic as he sought openings in Suho's defense. Finally, he smiled wickedly, believing he had found a flaw, and unleashed a devastating combo attack aimed directly at Suho. But Suho was faster. He anticipated the maneuver and sidestepped at the last second, disappearing from the vampire's line of sight. He reappeared behind the vampire in a blur of motion, his sword slicing through his enemy's defenses and sending it hurtling into the castle wall. The impact left cracks in the stone as the vampire crumpled to the floor, momentarily stunned. Suho didn't waste the opportunity, charging forward with lethal intent. His sword struck true, but the vampire, enraged and desperate, retaliated with all its might. Their final clash was fierce and decisive, with two distinct auras and powers overlapping. As the dust settled, Suho stood victorious. The vampire's head rolled to the ground, severed cleanly from its body. Suho approached him cautiously, asking if the enemy was really dead. With a mix of irritation and amusement, he muttered to himself, addressing the fallen creature as a pesky mosquito. He mused aloud about how such an arrogant being could fall so easily, but before he could finish his thought, the severed head life again and bit his hand. A sharp pain jolted through Suho as the vampire's fangs sank into his skin. Suho growled in annoyance as he pulled the head off and threw it against the wall, smashing it. The system chimed in, informing him that he had been bitten by a royal vampire. Within his mind, the vampire's triumphant voice echoed, mocking Suho for his stupidity and boasting that the bite would turn him into its slave. But Suho didn't care, muttered again about the creature being no better than a mosquito. However, a wave of dizziness overtook him. The system alerted him that kin conversion had begun and his blood was becoming corrupted. Suho fell to his knees, gripping his head as a terrible thirst burned inside him. The vampire's laughter filled his mind, taunting him that it was too late to resist. The system displayed a chilling progress bar. Kin conversion is now at 42%. Despite the chaos in his body, Suho steadied his thoughts. He resolved to endure the process until he reached the threshold necessary to gain the vampire trait. At 50% progress, he prepared to purify the corruption with holy water from his inventory. But as he summoned the item, the holy water shattered in his hand. The vampire's voice returned, mocking him for his futile efforts. It reminded Suho that this was its domain and all his actions were meaningless. Suho remained silent, realizing this vampire was more meticulous than he had thought. Looking around, he noticed that the castle walls shifted and restored themselves, and the vampire's body had vanished entirely. He knew Phase 2 was about to begin. The system keep warned that Suho's blood was becoming increasingly corrupted. But Suho, even in his weakened state, smirked. He muttered to himself about a hidden card he had yet to play. Closing his eyes, he focused on his remaining strength, triggering the next stage of his evolution. The system chimed with a series of notifications, since he had already achieved level 50, and now the second condition, life-threatening circumstances, was also fulfilled. As a result, Dragon Armor was unlocked, granting him 2 new S-rank skills, Dragon Endurance and Dragon Skin. A powerful surge of energy coursed through Suho's body as the effects of Dragon's Endurance activated. The corrupted blood began to purify itself, turning into raw power that his body absorbed. The system confirmed, kin conversion has been halted, corrupted blood absorbed successfully. As the transformation was completed, Suho smiled. Thankfully, he lifted it on time. At that moment, that place distorted, and he came into an unknown place. He suddenly felt as though he was seeing a dragon in front of him, and the system clarified that, because all necessary conditions had been fulfilled, the second power of dragon blood would now unlock. The moment it happened, the dragon armor also became active. The system relayed that he had mastered Dragon's Endowment and Dragon Skin. The Dragon's Endowment effect was triggered, and it prevented any further assimilation. The purified blood began to be absorbed, while the corrupted blood was completely removed due to the Dragon's Endowment. By that point, he had successfully mastered the unknown power drawn from the absorbed corrupted blood. Looking at his own hand, he then sensed his body becoming noticeably lighter once all those skills had taken effect. He recalled having planned to awaken the second power of dragon blood in a different gate. But it turned out the skill could be unlocked here. The system further explained that the dragon's endowment was an innate choice and power granted only to those who were born with the dragon's blood, conferring both nobility and superiority to the bloodline. While that effect remained active, the player would be immune to any form of infection or corruption, automatically absorbing whatever corruption existed and converting it into healing and evolution. Although the condition for that skill's activation was not public knowledge, Suho smirked because he had gleaned all this from Yongma. Since kin conversion itself posed a life-threatening danger, the system had recognized it as a qualifying situation. The system then announced that he had also mastered Vampire. A new skill had been unlocked from mastering Vampire, and even though the dragon's endowment had purified the corrupted blood, it had simultaneously absorbed and granted the power contained within the vampire's blood, thereby still giving him the new skill. However, on examining his newly acquired Vampire skill, he found it sealed. That discovery left him feeling disappointed, given the effort it had taken to obtain it. To be honest, he felt some small excitement over acquiring dragon blood and vampire blood simultaneously, though apparently the two blood types could not coexist entirely in a single body. He sighed. Well, at least he had gained additional skills in the form of vampiric blood to extract blood, blood jade for storing it, and blood weapon. The blood weapon skill could normally be wielded only by vampires of noble rank and required substantial amounts of blood to use, which meant he would need to focus on eliminating numerous monsters and storing their essence in the blood jade. Thinking through, this plan would also let him enhance Phantom Shadow. One enemy could now serve 2 weapons. At that moment, he grew irritated by the vampire boss's continuous mumbling. The vampire voice, echoing in his mind, still refused to believe that a mere human could survive his bite, lamenting that he was truly cursed and useless. Suddenly, Suho felt a powerful tremor, and the system reported that the cursed prince had transformed into a cursed king. The same vampire then emerged in its second phase, announcing its intention to kill everyone and destroy anything stronger than himself. The system noted that from now on, the angry cursed king was on a rampage. From behind his back, blood twisted into the shape of wings, and it roared, releasing a swirling aura. Observing this, Suho noticed the vampire's power had grown incomparable to its earlier form. In an instant, the vampire directed an attack at him, but in the blink of an eye, Suho appeared behind his foe, intending to strike. Yet the vampire's newly formed wings easily blocked him, and the enraged vampire told him with his cold tone, claiming that none of his attacks would work anymore. Finding himself cornered, Suho realized that the situation was becoming more complicated. Their fight raged on, and Suho reactivated his holy power, pointing out that no matter how strong the vampire became, holy energy remained its weakness. Even so, the vampire promptly shattered his holy-infused sword, declaring that it could no longer be hindered by such power. Grasping that regular weapons were useless now, Suho resorted to his newly unlocked skill, Blood Weapon, and forged a fresh blade from his own blood. The sight of a human possessing a noble vampire's power sent the boss into a fury, mocking the idea that such a lowly being should ever obtain it. But our boy didn't care. He pressed on, imbuing the new weapon with holy power, then took note of the result. Looking at his new weapon, he concluded that attack and durability for the blood weapon would match his stats, currently at red rank, so he believed it sufficient to challenge this formidable enemy. Determined to end the battle, Suho stepped forward, seemingly belittling the vampire in the process. Enraged by the perceived insult, the cursed king launched another strike, but Suho managed to counter by creating a shield from the blood weapon. He made sure to emphasize that the vampire was not the only one who could create such barriers. Sensing the gap, with a swift slash, Suho decapitated the vampire once more. At least, in the end, he felt this was his real win. After severing the vampire boss's head, Suho approached the disembodied head lying on the floor. The vampire sneered, declaring that no matter how many times Suho decapitated him, he could not be killed. Yet Suho ignored the boast and casually kicked the head, muttering about how annoying the vampire was. Drawing his phantom spear, he remarked that it was time to end this nonsense before the vampire caused any more trouble. Without hesitation, he drove the spear into the ground beside the head, activating Shadow Bind. Instantly, shadowy chains erupted from the floor, locking the vampire's head. The vampire began ranting that the situation was impossible. How could a mere human have so much power? But Suho remained focused, activating vampire blood to drain the cursed king's lifeblood into his blood jade. As the crimson liquid flowed into the jade, Suho noted with satisfaction how easy it was to see how much blood had been collected. He recalled the Blood Monarch, a notorious figure once known as an ordinary healer at the Central Blood Institute. That healer had stumbled upon the Hidden Gate Blood's decree, barely surviving to reach the boss room, only to be bitten by the cursed king. Instead of succumbing to kin conversion, the healer managed to neutralize it and gained unique vampire skills, eventually transforming into the Blood Monarch. That infamous villain had terrorized the world until Suho himself captured him in the past, reducing the once feared figure to a mere source of information. And yeah, from all the information, he learned all this stuff and how he managed to find this dungeon. As the last drops of blood drained into the jade, the vampire cursed Suho, swearing vengeance and vowing to make him pay. Again, Suho chuckled, mocking the vampire to try his best if he could. At that moment, the system announced that the Phantom Shadow Spear was reacting to the cursed King's shadow and absorbing it. A notification followed, stating that the spear had grown stronger. Once the vampire's death was confirmed, the system announced that the hidden gate had been cleared. A barrage of notifications popped out, awarded Suho numerous points and levels. As he walked toward the exit gate, he reflected once again on the unmatched greatness of dragons. No matter how formidable kin conversion seemed, it was insignificant compared to the power of dragon blood. Yet, he couldn't help but feel annoyed about the sealed vampire blood. Just as Suho's thoughts lingered on his frustrations, the system reappeared with a surprising announcement. It stated that his talents had been carefully analyzed and that he was being awarded a unique skill tailored specifically to him. The system declared that he received new blood, a new type of bloodline. The basis of its evolution is absorbing and integrating existing elements. He can accept all bloodline effects without discrimination as his own. With this, he gained harmony, which prevents conflict between bloodline skills and preserves the effects of both sides, refinement, which removes negative effects possessed by bloodline skills, and qualification, which restores the original qualification of bloodline skills. Reading the notification, Suho muttered in astonishment that he had never heard of such a skill. He realized this was a jackpot. As if on cue, the system indicated that the vampire seal had been lifted thanks to new blood. His vampire skills were unlocked and upgraded to S+ rank. Additionally, he acquired Original Vampire, the purest bloodline of the royal vampires. Because of the original vampire, all his vampire skills were upgraded to S rank. Additionally, he gained immunity to garlic, silver, and sunlight. Reading the skill description, Suho marveled at its rarity. Even the Blood Monarch had only attained A+ rank with his vampire blood traits, and none of his skills carried the prestigious terms royal or original. Suho concluded that this was due to the unique effects of new blood. Smiling, he thought to himself how fortunate it was that things had turned out far better than he'd anticipated. However, he reminded himself that not everything in life would always align with his plans, and resolved to remain adaptable. Just because he could change the future for the better, it didn't mean all the butterfly effects would reward him nicely like this. Still, being cautious wouldn't let him down, right? Now, feeling satisfied that he had obtained everything he could from the gate, Suho made his way toward the exit, muttering about making a big impression at Nexus. Meanwhile, at Nexus Academy, Director Kim Sue walks into the guild leader's office. She seems a little nervous. Inside the office, she announced that Hunter Kim Suho would be arriving tomorrow to join their guild. Hearing this, the guild leader leaned back with a thoughtful expression. He urged the team to prepare thoroughly, smiling as he remarked that with someone as unpredictable as Suho, they could never know if he might suddenly change his mind. Suho walked into Jinhui's apartment and found Jinhui asleep on the sofa, which surprised him. He wondered why Jinhui slept there instead of his 10 million won bed. Suddenly, Jinhui woke up looking exhausted and casually mentioned that Suho had cleared the tower again that day. He told Suho that since he was now his temporary neighbor and partner, he felt something was missing. Grinning, he pulled out some bottles, saying they should have a party to celebrate. But since Suho was not home when he arrived, he had just fallen asleep while waiting. Suho figured Jinhui must have been tired from dealing with everything. He also got the feeling that it would not be the last time something like that happened, so he asked for forgiveness in advance. Jinhui found Suho's confidence a little annoying, but Suho just laughed it off. Even though it was late, they decided to have a drink together. While drinking, Suho stated that he liked his new place and thought it was a great place to live. To be honest, Suho had read about Jinhui's life on a blog and commented that he seemed to have it pretty good, but he was clearly not just some regular rich guy. Jinhui laughed and agreed, explaining that he was the youngest son of a big business family, so there was no way he could ever be ordinary. Jinhui then revealed that his father was the chairman of the Daisen Group. Suho found it hard to believe. Jinhui continued, sharing another secret. His siblings all had different mothers. His mother was not the chairman's wife, but more like a mistress, making him an illegitimate son. Because of this, no one in the company knew about him. Since he and Suho had been working together for a while, he decided to share this truth with him. Hearing that, Suho wondered if journalism was just a side hobby for Jinhui. Jinhui said it actually made him happy. Even though he got a lot of money from his father, he had no control over the company. He did not own any shares and planned to give up his part of the business. He admitted he was terrible at management and only knew how to write. Well, Suho thought he was an amazing journalist. Jinhui felt a little awkward hearing that, but also happy. He had never met a hunter like Suho before, then suggested they have another drink. The next morning, Jinhui woke up and greeted Suho. Suho then asked if he even worked on weekends, and Jinhui said he had a lot to do. Suho regretted drinking so much the night before, especially if he had known Jinhui had work today, but Jinhui thought it was fine since they had fun. He joked about whether Jinhui would still keep searching for new articles besides his exclusive news with him, but Jinhui said he could not just live off one story forever. Jinhui then asked what Suho planned to do that day. Suho reminded him about his visit to the Nexus Guild, stating the truth, he had reached level 50 the day before and gained some new abilities. Hearing that, Jinhui was shocked, finding it hard to believe Suho had leveled up 10 times in a single day. But Suho shrugged it off, saying it was just a coincidence and that he was now at level 51. With each new thing he learned about Suho, Jinhui found him more and more mysterious. Yet, suddenly, Jinhui insisted that if Suho was heading to a guild meeting, he should dress properly. Suho did not see the point, but Jinhui offered to lend him some clothes and a watch, saying he should make a strong impression. He also suggested taking a nice car instead of using public transport or a taxi. Later, Suho arrived at the Nexus Guild in a car and realized it did make an impact. Everyone looked impressed by him at the entrance. Inside, a man named Bae Dong-hyuk handed him a business card, introducing himself as the leader of the Nexus Guild. Suho took the card and introduced himself in return. Inside the negotiation room, Dong-hyuk brought up how much Suho had grown in just a few days. He admitted that the guild was worried Suho might change his mind about joining them. He also remembered Suho once saying he wanted to become a public hunter. Suho confirmed that he still planned to join the Public Hunter Association. But Dong-hyuk found it confusing. Why would Suho be interested in a private guild if his goal was to be a public hunter? Suho then explained his plan. He believed that joining a guild would make it easier to get into the Public Hunter Association. He wanted to pass the Rank 5 exams that year. Hearing that, Dong-hyuk asked if Suho was just looking for the extra perks of being in a big guild. Suho nodded but added that was not the only reason. He had a psychological strategy. If he focused solely on the Public Hunter Association, they might assume they already had him. But by joining Nexus Guild first, he could create a situation where both sides benefited. While he was in the guild, he would make sure to be the best. Dong-hyuk listened carefully. He understood Suho's reasoning, but still had one concern. Nexus Guild had offered Suho a spot when he was still unknown. Now, plenty of guilds would gladly take him in. He wondered why Suho still wanted to choose them. He knew Suho was talented and could go anywhere. With a firm expression, he stated that if Suho had only picked their guild because he thought they seemed easy to deal with and were pushovers, they might have had to turn him down, even if he was a skilled hunter. Suho smiled, then shared his personal opinion, recalling a presentation from the Nexus Guild leader who had promised to help end the gates in Korea. In fact, in his past lives, Nexus had been very active in helping with damage control and had shown more loyalty than other private guilds in ending the gates. To him, their promise was genuine. He stated that even though he knew he was being used, he did not mind as long as he could be useful. He would even have preferred if they could continue working together after he joined the Great Hunter Association. Dong-hyuk smiled and understood his view, but questioned if joining the Great Hunter Association was necessary, arguing that private guilds could handle the gates and better support hunters. Suho acknowledged the point, but explained that to make a real effort to end the gates, they needed access to places others could not reach. The government had sealed off high-risk gates, and once he dealt with intermediate calamity gates, he would target the 5 great calamity gates. And now, until he joined the Hunter Association, every gate he cleared would be credited to the Nexus Guild, giving them a massive advantage in the industry. With confidence, he stated that he would make Nexus the #1 guild in the industry. Dong-hyuk confirmed that this arrangement lasted only while Suho was with them, and Suho agreed. He promised to give his all in that short time, not just clearing gates, but also recruiting and training new members. Director Kim Soo-ai was shocked when she heard that Suho planned to train the guild members. She was even more surprised when Suho revealed that he had chosen Kang Daehan as the first candidate he would assist. Director Kim became even more shocked. She remembered Daehan as the student who had recently changed his weapon. Suho explained that when he came to sign the contract for the scholarship last time, he had advised Daehan to become a tank. Director Kim jolted, concerned that it might not suit Daehan. But Suho assured her that he had analyzed the situation carefully. The results spoke for themselves. Daehan had performed well and even secured second place in the Hunter exam. Well, based on data and statistics, even the director herself hadn't expected Daehan to pass this year's Hunter test. Impressed, Director Kim Soo-ai thanked Suho, though he brushed it off as an easy task. The Nexus Guild secretary spoke. He saw Suho's arrangement as a great offer but had concerns. He pointed out that, based on Suho's statement, it seemed he planned to target sealed gates even while he was in Nexus. However, the sealed gates were under strict government protection, making it difficult for both individuals and large guilds to access them. Since the government prioritized safety over profit, he wondered how Suho planned to get permission. Suho picked up on the doubt, but the secretary clarified that they just needed proof. Suho then declared that once he secured the pass to obtain a sealed gate entrance permit, they could proceed with the contract. That way, they would know whether Suho was serious or just making big claims. Suho suggested clearing the sealed gates first before signing the contract, which the secretary agreed was a fair approach. He understood that despite the attention he had drawn, he was not even level 100 yet. He might have seemed like a notable rookie, But he was still a beginner who needed to prove himself fast. Suho had no doubts about his ability to do so, so he wanted to shed the rookie label and be recognized as a pro. Dong Hyuk smiled and found the decision amusing. He was satisfied with it. In the end, they agreed to continue discussions after Suho cleared the sealed gate. Later, as he and the secretary escorted Suho to his car, Dong Hyuk told the secretary to prepare all necessary documents and set up a special team to work exclusively with Suho. The secretary was surprised at the rush, thinking they should wait for fulfill his agreement first. Dong Hyuk, however, was confident it would not be an issue. He trusted that Suho would keep his word. The secretary sensed Dong Hyuk's certainty and decided to go along with it. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association of South Korea, Chulman was feeling stressed. Suho had already said he would not come to the Hunter Association, so explaining the invitation for his sudden appearance would be tricky. He considered announcing that they were granting Suho a commendation after clearing the Tower of Challenge, but the higher-ups would likely oppose it. They did not just want a formal confirmation. They only wanted a friendly photo opportunity with him. Deep down, Chulman did not want to force the issue, but was unsure how to convince Suho. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. Answering it, he introduced himself as the manager of the Top Gate Management Division. He did not recognize the number, but when he heard the voice on the other end, he jumped up in shock. It was Suho. After some time at the restaurant, Suho mentioned that he had not been there in a long time. He said they served the best boiled pork set. Chulman asked if he had been there before, but Suho suddenly got nervous and said he used to come often when he had a part-time job nearby. To be honest, Chulman was surprised that Suho had invited him to meet. He asked if Suho had a new phone number. Suho then explained that he had to change it because his old number was getting too many calls. Chulman understood and said it must have been annoying, but he was grateful that Suho reached out. He thought he would never be able to contact him again. Suho laughed, stating he would never do that. With a smile, he wondered if the association had told Chulman to hurry and bring him in. Hearing the sudden question, Chulman was shocked and asked why Suho was saying that. Suho said that after clearing the gate, he had thought about why Chulman tried to take him to the association. Usually, no matter how many hard gates hunters cleared, the association only requested collected data, not asking people to come. He looked into it and found out that the management often invited people just to take pictures with them. He said he would not have minded if they had been honest about it, as it was not a big deal for him. Chulman apologized, but Suho told him there was no need. He had already figured it out. Suho said he was even grateful because, in situations like that, people were often falsely accused or taken away by force. However, Chulman had acted professionally. Chulman looked away and admitted that forcing someone for a photo felt wrong. Suho said that was why he decided to visit the association himself. Hearing that, Chulman was surprised and asked if Suho really agreed to visit. Suho smiled and said he also wanted to. Meeting the management could be useful. He then asked when the meeting would take place. Chulman, shocked, told him not to rush. They could discuss it after lunch, but then he quickly stated he would set up the schedule right away. Later, at the South Korean Hunters Association, Suho took a photo with Jang Kang-won, the president of the association. The president happily said it was an honor to take a photo with him. He appreciated that Suho made time to visit despite being busy. Park Kyuman, the vice director, smiled and asked when they could meet such a talented newcomer again. Suho politely greeted them but felt disgusted inside. He wondered why they made him feel that way, even though he had not seen them in a long time. Jang Kang-won asked if Suho really wanted to join the South Korean Hunters Association. Suho reminded them that he had already answered that in an interview. The president asked if they could know his reason. Suho then explained that he had lost his parents because of the gate break. He wanted to end the crisis as soon as possible and ensure humanity's safety. However, Suho thought that was only one reason. The other reason he really wanted to work there again was that he could not let President Jang Kang-won and people like him destroy the organization. He believed Kang-won was a mannequin politician who snatched the association president position and then became a corrupt congressman. Suho smiled and thought he would make sure Kang-won would be removed from his position before the end of his term. He wondered how long Kang-won would keep laughing when his power was taken away. Meanwhile, he thought Kang-won was not the only problematic one. Suho was more annoyed by the vice president. Park Kyumun suddenly praised Suho, saying he was an impressive hunter. He refused money and wanted to join in helping humanity. Kyumun smiled and said Suho's parents would be proud of him. Suho thanked him, but inside, he knew that Kyumun was likely the one who insisted on bringing him there. Kyumun was someone who tried to impress the president. Because of people like them, Suho suffered from gates and unnecessary trouble in his past life. He was determined to prevent that from happening again. Kyumun laughed and asked which department Suho would like to work in if he joined. Suho said he was considering several options, but was most interested in the gate department. Kyumun asked why he chose that department. Suho then explained that, unlike private guilds, the association had an advantage when entering gates. The association's gate department checked them first, and then they were allowed to participate in gate raids. Kang Hwan commented that Suho had chosen the most dangerous department. Kyumun also agreed, saying only a talented hunter would aim for it. Kang Hwan turned to Chulman and said they should support Suho. Chulman got confused and asked what he meant. Kang Hwan said that if Suho truly wanted to end the gate crisis, they should assign several gates to him. He pointed out that the association had so many anyway. Hearing that, Chulman hesitated, saying that most of them were either sealed gates or very dangerous ones. Feeling this was the moment he wanted, Suho smiled and said, if it was a sealed gate or a hard gate, that was even better for him. Chulman was shocked and asked why Suho said that. He warned that those gates were extremely dangerous. Suho responded that he had to clear the gates that threatened humanity. Kangwon smiled and called him a true hunter. Chulman tried to object, but Kangwon sternly asked if he had any problems with that decision. He insisted that he was simply assigning a gate to Suho. Chulman, looking down, said he would prepare everything. Kangwon turned to Suho and said he could now take on that gate. Hearing that, Suho thanked him, adding that after clearing it, he would mention in an interview that the association had made it possible. Kangwon turned to the vice president and said that since Suho was handling gate problems, they should give him full support. Hearing all that nonsense, Chulman got nervous. He thought they were treating sealed gates like toys. He remembered why he disliked those unawakened officials. They did not understand the danger of sealed gates. Many hunters had already died in those places, which was why the government had sealed them. He clenched his teeth, realizing they were sending a promising newcomer to his death. That place was already called a graveyard for hunters. Suho smiled, sure that Chulman was probably frustrated right now. But he also knew what a sealed gate truly was. As for the president and vice president, who only cared about money, they did not care how many hunters died. As long as the raid was successful, the association would profit. Kangwon suddenly asked Suho what level he was preparing for the civil service exam. Suho instantly replied that he wanted to pass the level 5 exam by the end of the year. Kangwon commented that level 5 was quite difficult. However, Suho explained that he would have more opportunities at that level. That was why he wanted to join a private guild and gain experience. Kyumun said Suho was thinking wisely. He noted that private guilds preferred experienced hunters. However, he asked if private guilds offered temporary contracts these days. Suho nodded. That was why he was considering his options and hoped some guild could offer him a temporary contract. If he found the right place, he would work there until the exams. The association president said that if such a place existed, it would be very useful for Suho. With this, Suho smiled, realizing that was his chance. If the association president said so, then he could officially join the Nexus Guild. That would help him naturally create a connection between the Nexus Guild and the Hunter Association. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. An employee of the association, Chief P, asked if he could enter. Kangwon said he arrived just in time. Chief P walked in and grinned the moment he noticed Suho. He looked at Suho and commented that they actually had a guest, but Suho only looked at him with a flat face. The other annoying people gathered in one place. Chief P then decided to leave but got pulled back in when Kangwon insisted he say hi to Suho. He introduced Suho to him, and Chief P pretended to be shocked, acting all excited to meet such a famous figure. He thanked the president for the chance, saying he felt honored. Suho smiled, but deep down he did not really want to meet that guy. Too late now though. Chief P soon found out that Suho planned to take the level 5 civil service exam. He was shocked and told Suho that it would not be easy. Yet Suho just shrugged, saying it did not matter. He still had to try. Then Kang Hwan dropped another bombshell. Suho also planned to challenge the sealed gates. Now Chief P was tense. He asked if Suho even understood what those gates were. Suho smiled, saying he knew exactly what he was getting into. Chief Pi realized that if Suho was serious, nothing would change his mind. So he just hoped he succeeded. Suho watched Chief P, thinking that guy was always looking for talent. He was probably worried that someone as skilled as Suho could end up dying for nothing. Still, Chief P wished him luck with the exam, saying that if Suho joined the special forces, he would personally look out for him. The president jumped in, teasing Chief P for trying to snatch Suho up. But it was too late. Suho had already decided to join the gate department. Since Suho wanted to get rid of all the gates, he planned to use the gate priority pass. Chief Pi argued that the special forces could give him the same opportunity and looked at Chulman for confirmation. Chulman laughed and agreed. Chief P then mentioned that if Suho actually passed, things between him and Chulman might get complicated. He decided to talk more about it after the exam. Meanwhile, Chulman stayed quiet, looking worried. To be honest, Suho saw Chief P as a sneaky guy. He knew what that man meant before. If he passed the level 5 exam, he would outrank Chulman, which would put them in an awkward spot. That's why he was never close to Chief P. He was someone heartless. But that kind of thing had happened before, so he wasn't expecting anything new from that guy. Later, as Suho and Chulman walked down the hallway, Chulman looked troubled, and Suho picked up on it. He asked if Chief P's words were bothering him. Chulman nodded, explaining that the sealed gates were too dangerous. He even offered to talk to the president to keep Suho in a safer role. He was serious. Suho was still new to hunting and might not fully grasp the risks. But Suho assured him he knew exactly what he was doing. He also pointed out that the association rarely let large guilds handle sealed gates for safety reasons. But he was confident. Among the sealed gates, there was one called Nameless Sword. It had caused problems before, but Suho already knew the strategy to clear it. The scene shifted to Gyeongju, at the Nameless Sword Gate Square. Suho arrived with Jin Hui, who immediately noticed the tense atmosphere. Major Kim Jong-gu, the guy in charge, welcomed them and said Chulman was already waiting. So they headed inside. Jin Hui, looking around, commented on the unique material of the square. Jong-gu then explained that the walls were made of super alloys and iron to trap monsters and absorb gate shocks. Hearing that, Jin Hui was surprised. It was way bigger than he had expected, and the closer they got, the more impressive it looked. Inside, Suho met Chulman, who asked about Jin Hui. Jin Hui then introduced himself, saying he was just there to take photos once the raid was over. Well, Chulman saw no issue with that, and Jin Hui happily thanked him for the permission. Jong-gu then asked if Suho was leading the raid and what his level was. Suho told him he was level 51. Hearing that, Jong-gu was kind of surprised. The level was too low. But because the higher-ups said so, he would let Suho raid it. He nodded and said everything inside was ready. Suho could enter right away. But once he went in, the doors would be sealed. Before Suho stepped in, Chulman asked if he really knew the strategy. Suho confidently said he did. Chulman wanted details, but Suho brushed it off, saying it was hard to explain. Yonggu, listening, looked confused. Suho only told Chulman that the strategy was the same as when he cleared the Tower of Challenge. He then made a deal. If he successfully cleared that gate, Chulman had to help him take on more gates. The door opened and Chulman agreed. He wished Suho luck. But then Suho casually said he only needed an hour. Hearing that nonsense, Chulman was stunned. But as an alpha man and Sigma boy, Suho only talked with a confident smirk, saying he'd see them soon before walking through the gate. Suho was now inside, leaving the others to wait outside. Jonggu remained concerned, questioning whether Suho would truly be able to handle the situation. He considered the fact that it was not a place where high stats or levels alone could guarantee survival. How could a mere level 51 clear it? His thoughts shifted to Suho's abilities, wondering if he was also a healer. How could he take down a sword-themed gate? But Jin Hui clarified that Suho held the title of healer in name only, leaving Jonggu confused. Chulman, observing the conversation, took the opportunity to praise Suho, stating that he had never seen anyone wield a sword as skillfully. Jonggu began to wonder if Suho was really that exceptional. Chulman explained that during Suho's hunter exam, he had personally witnessed the practical test. As a healer, Suho was required to take the healer-specific practical test. yet he had eliminated all the monsters with a sword and passed. Yonggu reacted with shock, questioning whether such a method of passing was even allowed. Chulman admitted his own initial surprise but explained that since Suho had successfully protected the patients from the monsters until the end, no objections were raised. With that, Yonggu began to grasp the depth of Suho's understanding of the sword and soon realized the reason behind Suho's decision to enter the gate. Chulman confirmed Yonggu's thoughts, explaining that Suho had chosen that place specifically because it was the nameless sword gate. That gate imposed a unique condition. While entry was unrestricted, only one person could enter at a time. And Suho had now entered. Inside the gate, Suho moved through the dense forest, familiar with his surroundings after past experiences. He scanned the area, recalling the immense effort required to clear that place before. His mind drifted to the countless times he had barely escaped with his life. The sound of something unusual suddenly caught his attention. Looking ahead, he spotted a shadow emerging from the depths of the forest. A notification appeared, announcing the arrival of the boss monster, the Nameless Swordsman. The figure unsheathed his blade, standing before Suho, who responded in kind by drawing his own sword. The Nameless Swordsman activated the battlefield. While within its boundaries, the Nameless Swordsman's status window became the same as that of a challenger, ensuring that both started with equal strength. All combatants in the battlefield were restricted to using only swords, and all skills outside of swordsmanship became unusable. Suho grinned as he faced his opponent once again. Acknowledging their reunion, he faced the Nameless Swordsman with familiarity. Without hesitation, the boss monster lunged forward, initiating an attack. Energy surged around Suho as he blocked the assault, swiftly maneuvering to launch a counterattack. The Nameless Swordsman immediately retreated, showcasing an exceptional footwork technique. Suho took note of the movement, realizing that modern fighters stood no chance against such an opponent using swordsmanship alone. The moment their blades met, the Nameless Swordsman altered his stance, preparing to employ a different style to counter Suho's approach. The battle resumed as the Nameless Swordsman closed the distance once more, applying relentless and unpredictable pressure. His strength lay in his ability to adapt mid-fight. Suho evaded the attack, recognizing the complexity of his opponent's tactics. However, with the wealth of experience gained from his past life, he had already learned how to handle such challenges. With a smirk, Suho moved his blade with precise efficiency, striking with ease. As he neared his target, the Nameless Swordsman leaped backward once again. Suho took this as confirmation. His opponent was struggling to keep up. The Nameless Swordsman remained silent. Suho wasted no time, accelerating forward and landing a decisive strike. He continued the onslaught, recalling the 7 previous attempts he had made to defeat that formidable foe. Lifting his sword, Suho delivered a powerful downward attack. The Nameless Swordsman aimed for his head, but Suho instinctively ducked to evade. With a new plan forming, he launched a devastating kick, sending the boss monster crashing into the bushes. Observing his opponent, Suho taunted him, addressing the curiosity many had regarding what was inside the Nameless Swordsman's armor. He mocked the so-called legend, recalling his own disappointment upon discovering the truth. He then delivered the final insult, declaring that despite the praise he once received as the Nameless Swordsman or even the Sword King, he was nothing more than the lingering ghost of the Sword Demon. No one was inside the armor. It was just a scrap of metal that could walk and raise a sword. The battle reached its climax as the Nameless Swordsman stood before Suho, gripping his sword with one leg now missing. The ghostly leg and arm of the Nameless Swordsman appeared, replacing the broken armor. Suho moved forward to attack, but the swordsman dodged once again. In return, the swordsman aimed at Suho, but Suho managed to save himself just in time. Suho tried to strike again, but the swordsman blocked his way. Taking a step back, Suho lowered his body and made a strong hit. He began to attack without stopping for even a second. The Nameless Swordsman, trying to protect himself, moved back. Seeing that, Suho quickly rushed toward him, shocking and confusing his opponent. He explained that his sword technique, the Guardian Sword Technique, had been created to counter the swordsman's evasive moves. With that knowledge, Suho attacked again, stating that, even if the Nameless Swordsman came back from the dead, he would not be able to win. With that final strike, Suho defeated the Nameless Swordsman and conquered the gate. A system notification confirmed that Suho was the MVP. Suho reflected on the fight, thinking that even though the battle was short, he had learned a lot. He felt grateful because the nameless swordsman had helped improve his sword skills in the previous life. Thanks to that encounter, Suho earned the title of Sword God and reached a world-class level. He joked that he would remember the swordsman on Teacher's Day. As a reward for clearing the difficult gate, Suho received additional experience points. His level increased, all of his stats improved, and he gained extra bonus points. However, because the nameless swordsman was a ghost with no blood or shadow, Suho was unable to absorb anything from him. But he was satisfied. Obtaining the nameless sword was enough to fulfill his goal. Holding the nameless sword, Suho felt its power. It was a grade F weapon, an old sword used by the nameless swordsman. Suho destroyed the sword, and its shattered pieces surrounded him. A system notification appeared, revealing that the soul of the nameless sword had merged with his swordsmanship. The Guardian Sword technique had now evolved. It was an S+ grade technique with perfect balance in attack, defense, and evasion. It also had infinite growth potential and carried the will of the nameless sword. Suho's swordsmanship had now reached a whole new level. Yes, this is it, the true reason why he needed to clear this gate. Outside the gate, only 30 minutes had passed since Suho entered. Jin Hui, watching the gate closely, suddenly shouted in shock. Suho had already conquered it and now coming out. Chulman and Jin Hui ran toward Suho, unable to believe what they were seeing. Chulman asked if Suho was injured, but Suho smiled and assured him that he was completely fine. In fact, he casually said that it was nothing and that the battle was easy. Jonggu, watching from the side, was stunned. He wondered just what kind of person Suho really was. Suho then suggested taking a photo since they had successfully cleared the gate. Chulman explained to Jonggu that the photo was for official records and asked him to join. Jonggu hesitated, explaining that as a soldier, he could not take casual pictures. However, Chulman convinced him, stating that having Yonggu in the picture would add credibility to the evidence. Finally, Yonggu agreed. Later, the scene shifted to Dong Hyuk, who was looking at the photo on his laptop. Suho explained that, as he had mentioned over the phone, he had conquered the sealed gate. The people in the photo with him included association officials, Major Kim Jong-gu and PBS reporter Jo Jinhui. Since they had taken the photo together, there was no possibility of manipulation. Jinhui then introduced himself to Dong Hyuk and handed him a business card, but Dong Hyuk refused, saying he had never suspected any manipulation in the first place. However, he was still shocked and asked Suho how he managed to do it. How did he get the entrance ticket for the sealed gate? And how did he clear it so quickly when more than 200 hunters had died inside before? Suho briefly explained that he had met the president of the association to obtain the entrance ticket and simply went in and conquered the gate. He stated that he was telling the truth without any exaggeration. But, even after hearing that, Dong Hyuk found it hard to believe. Instead of giving more explanations, Suho moved straight to business. He asked if they could now finalize the contract, since he had already proven his abilities. He let Dong Hyuk decide his pay, but had two conditions. First, he had to receive full support while he was with Nexus. Second, if he passed the civil service exam, the exclusive contract had to be cancelled. Dong Hyuk, still impressed by Suho's overwhelming skills, immediately agreed to those conditions. As he instructed his assistant to prepare the documents, Dong Hyuk extended his hand to Suho. He admitted that Suho had surprised him so much that he was left speechless. The two shook hands, and Dong Hyuk mentioned that there would be many tasks for Suho to handle in the future. Suho, as confident as ever, simply told him to leave everything to him. After that, the sun was setting, and Suho was driving the car while Jin Hui sat beside him. Suho offered to drive back since Jin Hui had driven them there, but Jin Hui refused. He insisted that, as Suho's manager, he should do that much. What? Suho was confused by that statement. Jin Hui explained that since Suho always provided him with exclusive news, he felt responsible for helping him in return. Jin Hui also mentioned that he got a new car, another sedan, and that it was for Suho. Hearing that, Suho got excited and smiled. He always thought Jin Hui was born with a golden goose, and how he spent money just proved it. As they continued driving, he realized that Jin Hui had not gone to work at all that day. He asked if it was okay for him to keep missing work. Jin Hui laughed and told him that several exclusive articles had already been published that day. Since they were so popular, his absence did not matter. Then, they discussed how to report the news about the sealed gate attack. Jinhui suggested starting from Suho joining Nexus and then moving forward. However, they did not know how long the public would stay interested, so they needed to be careful. Suho did not mind and told Jinhui to do whatever was easiest for him. Jinhui suddenly asked how Suho was so sure about the Nameless Swordsman's strategy. After thinking for a moment, Suho explained that the battle inside the Nameless Sword followed a pattern. He had heard of the Sword King's reputation, so he knew that the fight had to be purely based on swordsmanship. Then, he confidently said that his swordsmanship was better than the Sword King's. Jinhui was shocked. He reminded Suho that the Sword King had killed over 200 people, including a ranker-level swordsman. But Suho was not bothered. He explained that the Sword King's ability allowed him to perfectly copy his opponent's stats. That meant his physical abilities would match those of a ranker-level swordsman. However, the Sword King relied only on swordsmanship, without using items or special skills. That meant the fight depended completely on pure ability, and Suho believed he was better. Jinhui listened carefully and then asked if Suho had swordsmanship skills. Suho admitted that he had an S-rank swordsmanship skill, but since it was a creation-type skill, it did not appear in his list of abilities. Hearing that, Jinhui leaned forward and hit his head against the steering wheel in shock. Suho was confused by his reaction, but Jinhui was too surprised to respond properly. That was crazy. How the fuck could a healer have S-rank swordsmanship? He wondered how rigid the system was to let such a thing happen. He then asked when Suho got the skill, and Suho casually replied that it had not been long ago. After calming down, Jinhui wondered what would happen next. Suho reminded him that they should release news at the right pace. If they released everything too quickly, people would lose interest. He also told Jinhui that if he had any questions, he could ask any time. Jinhui sighed, thinking that Suho had a special talent for making people feel crazy. He had never imagined that he would be personally promoting someone like that. Even so, he thanked Suho for trusting him and apologized for not believing in him right away. That night, Suho sat on his bed and checked his status window. He was happy with the stats he had gained that day. Even though he had been very active, he did not feel tired at all. He saw that he had 7 bonus stat points left. That was enough to try something he had been considering: unlocking the Unified Trait. The Unified Trait had 4 conditions. First, all stats except for one had to be of the same rank. Second, all stats of the same rank had to have the same values. Third, was when upgrading a lower-ranked stat, at least 1 bonus stat point had to be available. And lastly, when all conditions were met, the Unified Trait was granted. A system notification appeared, announcing that all of Suho's stat ranks had been upgraded to red rank. The Unified Trait had been granted, and all remaining stat points had been used to balance his stats. Suho felt happy and satisfied. In his past life, he had not even known that the trait existed before, so he had never thought about trying it. But now that he knew the system like the back of his hand and had this new trait, he felt great. This is it. He decided to continue improving his stats in the future. Just as he was about to relax, his phone rang. It was Manhwa. She sounded angry and told him that she had seen the news article. She asked to meet him. Suho only wanted to know one thing: had she accepted his offer to be his lackey? But she hesitated and said they had not decided yet. Without hesitation, Suho told her that if they did not want to accept, they could forget about it. He did not mind at all. But Manhwa did not like his attitude. She asked what they should do next. Suho told her to meet him at Nexus Academy in Paju at 1 o'clock the next day, and he would explain everything. However, Manhwa hesitated again. 2 of her team members were working professionals, so it was hard for them to meet during the day. She also had university lectures to attend. Suho sighed and said that he must have misjudged her. She did not seem desperate at all. He told her to just keep living as she was. That made Manhwa furious. She shouted that they would be there at 1 o'clock. Suho smiled to himself, amused by her reaction. The next day at Nexus Academy, Manhwa and the other arrived as expected. However, she immediately insisted that she had not taken a day off because of Suho. It just happened to be her day off anyway. Suho did not say anything and simply watched her. Frustrated, Manhwa demanded to know why he had called them there. Suho then stood up, his expression turning serious. He looked at them and told them the reason: they were going to die by his hands that day. Everyone was shocked when they heard what Suho said. He handed them a tablet and asked them to fill in the data first. When they saw the screen, they were confused. The form showed a list of possessed skills. Manhwa asked if Suho wanted them to write down their personal data. Suho nodded and explained that when he joined the special forces, he would need people to work under him. That was why he needed shadows. He said he could only trust the ones he picked. He also said he would train them hard from basic combat to mastering their skills. He reminded them that skill information could only be seen by the player, so they had to fill it honestly. Manhwa and her team looked at each other. Suho then said that trust had to be built, so he hoped they would cooperate. After that, they moved to the Nexus Academy training room. Suho said they would use the virtual reality pod. He remembered that the access card came from the director, who gave it to him with full permission. There was also a guest card. However, the real problem was whether Suho could truly find powerful hunters or not. The director had raised this concern before, but well, he already had some people in mind that he could use, like Banshee, for example. Suho then ordered Banshee to enter the pod and activate it. Inside the virtual reality, he told the others that they could train there anytime they had free time. He looked at them and thought that since they were still under level 50, it would be easy to guide them. He said that if they used their skills recklessly, the special forces would catch them. He asked if they really thought such shallow skills could fool the special forces. Manhwa replied that if they had a good plan, they could easily avoid them. But Suho did not agree. He said their plans were bad, and even he could catch them. He said they had to become strong, at least strong enough to protect themselves. Or, better, protect their teammates. He then told them to choose weapons and focus on refining their basic skills and erase all fear in battle. But looking at the weapon, Manhwa asked why they had to learn swordsmanship. Suho summoned his sword and said that people called him the sword god. So, if a sword master was in front of them, there was no reason to learn other weapons. He also said that using skills was not allowed here because he had set the system that way. Everyone had to learn basic sword techniques first. Then, Suho swung his sword and said their first task was to kill him. Right away, he rushed at them and killed a few people instantly. Manhwa was shocked. It had only taken a second for some of her teammates to be killed. Calmly, Suho said they had no time to be surprised, then killed the rest. After they respawned, Suho said that now that they had died once in training, it would be easier to die again. He smiled and told them to attack. When they came at him, he said they looked like kids waving sticks. He told them they could not get revenge with that level. Then, he pointed out their weak points while mocked them. This made everyone angry, and they decided to work together to take him down. Suho nodded. This was the kind of mental strength needed to avoid freezing up in a real gate. At least, Banshee already had that determination with just a little push like this. Still, their attacks were blocked easily. Suho explained that being shadows did not mean they would hide forever. They had to be able to clear gates on their own too. He said the only way to become strong was to be pushed close to death. Then, Suho pinned their swords to the ground and killed them again. After several rounds, Suho said he had no more time to train them himself. He summoned a clone and told them to keep training with it. Manhwa and the others became confused, so she asked why he was leaving. But Suho said not to worry. The clone had the same abilities as him and would manage them. Then, he logged out. At once, the clone shouted and insulted everyone, calling them trash and telling them to attack. Seeing that the clone acted just like the real Suho, the group promised to at least land a hit this time. Outside the pod, Suho believed that the Banshee's training should be enough. Just then, he received a phone call from Director Choi. The director told him that the official recruitment article had been published an hour ago. Reporter Jo Jinhui was the one who released it. Suho said that was good, then asked if they needed to follow up with a press release. The director said that public backlash might be strong since Suho had said before that he wanted to be a civil servant, but now he joined a private guild. But she reassured Suho and said that if everything went as planned, public opinion would turn positive again. There, Suho thought that he did not want to explain yet that he would take the level 5 civil service exam. So he decided to let the public reaction stay negative for now. He then called Jinhui. The reporter answered right away and asked why Suho was calling. Suho smiled and said, now that people were talking about it, it was time to go further. He told Jinhui to prepare a follow-up report. The title would be about the second sealed gate. Suho said he planned to challenge the Swamp of Despair as his next target. On the internet, the news that Suho had cleared the sealed gate called the Nameless Sword had quickly spread. Many people started commenting online. Some doubted him, saying that he was just a new awakener who had become blind with power. Others, however, praised him and even began to call him the sword god. But public opinion shifted again when it was confirmed that Suho had joined Nexus. People then accused him of chasing money, saying that in the end, all hunters would kneel before it. Things changed once more when Suho announced his next target, another sealed gate. Hearing that, people started supporting him again. They said it didn't matter where he worked, as long as he continued clearing dangerous gates. They would keep cheering for him. Suho only smiled when he saw this. He felt that the public's reaction had returned to something more positive. Just then, Chulman approached him. He looked down and seemed troubled. Suho called out to him and asked if the entry permit for the Swamp of Despair had been approved. Chulman, who looked like he had a headache, said that he had been scolded by his superior. Apparently, the higher-up had told him that Suho no longer needed permission. He could just enter sealed gates whenever he wanted. Feeling guilty for causing trouble, Suho quietly said that it was only possible because of Chulman. After that, Chulman asked about the meeting Suho had earlier with the PR team from Nexus. He wanted to know if the terms agreed upon with the Hunter Association's president had also been accepted by Nexus. Suho nodded, confirming that they had settled everything. While the exact contract details weren't made public, it could be assumed that everything they had talked about before was included. He then mentioned that he planned to take the Level 5 Civil Service exam at the end of the year. Since this was all confidential, he asked the others not to speak about it. Chulman jokingly acted like he had zipped his lips and promised to keep quiet. Not long after, they arrived at the entrance of the S-rank sealed gate known as the Swamp of Despair. Before entering, Suho looked behind him and said he would go in now. At the monitoring center, someone turned to Jinhui and asked if Suho would really be okay. The man said no hunter had ever come back alive from that place. Jinhui told him not to worry too much, and even suggested they make a bet. He placed 1 million won on Suho's success. The other man, though nervous, eventually agreed and bet the same amount on Suho failing. But then, Chulman suddenly shouted in shock. He pointed at the screen and said that the gate was disappearing. Everyone stared at the monitor in disbelief. Suho had entered just a few minutes ago. How could he have finished so fast? People began panicking. Somehow, Suho had completed the gate in under 5 minutes. On the screen, he could be seen smiling and waving at the camera. 5 minutes earlier, Suho had entered the gate. Inside, he saw a long staircase. On both sides of it were lifeless bodies that looked like they could reach out at any moment. Although the gate had no entry restrictions or monsters, nobody had ever returned from it. This was because walking up the stairs itself was the true trial. The moment someone stepped on a stair, they would fall into deep despair. Without proper mental resistance, they would die and turn into stone statues left along the path. At first, no one knew what happened in this place, which is why it was named the Swamp of Despair. Only after someone survived it did people realize that the staircase was the real swamp. However, for Suho, this didn't matter. As he stepped onto the first stair, the system informed him that he had entered the stair of despair and that he would feel overwhelming sorrow. But Suho remained calm. He had an absolute immunity skill that made him unaffected by all mental debuffs. His dragon blood activated and helped him resist everything. Thanks to this, he was able to walk up the stairs easily. Damn, not a single sweat, guys. One of the reasons he chose this gate was because of this ability. He then looked at the bodies beside the stairs. These were the people who had died here before. He couldn't bring them back, but if he finished this gate now, he could prevent more deaths. A martial artist named Ascetic had once come here. He had mental immunity, so he stayed for hundreds of days trying to find a way to save others. But when he touched the statues, they crumbled into dust. He had no choice but to leave alone. Now Suho believed that the best he could do was to clear the gate and release the trapped souls. He felt that they had suffered long enough and deserved peace. After reaching the top, the system notified him that he had completed the gate. He was the MVP and given rewards. He leveled up and earned several stat points. Among his rewards was a special item called the Ring of Emotions, ranked S. The ring could show someone's strongest emotion through color. It could collect white energy from positive feelings and black energy from negative ones. The collected energy could later be transferred to someone else. This ring had once belonged to Ascetic, who had used it to refine himself and comfort others. But it was stolen by villains in the past. Suho believed that wouldn't happen again. He put the ring on and placed his hand on the stairs. The ring began to absorb the black emotions trapped within the stone steps. It continued until the ring became full. The system said it had reached maximum capacity. It wasn't enough to cleanse the entire place, but there was nothing else he could do for now. At least, he instantly got his black energy fully recharged. After that, Suho exited the gate. Reporters were already waiting for him. Jinhui and Chulman rushed toward him, both looking surprised and excited. They praised him and congratulated him, but Suho told them to keep calm and take a photo. Meanwhile, back at Nexus, the guild leader just heard that Suho had cleared the gate in under 5 minutes. To be honest, he was so shocked. He already knew Suho was strong, but this was beyond anything he could imagine. The sealed gate became sealed because of an unbelievable level of difficulty. It was unheard of for anyone to clear such a high-caliber gate in under 5 minutes. His mind couldn't even process it. Just then, he received a call from an unknown number. When he answered, it turned out to be the president of the Hunter Association. The man introduced himself as Kyung Hwan and said he wanted to meet and have a discussion. The Nexus Guild leader smiled when he heard the Hunter Association president's voice. It was clear the man called to talk about Suho. He thought that taking down 2 sealed gates in a row must have shaken the entire association. Since he had no reason to refuse, he decided to accept the request. He replied that he would visit the association to meet with Kyung Hwan. Right after the call ended, his secretary walked in, saying he had something to report. The guild leader said he came at the perfect time and asked him to contact Suho so he could meet them as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Suho had just stepped out of Jinhui's car. Jinhui explained that he had to head to the broadcasting station to release the latest article. As the car drove off again, Suho looked at the ring of emotions on his finger. The ring had just absorbed some white energy. He silently thanked Jinhui, whose strong passion had made it possible to gather such positive energy. Suho then entered a restaurant. Inside, high-ranking members of the association and the Nexus Guild leader were already waiting. The association leaders welcomed him as the guardian of South Korea. Suho thanked them and sat down next to the guild leader. He also noticed that Chief P was present. He wondered what they were planning together. Suddenly, the president of the association congratulated Suho for clearing such a dangerous gate in under 5 minutes. He said that Suho was truly the future of the country. After that, they discussed how the Nexus Guild leader had decided not to set any contract period for Suho. The guild leader explained that normally, contracts lasted at least 3 years, but Suho was different. He believed that rather than holding someone like Suho back with personal interests, he should support him fully. The association president laughed and said he was glad that the guild leader shared the same vision as both the association and Suho. Chief P added that he was excited to imagine how things would go once Suho officially joined them. With someone as talented as Suho, not just the association, but also the country's safety and prestige would rise. Suddenly, the association's vice president said that the association president had prepared a special award certificate to honor Suho. Deep inside, Suho was pleased. He knew that receiving such a certificate from the association president was practically a guaranteed pass for the Level 5 civil service exam. He thanked everyone sincerely. The president mentioned that the original plan was to give the certificate after the nameless sword gate was cleared, but Suho had already gone ahead and finished another sealed gate. Suho put on his polite expression and gave his best formal answer. He said all of this was possible because the association believed in him and gave him the chance to meet their expectations. Hearing that, the leaders became even more pleased. They said that Suho was the kind of hunter everyone should look up to. Then, Chief P asked a question. As a fellow awakener, he wanted to know how Suho managed to clear the swamp of despair so quickly. No one had ever returned from that gate alive, so he was curious what the inside looked like. Suho only smiled. He thought about how this kind of question was exactly what P Songyol would ask. Even in his past life, Chief P had always wanted to know what was inside that gate. Nothing had changed. But Suho didn't want to show his hand yet, so he decided to keep it vague. He explained that the swamp of despair had no monsters, only a staircase. After analyzing the danger of the first step, he chose to think differently. He wondered if it was possible to use tools to move instead of stepping directly. That method worked, and that was how he cleared the gate. Chief P commented that most hunters would rely on mental resistance skills or items, but Suho had used a simpler approach. Suho replied that he just tried to keep things simple and got lucky. Then the vice president asked what Suho's current level was. He had heard Suho was not yet at level 100. Suho said that he was at level 53. That made Chief P even more curious. He assumed that Suho must have gained a trait too. Suho glanced at his hand. The ring reacted slightly, and he noticed the others watching him like hunters tracking prey. And so, the best answer he could give at the moment was to claim he was a healer. But since he trained mainly in swordsmanship, he had acquired a trait called Path of the Sword. Chief P said that such a trait was rare for a healer, but not particularly special. That comment annoyed Suho. He thought about how the Special Forces unit was filled with people who had strange traits, so his probably didn't impress them. Still, it didn't feel good. He could see what Chief P really thought of him. Chief P treated hunters merely as hunting dogs. Suho then explained that although his main skill was swordsmanship, he would continue developing his healing abilities since that was his main job. The guild leader and association president both said they would fully support him. Seeing everyone around him cheering him on, Suho suddenly felt motivated. He said that from now on, he would not only clear sealed gates, but also every gate in Korea and other countries for the sake of the nation. His bold declaration made everyone in the room more excited, and their conversation continued with high energy. After a while, everyone had left except for Chief P. Outside the restaurant, he approached Suho and handed him a name card, saying that Suho could contact him anytime if there was a problem. He also asked where Suho was staying. Suho replied that he was at a hotel since his house was no longer safe because of the many reporters. Hearing that, Chief P looked upset. He said it was a problem with their country. When someone became famous, people turned into obsessive fans. Suho said maybe it was just a form of affection. But that answer made Chief P's face darken. Suddenly, the ring of emotions absorbed a wave of black energy. His once pure white emotional aura had become cloudy. Suho realized that, to someone like Pi Seong-yeol, who saw ordinary people as tools, his words must have sounded foolish. But it wasn't just Chief P. Probably every high-ranking official in the association thought the same. Chief P then asked if Suho knew that the upcoming civil service exam had practically been tailored just for him. Suho smiled and said he already knew. Chief P said he didn't expect that side of Suho. Chief P found Suho's shameless side somewhat amusing. Then he suggested that since they would both be part of the association, why not start a senior-junior relationship right away? He said that once Suho joined the association, he should skip the gate management unit and enter the Special Forces unit directly. With Suho's skills, he could appoint him there right away without any delay. Hearing that, Suho simply smiled and thought to himself, "Got you." That was exactly what he had been waiting for. As expected, Suho had known from the beginning that Chief P stayed behind for a reason. The real reason was to secure Suho as one of his own. Well, Suho didn't mind. He thought that if they wanted to use him, they could go ahead, as he would use that desire to gain more profit. So, Suho said he was fine with it. Hearing that, Chief P smiled and asked if Suho truly meant it. Suho confirmed, explaining that everyone knew that the Special Forces unit was the core of the Hunter Association. Chief P's eyes glowed slightly as he replied, saying that Suho had the kind of ambition he admired. He said that those without dreams were just hollow shells. But then he asked, wasn't Suho close to Cholman from the gate management unit? Suho admitted that he might be close to Cholman, but that didn't mean he couldn't build a good relationship with Chief P and the association president. In fact, among the three, the one he wanted to be close to the most was Chief P. When Chief P asked why, Suho said it was only natural to stay closest to one's mentor or direct superior. The president was too high up, and Cholman was just someone he might work with briefly. That answer made Chief P even more enthusiastic. He patted Suho on the shoulder and said Suho spoke so smoothly that he almost sounded like someone living a second life. Suho felt uneasy hearing that, but quickly redirected the conversation by thanking him for the compliment. He then said that, if possible, he would prefer entering the association through special recruitment. That comment made Chief P pause and think. With the open recruitment for the Level 5 civil service exam already nearly finalized, there was no point in discussing special recruitment, but Suho had already used the ring of emotions to emit white energy, amplifying Pi's feelings toward him. According to the practitioner, the final stage of the ring's effect was deep love. In other words, because of the white effect, the emotions Chief P felt toward him had surpassed affection and reached love. The effect wasn't permanent, but it was enough to create a favorable situation for a while. Then, Chief P commented that he hadn't realized Suho was so sincere about joining the association. Because of the emotional influence, he said maybe he could arrange something. Suho felt delighted. He believed he had hit the jackpot. He thanked Chief P, calling him senior. Chief P explained that Suho already had the trust of the upper ranks, so, with just the right trigger, he could easily request a special admission. However, he added that if Suho really wanted to go through special recruitment, he would need to do something major. Something that proved he was essential to the Special Forces unit. When Suho asked if he meant clearing another gate, Chief P said that was important, but not the most critical task. In the Special Forces unit, the most valuable work was capturing awakened criminals. He looked at Suho and said he knew Suho was strong, but villain investigations and gate raids were different. He then suggested that Suho prove himself by catching a well-known villain. It wasn't required, but it would leave a strong impression. With confidence, Suho nodded and agreed to the mission. He said he would capture someone and prove his worth. Chief P smiled and walked away. As he disappeared, Suho remembered the past. He recalled Chief P's cold expression and the way he used to speak. Back then, he had told someone to bring the swordsman, the guy who uses the sword like a butcher. That was what he used to call Suho before finally recognizing him. After Suho defeated the Sword King, Chief P began to address him by name. Now, thanks to the Ring of Emotions, Chief P treated him kindly. It was a hassle, but Suho didn't mind. Since Chief P offered to speed up his entry into the association, he was happy to go along with it. And luckily, the new people he had in mind to recruit were currently working with a group of villains, perfect as test subjects. After that, Suho went to a suspicious-looking building. From outside, he activated his magic detection skill and sensed several villains inside. He thought he had arrived at the right place. It felt like a raccoon den full of troublemakers. Without hesitation, he threw a brick at the window, causing chaos. Villains inside shouted and came out, demanding to know who dared disturb them. One even asked if Suho was drunk, but Suho smiled and said he wasn't drunk or insane. Then he asked if they were the ones stealing cryptocurrency wallets in illegal ways. Hearing that, panic spread among them. Suho then asked if Sogiwan was also there, the man they had captured. The villains looked at one another, unsure of what to do. They wondered if Suho was a cop and pondered whether they should attack him together. Suho smiled again. He said he could hear everything and dared them to catch him if they could. If they did, he would even consider recruiting them. Suho then summoned his spear using Shadow Summon and then activated Shadow Bind to capture one of the villains. The others attacked him, but Suho dodged easily. However, he let one of them hit him on purpose, causing blood to spill. Then, he activated Blood Weapon. A weapon in the shape of a stick formed in his hand, and he began hitting the nearest villain. Since he couldn't kill them, he figured beating them up with a stick was enough. After everyone was beaten and lying on the floor, Suho told them to stay down if they didn't want more beating. He stored them all inside his subspace house to keep them locked up. Then he entered a back room and found his main target, So-gi-wan. Inside, he saw a young man lying down, looking dirty and exhausted, fast asleep. Suho waited a few moments until the boy in front of him finally woke up. As soon as Gi-wan noticed someone nearby, he flinched and backed away, fear filling his face. He asked who Suho was. Suho calmly greeted him and introduced himself as An Suho. Upon hearing that name, Gi-wan became even more panicked. He recognized the man from the news and couldn't believe he was standing right in front of him. Feeling how terrified Gi-wan was, Suho activated the Ring of Emotions and absorbed all the dark energy from him. The fear suddenly faded, and Gi-wan asked what was happening to him. Suho explained that it was the effect of his skill. Since Gi-wan had shown so much fear, he had no choice but to use it. Now calm, Gi-wan then lowered his head and asked if he was going to be arrested and sent to prison. But Suho simply questioned why he should send someone to prison who had been kidnapped and forced into crime. He smiled quietly. He didn't expect that the person who would one day be known as Meteor had such a gentle personality. Gi-wan with caution asked how Suho knew he was there, especially when he hadn't even officially joined the association. Suho admitted that he hadn't joined yet, but he found Gi-wan by using his foresight ability. Until now, he had never told anyone about that skill, but this time, he chose to explain everything. He said he truly needed Gi-wan's help in the future. To be honest, Gi-wan couldn't understand why someone would need a useless person like him. But Suho explained that Gi-wan was the only person in Korea with a cyber-type trait and a rare ability called digitization. It was an extremely unique trait that allowed the user's mind to enter the digital world. Only 2 people in the world had ever awakened this ability. Most people didn't realize how powerful it was until someone called Overload used it to take control of all global networks. Overload declared himself ruler of Earth, and even after the player system appeared, the modern world still depended on digital networks and the internet. In the end, the one who gave up his life to stop Overload was none other than So-gi-wan. He escaped from this place within a year and later sacrificed himself to save the world. After his death, people began calling him Meteor out of respect. All of this became known through an autobiography he wrote. But Suho was determined. This time, there would be no overload and no sacrifice. Suho then told Giwan that he needed him. The world would one day be destroyed by the gates and the system. There is a villain who is causing chaos and destroying the world through the internet, possessing the same trait as Giwan. In the end, Suho couldn't stop him alone. He asked Giwan to join him. Giwan trembled again, but Suho activated the ring and absorbed more dark energy. Slowly, Giwan calmed down and began thinking clearly. He thought about someone with the same ability threatening the world. He had once believed he would sell his soul to a demon just to escape, but now, maybe he could do something even more good. Maybe he could help the person who saved him. More importantly, if this power was misused, it could be more dangerous than anything else. He had to stop that. Even if he wasn't confident, he said he would join Suho. Suho smiled. Just as written in the autobiography, So Giwan was truly selfless. He thanked him and suggested they eat first. He handed Giwan a pair of sandals and smiled, saying that from now on, he should try to live a little happier. Thanks to his foresight, Suho knew how much pain Giwan had been through. Hearing those sincere words, Giwan was touched and started crying as he thanked him. They went to a restaurant, but Giwan apologized for eating so fast. It had been a long time since he had a proper meal. Yet Suho said there was no need to apologize. He was happy just seeing him eat well. Giwan then asked why Suho chose to join the Hunter Association. With his foresight ability, wouldn't it be better to start a guild or join a big one? Wouldn't the association only limit his actions? Suho instantly answered that since it was a government group, it held more authority than any guild. He wanted to stop the world's destruction, but he also wanted to reduce damage along the way. For that, the association was the best place. He smiled and promised that once he joined, he would make sure Giwan never had to suffer again. Hearing that, Giwan smiled back and said he would trust Suho. Suho then stood up and said it was time to settle Giwan's past. The person who locked him up came from the same orphanage as him. They needed to face that person and end this. Giwan looked confused, wondering what Suho meant, but followed him anyway. After that, Suho summoned the villains from earlier and let Giwan beat them up. Even though the villains begged for forgiveness, Giwan kept hitting them. Suho said he would keep healing them no matter how many times Giwan hit them, so he should let out all his emotions. After hitting them 7 times, Giwan finally felt relieved and thanked Suho. Suho said the Special Forces unit would arrive soon to arrest them, so they need to prepare. He thought that according to the autobiography, Giwan had suffered long after escaping, all because of unresolved trauma. By confronting his past, maybe that pain could be eased. Just then, a Special Forces car arrived. Chief P stepped out and greeted Suho. He looked at the beaten villains and asked why they looked so hurt, even though they appeared fine externally. Suho explained that they resisted during the arrest, so he hit them a little before healing them. Chief P laughed and said Suho was a troublesome junior. He noticed how bold Suho's methods were, and praised him for it. He said that in the Special Forces, it was fine to beat villains to the brink of death. The unit had skilled healers after all. Then, he looked at Giwan and said he had heard of his cyber-type trait. He said the power seemed dangerous and that he would be taking Giwan with him. Hearing that nonsense, Giwan was shocked by those words, while Suho just looked at Chief P with a flat expression. Is this dude insane or what? Suho suddenly faced his boss, Chief Pi, and wondered out loud if things really had to turn out this way. He pointed out that Seo Giwan was just a victim. As soon as his digitization trait showed up, those jerks from Won's old orphanage had grabbed and locked him up, forcing him into all sorts of bad stuff. Suho asked Chief Pi to please think things over. To back up his words, he handed over several signed confessions and documents. Chief Pi took the file, and he let out a thoughtful sound, then asked if digital powers even worked inside a gate. Right then, Suho figured out what the old man truly wanted, power that was useful for fights only. Suho explained that digitization was a cyber-tech trait, so it didn't really connect with gates themselves. The ability seemed better for stuff like security systems, not brawling with monsters. Chief Pi studied the records and said those powers weren't helpful for combat or support work, so they didn't need a kid like G1. Suho smiled inside, but he pressed harder. He insisted that G1, as the victim here, shouldn't be punished for what happened. Chief Pi hummed, then teased Suho, saying he must have gone soft after helping G1 out. He admitted that G1 sounded like a pretty sad case and agreed that, like Suho said, the real victim should go unpunished. Chief Pai even promised to clear Gi-won of all charges and help him get compensation from those other guys, telling Suho not to worry. But then he got curious and asked how Suho had figured all this out in the first place. Suho only grinned and thought to himself that Chief Pai never failed to act shameless. Aloud, he said that Gi-won had posted a digital SOS, and when he checked it out, the story turned out to be true, so he'd just run an instant rescue operation. Chief Pai just smiled and told Suho he always did something unexpected. He said that some people seemed born to succeed, but he hadn't thought Suho would handle things with such flair. He then declared that he'd make good on his promise and go ahead with Suho's special appointment. All Suho had to do was wait for a call. Not long after Chief Pai left, Gi-won approached Suho, looking super nervous, and asked him what to do now. Suho smiled and said Gi-won could just stick with him. They soon arrived at Jin Shui's penthouse. Gi-won had never seen such a crazy rich apartment before and looked like he couldn't believe it, but Suho simply explained that it belonged to a friend. He handed Gi-won a drink and added that he'd been given permission to use the place. But Jinhui didn't know about his foresight powers, so Gi-won had to zip it. Gi-won got the message. Since Suho had shared this special info, he swore to keep it secret. Curious, Gi-won then asked what came next. Suho reminded him about the kidnapping. Gi-won had been snatched away right when he hit level 50, and his special powers had awakened. With bigger threats ahead, such as the Overlord, Suho said their first job was grinding out levels. If they wanted to stop the end of the world, Gi-won had to grow just as fast as Suho himself. Hearing that, Gi-won freaked out a bit, asking if he had to fight monsters in gates with Suho now. Suho shook his head, opened up his laptop, and explained Gi-won should level up in his own way. Suho planned to take full advantage of the digitization trait. He suggested they first try logging onto the network together. Hearing that, Gi-won shocked, wondered if people could even connect together like that. Suho pointed out that digitization was about uploading a hunter's mind to the network, so yes, it wasn't limited to just Gi-won. Suho told him to check the trait description. There was nothing stopping them from connecting together. When Gi-won tried out the digitization power on the laptop, the system message pops out, "Digitalization activated. CO Gi-won wants to transmit your consciousness to the network world. Do you agree to the transfer?" Suho agreed, and instantly, his senses went swirling. He arrived in a weird, empty space that looked exactly like the Windows home screen wallpaper. He was floored. After all, he'd joked about opening his eyes to the home screen, but never thought he'd actually see it in real life. A second later, Gi-won's mind arrived too. Gi-won acted shocked to see Suho there, since nobody else had ever joined with him. Suho said it was his first visit too, and found it funny to see Windows desktop, and even stranger, some grapes. Gi-won explained that the image was the same as the real thing at a vineyard, but there was a downside. Nothing in this world tasted or smelled like the real thing. Everything was just digital looks with no flavor. Gi-won then asked how leveling up even worked in a place like this. Suho asked Gi-won what he thought was behind gaining levels. Gi-won guessed it was all about stacking experience. Suho agreed, saying as long as a hunter's actions counted as experience, it didn't matter where they were. He'd even managed to raise his sword skill during the hunter exam's virtual reality tests. Gi-won was amazed. He asked if that meant you could level up in VR. Suho explained there was a big difference. In fake VR, you only powered up skill levels. A character's real strength never grew. But here, it was different. If you died in fake VR, nothing bad happened in the real world. But if you got hurt in this network world, it hurt for real. This place had physical impact, which was why Gi-won was able to hack a crypto wallet from inside the network. Suho told him he'd even prepared something special for that. Gi-won then saw a computer folder named Free File Cleaner and asked about it. Suho smirked and explained the name was fake. The folder was packed, not with a cleaner but with a nasty virus. Inside the folder was a whole zone, and waiting for them was a scary, cold-eyed woman. Suho said that in this world, computer viruses acted just like monsters. You leveled up by beating them, but it was risky for real. Getting hurt meant real-life pain. Also, if the woman asked a question, never answer, otherwise more virus monsters would show up, just like clicking on a sketchy online link. Sure enough, the woman gave them a creepy welcome, asking if they wanted to use the free file cleaner. Suho quickly handed Gi-won a staff, guessing he was a mage class. Gi-won was surprised, but Suho reminded him he had future insight, so nothing slipped by him. He told Gi-won to defend himself, while Suho would lead the charge so Gi-won could test out his spells. The virus lady repeated her question, and suddenly, dark shadows began to fill the background, numbers and signals swirling around. The monsters that appeared looked intense, and Gi-won freaked out, saying things were getting too wild for him. Suho kept his cool, reassured him, and activated his own deadly powers. If things got risky, he said, Gi-won should bolt out the same door they came in, otherwise game over could be for real. To prove it could be done, Suho wiped out a virus monster with a clean combo, telling Gi-won to focus and keep his spell ready. Gi-won panicked but then activated his magic. Seeing things under control, Suho dove straight at the virus swarm, slashing them down one by one while Gi-won blasted magic from the back. When the wind was clear, Gi-won dropped to his knees, panting hard, thinking he was definitely going to pass out. Suho, still breezy, checked his system. He'd leveled up to 59 and asked Gi-won about his level. When Gi-won said he reached 55, Suho was impressed. It was way more than expected. He figured if Gi-won kept this up, he'd grow into an awesome mage and be a perfect fit for the Banshee group. Suho then helped him up, saying it was time to head back and get some well-earned rest. Back at the apartment, Suho thought it was pretty sweet there was finally a new way to grind experience without risking the madness of real gates. He checked the online hype about his news article ending the Swamp of Despair. The internet went wild, full of praise for Suho and his crazy skills. He felt proud. All this respect was what made the grind worthwhile. With everything lining up right, Suho turned to his next plan. He called his guild leader, who grumbled about getting calls this late. Suho played it sly, asking about the S-rank gate Nexus owned. The guild leader asked what Suho was plotting, and Suho announced he was ready to take on that gate himself, with one catch: all loot inside would go right back to the guild. The S-rank dungeon owned by Nexus Guild sat over a mine packed with magic stones, called Landkeepers. It was a nightmare to even collect the resources because of the monster, let alone beat the place. Suho calmly told the guild leader he'd handle the gate and of course, would turn over all the loot to Nexus. The guild leader thought hard about it. If too many hunters died in their dungeon, the government would just snatch it away, claiming it for public safety. If Suho actually cleared the place, it wouldn't be a loss, it would be a massive win. The leader asked why Suho wanted to do this out of nowhere. Suho explained that his contract was running out sooner than planned. He was joining the Hunter Association early, and thought it was only fair to try the gate before leaving. He'd take care of clearing out the Landkeepers if the guild would just set up a mining crew. There was no rush, they could take their time with preparations. The guild leader grinned, feeling a bit sad, but did admit he appreciated Suho's honesty. He said he'd get things ready as soon as possible. Later, at the Nexus Academy lounge in Paju, Daihan greeted Suho with a big handshake and a huge smile. Suho shook his hand back, saying it had been a while. Daihan started beaming and thanked Suho for his advice. Because of that, he'd passed his big exam, and had really wanted to meet Suho again. Suho asked what Daihan had been up to lately, wondering if he'd been put on a hunting team yet. Daihan said he was still in training, and was just busy gaining hands-on experience by going through various gates. That made Suho think about how most rookie hunters usually spent time out in the field before being assigned to a steady team, since that's what boosted their survival rate. He told Daihan that was good. Then, kind of off the cuff, Suho asked if Daihan wanted to get some real practice in, with him. He'd be going into a gate soon, and wanted Daihan to join his squad. Daihan almost yelled with excitement, and swore he'd join anytime Suho called. Suho, staying chill, simply said that actually, they could get started right away. And of course, this shocked our poor Daihan. Pretty soon, they hit the VR training room where the Banshee group was practicing. The team kept fighting clones of Suho, but they were getting cut down again and again. Manhwa, obviously ticked off, shouted that one day she would smash that clone's head in. Then, out of nowhere, Suho popped up behind her. He mentioned that they were looking tough now. Manhwa spun around, telling him off for sneaking up. Suho then remarked that something felt different about everyone these days. Someone else on the team said it was no surprise. The group had been killed by that clone hundreds of times. Suho noticed the fire in their eyes and grinned. He figured they'd gotten numb to dying and picked up a nasty fighting spirit, which honestly, was what they needed. He had brought new faces with him, and made quick introductions. These newbies were Seogi-won and Hunter Kang Daehan. Suho praised how hard Banshee had been training in VR, and asked if anyone was starting to get bored. Manhwa told him straight. She wasn't even close to bored, and some of the others said they'd never get tired until they finally sliced the Suho clone's head off. Suho laughed nervously, hoping the two newcomers could crank up their killer instinct just as the other. Gi-won gulped and asked if they really had to be that savage. Suho told him, that was just life inside a gate. Either you fought like crazy, or didn't survive. From now on, the pair would be training full-time with Banshee. He told Manhwa which classes they were, so teams could be formed right, then telling them they'd be hitting a gate later. Manhwa got nervous and asked what sort of hellish gate it would be. Suho realized he'd forgotten to mention details. He said everyone would see soon enough, but before that, the team needed proper names, couldn't just keep calling out, "Hey!" to him forever. He announced that everyone should call him team leader. Manhwa grumbled but agreed, thinking there was no way she'd ever call him Appa. Suho told him to get back to practice while he left to take care of something else. Daehan whispered that he and Giwon were clueless about this place. Manhwa just said they'd learn on the job. Suddenly, another clone of Suho appeared, sword pointed at them, calling them trash and demanding a fight. Daehan was caught off guard, saying the clone's attitude was even rougher than most hunters he imagined. Manhwa insisted, no, that was just how Suho always was, annoying as ever. They were warned to fight back if they didn't want their heads lopped off. Meanwhile, Suho stood at the edge of Paju village. He activated his stealth skills, first Mumu and monochrome solitude, which made him vanish from sight. He took in the ghost town, remembering how Paju used to thrive before the gates and monsters wrecked everything. Now, the place was dead, ruined by crime, poverty, and non-stop gates. He thought there was no saving every person hurt by this disaster, but he had to clear those gates either way. Even a wasteland like this had value in the right hands. Actually, misfits and outlaws seemed to flock to the forgotten spots the world left behind. He arrived at a hidden door and knocked. After a moment, a guy peeked out and demanded to know who was there. Suho introduced himself as someone interested in purchasing a mine, using the slang word for a secret dungeon entrance. Looking at our MC face, the man freaked out for a second, then realized it really was An Suho, the famous rookie hunter. He hurried to open the door and invited Suho inside, offering him a seat and saying it was an honor. He said the shop wasn't officially open, but he would give Suho a special deal. Suho sat down and asked if the mimic mask the guy wore was uncomfortable. The man panicked and denied wearing a mask, but Suho calmly stated that he could see through it. Leaving no way out, the man took off his mask, and suddenly, instead of a man, a woman was sitting across from Suho. She was bold and impressive, one of the top gate brokers in town, Choi Yoon. Suho recognized her right away. In his last life, he'd relied on buying gates from Choi Yoon before she became famous throughout the underworld. Right now, she was still just a legend in Paju. Choi Yoon asked how Suho found her special place, and why he used underground slang. Suho played it mysterious, saying he could explain, but it would be better to just talk business. Yoon, ever the pro, agreed and asked what kind of gate he was after. Suho replied, the Twisted Forest. He then showed her a big suitcase, and said he wanted to buy access for himself, and of course, he's gonna solo this dungeon. Choi Yoon was clearly surprised and said it had only been 3 days since the Twisted Forest gate was released, so she wanted to know how Suho even knew about it, or the price. When regular folks didn't even know it existed, Suho shrugged and asked if he really had to explain that sort of thing in the black market. After all, he thought, it was a code there. During gate transactions, nobody asked for more details than needed. Suho ran through how gate trading worked in his head. There were 2 main deals, the full-on purchase for ownership of a gate, and the simple admission ticket, which was good for just 1 entry. Of course, gate ownership went for way more cash, but if a gate was trending, even tickets could get super expensive. Choi Yoon apologized and told him straight, the entry fee for the Twisted Forest was 100 million won. She warned him it was really tough to tackle alone and checked if he was really sure about entering. Suho just popped open his case and showed a fat stack of cash for the down payment, promising he would give the rest of the money at the gate itself. She smiled, admitting she'd only asked so many questions because he'd caught her off guard. Then, she said she'd escort Suho to the gate. On the drive, Choi Yoon asked if Suho wasn't even surprised by coming this far north. Suho just answered that he wasn't. Thinking to himself, he noted that by now, North Korea was more or less a failed state, all thanks to overflowing gates. With the country in chaos, even nearby China didn't dare mess around with that border. But on Suho's side, people could move back and forth across North Korea pretty freely. They arrived at a quiet outpost. Choi Yoon made Suho's presence clear, confirming she had his down payment and was escorting a guest into the Twisted Forest. A couple of rough-looking gate attendants came out, joking that they'd almost thought it was an impersonator, but sure enough, it really was An Suho. One muscle-bound guy, probably the boss there, stepped out and pretended he was honored to meet Suho, but Suho recognized him. In his previous life, that dude turned out to be Bang Dubok, the boss of a shady human trafficking ring, known as Woodsman. Suho remembered traffickers used the label logs for people, and that this guy was infamous for selling them off as goods. He'd heard Woodsman eventually got caught by Hunter Association Special Forces and ended up locked away for life. But in this reality, not only was Woodsman free, he also owned a gate and was part of the official system. That wasn't in Suho's library of memories. Suho ignored these thoughts and asked if he could enter the gate. Woodsman said he could, but made it obvious they normally sold tickets expecting that nobody would survive long enough to clear the place. It was a different story with Suho. If anyone could do it, it'd be Suho, the solo hunter legend himself. Woodsman hinted it didn't make sense financially for them to let Suho in. Suho guessed this crook would try something and watched as Choi Yoon stepped in. She called Woodsman out, grinning as she asked if he was about to hike the price. Woodsman denied it, acted like he was just teasing, and started laughing off the idea. Suho noticed Choi Yoon really was a pro at this game, keeping slimeballs like Woodsman in check with just a word, especially since Suho knew she had the Hunter Association behind her. Even Woodsman didn't dare mess with her. Woodsman threw up his hands and moved away, saying Choi Yoon was downright scary. Choi Yoon then told Suho they could start right away. She said she'd personally keep things safe and fair until Suho came back out, since it was common for other gangs to ambush gate buyers as soon as they finished their runs. Brokers needed enough power to keep their word, which is why there were so few who could do it. Suho agreed silently. That's how it was. Woodsman taunted Suho before he went in, saying it took wild confidence to dive solo into a gate like this, but that didn't surprise him from the hunter who'd already soloed 2 sealed gates. Woodsman said he was honestly curious if Suho could clear even this twisted place. Suho was old enough to dismiss the taunt. He walked away and entered the gate. Inside, the atmosphere went dark and green, with pale mist wrapping around giant, gnarled trees. Suho couldn't help but feel it was surreal actually standing in the twisted forest, a place he'd only heard about from rumors in his previous life. He never came here before in the previous life, but he knew legends grew from loot found inside. He thought now was his chance to claim that same legendary item. He activated mana detection, letting the flow of power expose all the monsters and threats nearby. Several twisted ents, all around level 90, lurked between thick roots and branches. Suho grabbed his spear and tossed it at one of the tree monsters and killed it. He wished he had an axe, nothing chopped down wood faster, but you had to work with what you brought. While he was still winding up, more ents started closing in. Suho reminded himself that the boss monster who ruled the mine in the Landkeeper dungeon had way more power than from this dungeon. If he wanted to beat the real threat, just like when he claimed the nameless sword, he needed to train and grow stronger using nothing but swordsmanship. He shifted his weapon style, crafting blades out of his own blood, and attacked the monsters. The first strike, decapitation, hit home, but the damage wasn't enough to drop such high-level ents in one blow. Suho didn't let that put him off. Using holy power was tempting, but from here on out, he decided he'd work only with his sword skills, pushing himself to new heights. Each ent he took down was a challenge. It took real focus and energy, but the reward was obvious. Every kill made his skills sharper. The best part? There were loads of enemies to take down. Suho made his way through, beating every last monster he saw, practically chopping them to pieces one after another. His only thought was to turn all those ents into nothing but firewood. After killing all the monsters, he paused to check his stats. Progress was slower, but he got exactly what he wanted. He dumped his new points into strength. That's when a notification popped up. His healing light skill had hit max rank. It had gone from lower F grade all the way up, powering up into a high-level heal. Now he could use mana to patch up wounds quickly, with solid regeneration. He thought back to how skill growth worked in his system. Up until level 40, you picked up new job skills, then at 50, all your existing skills jumped up to a rank. From 60 onward, they got upgraded in order, and at level 100, a special job-changing event would pop up. Because he is now at level 60, he got a free update version of healing. That's kinda awesome. Suho then walked deeper into the woods toward a big open room, figuring now that he'd handled the small fry, this place is gonna serve his main dish. Sure enough, something was there, a mythical beast, tall and monstrous, with glowing gold eyes and massive antlers. A special notification lit up. Ruler of the Twisted Forest, Malayan, level 100. The boss monster had arrived. Looking at the monster, Suho finally started to see a 1-star boss monster. Monsters could be ranked in a bunch of ways, but usually, anything under level 99 was called starless. From level 100 and on, monsters got stars for each 100 levels. 1 star, 2 star, and so on. This boss, Malayan, was Suho's first real 1-star fight in this new life, and the tension was super real. Malayan watched Suho from across the misty pond and said a trespasser had arrived. Suho rolled his eyes and shrugged. If anyone was the invader here, it was this giant deer monster, and all its kind, opening portals on other people's land, and then trying to act like they were the victims. Suho joked they never invited Malayan's crew, anyway. Heck, these monsters were just system creations, so what did they know about manners? Without hesitation, Suho summoned his shadow, and lit up with holy power. saying there was no need for these things to understand. He hurled his spear at the giant, but Malayan just caught it with a single claw. The boss stared at Suho, asking if he was a servant of the gods because of the holy power. Suho just grinned and started gathering blood magic in his hands, saying, "Servant? Yeah, right." He charged the blood into the tip of his spear and hurled it again, pinning the monster in the chest. For a second, Suho thought the fight was lame and that Malayan wasn't as tough as he'd hoped. But the boss just ripped out the spear from his chest, not even looking fazed, and glared back, furious. Then the whole forest trembled. The system warned Suho that Malayan's wrath was creating a deadly killing aura, trying to crush him. Suho braced himself, activating his dragon blood and trusting the armor's draconic effects. He felt the oppressing power, but it was nothing compared to true dragonkind like his blood. Honestly, to a dragon, this deer monster looked pretty basic. Malayan demanded to know what kind of magic Suho was using. Suho answered, it wasn't magic, just the fruit of old-fashioned hard work. Again, he called forth the Shadow's Bind. But the boss just sneered at Suho's tricks, unimpressed by the show. Malayan even knocked away Suho's shadowy chains and said there was no way such simple spells and cheap tricks could win. Then, showing off, Malayan stretched out his arms, making huge roots burst from the water, and whipped toward Suho with real power, daring him to handle a real technique. But Suho just grinned, told Malayan to bring it on, and danced around every strike. With blood magic, he summoned his blade and started hacking away at the roots, activating decapitation over and over. Even so, these were way tougher than regular Ents, and his sword couldn't chop through right away. Malayan taunted his skills, calling them pathetic. But Suho wasn't annoyed. He was actually building up to something special. Soon, he thought, a little more, and it'd all pay off. Watching this, Malayan grew confused. He wondered what Suho was up to, creating a sword that couldn't cut and not using his more powerful abilities. He suspected Suho was planning something but couldn't guess what. He finally had enough. He declared Suho's struggle pointless and aimed all his roots for a final, crushing shot. This time, though, Suho's strike sliced clean through the attack in a single motion. Malayan was shocked. No way a human could just split ancient roots like this. Suho raced forward, slicing one root after another, grinning from ear to ear. The bite was finally here. All this time, he'd stuck to decapitation not just for fun, but to prove to the system how much he'd mastered it. When proficiency hit a high enough level, the system would recognize it and boost the skill to the next tier. And then it happened. The system popped up saying Suho's understanding of swordsmanship topped anyone else's. It officially recognized his mastery, and he watched as decapitation evolved into an S-rank skill, now capable of cutting through even steel. Inside the Guardian Sword, the Nameless Sword's dormant will started stirring, reacting to Suho's breakthrough. Sword comprehension activated. Right then, Suho unlocked the advanced Void-style swordsmanship and became the true successor of unknown sword arts. Malayan got desperate and poured everything into one last strike, sending monstrous roots slamming toward Suho. But Suho didn't even blink. He stepped up, swung his sword, and called out Void-style first form, Steel Cutter. The blade carved through everything, as if cutting thin air. Seeing his strongest move wrecked like that, Malayan lost his cool and shrieked, calling Suho's new skill sorcery. Suho just gave a little smirk, pointed his blade eastward, and said it wasn't magic. Everything was thanks to hard, relentless effort. If Malayan thought things had been wild so far, Suho warned, they were about to get even crazier from here on out. From the start, Suho thought crafting the Guardian Sword was the peak of swordsmanship, but he quickly realized that the Guardian Sword was just another sword technique made by human hands. Out in the big wide world, there were all sorts of supernatural beings and mysterious blade styles, like the Nameless Sword, that human techniques just couldn't handle. After learning about the Nameless Sword, the first truly non-human art he picked up was Void-style's first form, letting him slice through steel with one strike. Suho had gotten it even faster in his new life. This new power seemed to tick off Malayan, who howled that he was going to crush Suho's so-called cursed magic. He whipped out those monstrous roots again. Suho didn't flinch. Instead, he taunted that Malayan sure was a slow learner before activating cutting steel and chopping through the thick roots with one swing. Seeing this, Malayan totally lost it. He yelled, demanding how such a thing was possible. Suho told him to pay attention. He already cut all of his roots anyway, so what was Malayan even looking at? Why does he keep attacking him with the same skill? Suho then promised he'd be dragging the boss down any second now. Furious, Malayan decided to unleash everything. He hollered in rage and summoned 3 giant twisted golems, all well over level 95. The forest shook as the ground split and the golems stood up. Suho just sighed. Of course the boss was a cursed druid. Just look at the weak junk he controlled. Malayan sneered and told his golems to destroy Suho. But as all three came at him, Suho activated cutting steel again and made quick work of each golem. His sword glided through them like slicing through warm butter. The system flashed a message for every kill, confirming the destruction of each twisted golem of the twisted forest. Suho grinned. Steel was the hardest thing he could cut. So of course these stupid rocks and golems were nothing once the blade reached this level. He started aura farming like any typical MC, then smirked and shouted, asking if this was really the best Malayan could do. Fully losing it, Malayan shouted at his roots to shut Suho up and release swarms of roots. But over and over, Suho hacked them apart with a single slash. The boss stammered. None of it made sense. Suho told him he was finally out of tricks and called for the end. Blazing forward, Suho dashed over the lake water, landed right in front of Malayan, and kicked him hard. He followed up with Shadowbind, grabbing Malayan tight. The boss could barely struggle, he was exhausted, and those dark chains weren't budging this time. Suho said the boss must be feeling the burn, not even able to break away from such a cheap move now. Malayan, almost sobbing, shouted that he'd never be mocked by a mere human. Suho didn't waste another second. He finished the battle with a clean swing right across Malayan's head. That talking boss monster talked too much. It became annoying. The system instantly chimed in. Malayan, ruler of the Twisted Forest, had been killed. Gate conquered. MVP, on Suho, he'd leveled up again. Now Suho's goal was complete. He reached up and grabbed Malayan's antler, feeling its weird energy. The antler turned itself into a powerful orb, the cursed druid's orb of dominion. Suho felt a bit of Malayan's tragic story in that orb, a druid who could never follow the path of harmony, always tainting minds around him, banished from the forest but rising up as its most fierce guardian. Malayan had ruled through that wild power, finally falling against Suho's sword. Holding the orb, Suho chuckled to himself. Voidstyle was amazing and all, but this orb was the real prize. He'd need it for later, for opening the next gate. Now, time to bounce. He's done working here. Outside, chaos broke loose as people noticed the gate line vanishing and realized the Twisted Forest had just been conquered. Choi Yun stared in awe, still shocked that Suho had actually done it. Woodsman was beyond angry, seeing his S-class moneymaker get cleared on day one. He grumbled that it was supposed to rake in entrance fees endlessly and that getting the ownership had been a nightmare. And now, Suho had just blitzed through solo, all for the price of one ticket. Woodsman raged, shouting about all his wasted investment, and started yelling for his crew to get ready, planning to trap Suho. They all grabbed their weapons and got mean looks on their faces. Choi Yun glared, asking if they were really going to start a fight and if they could handle the fallout. Woodsman snapped that he didn't care. He told her to go ahead and call the association, but midway through his rant, a spear blade stabbed straight through his chest. He gasped, and his crew shouted. Then Woodsman hit the ground, lifeless. That spear? Of course it belongs to our boy Suho. He smiled at the gang, daring them to make another move. He asked if anyone else wanted to keep going. Seeing their boss wiped out so fast, every last one of the underlings surrendered, hands up, promising to let Suho leave in peace. But Suho didn't let them off easy. He pressed his blade to one of the gangsters' necks and told him to hand over the entrance fee. The guy stammered, terrified. Suho said, scarily calm, that they all broke the rules, so they'd better pay up. No free passes for dirty dealers. The goon quickly agreed, shaking. After that, Suho and Choi Yun got in the car and left. In the seat, Choi Yun thanked him. Suho shrugged and told her she should be grateful, and that next time, he expected a real return for his help. Choi Yun got nervous, calling Suho sharp. He just chuckled and reminded her he worked with a sword. She looked confused at his joke, but Suho handed her his phone and told her to give him a private contact number. She asked if she'd be allowed to reach out first, too. Suho said to go ahead, especially if she spotted a good gate. Then, climbing out of the car, Suho headed off with a wave, leaving Choi Yun smiling and thinking he was honestly a better guy than she'd expected. A few days later, at 9 a.m., everyone gathered at Nexus Academy. Team Banshee, Gi-won, Daehan, and the others were lined up. Somebody called out to Suho, wanting to know what was next. Suho told them he'd explain everything in detail once they arrived. For now, they couldn't keep the boss waiting. Time to hit the miner's quarry. Everyone answered together, full of energy, ready for the next wild hunt. Yes!
They all wore the same black battle uniforms, trying to look cool and ready. Some of the Banshee members wondered what they would really need to do for their first real team mission, but Suho said he would explain everything soon and told everyone not to keep the boss waiting. He said they should go straight to the mine. A short drive later, they reached Landkeeper's Mine, a huge modern building in a quiet place. Their boss, Bae Dong-hyuk, the leader of Nexus Guild, welcomed Suho warmly and thanked him for coming. Suho replied that it was no trouble at all, the ride was fine. Then Suho pointed at the big building in the back, asking if that was really the mine. Dong-hyuk answered that it was, and explained that they made a special place there to control the power from the magic gate. As Suho asked, only his team and some miners were allowed to enter. Everyone moved inside for a big team meeting. There were other important Nexus staff there too. Suho gave the main plan. He told the team that the mine had kobolds, who the miners called landkeepers. They needed to clear out all the monsters, collect as many magic stones as they could, then defeat the boss monster at the end and take over the gate. Suho did not share extra info about the boss monster because he planned to take it on himself. At the end, he reminded everyone that all the rewards from this place would go to Nexus Guild. Bae Dong-hyuk and Suho shook hands. They both felt pretty sure this was going to be a big deal. Suho said the miners should stay at the back and start mining only when he gave the signal. The head miner agreed, saying his team trusted Suho. After that, Suho turned to his team. He asked if they were nervous, since this was their first gate together. Some people from Banshee remembered all their hard training and thought it wasn't really fear, but more like wanting to cry because of the pain they went through. Suho told them not to get too dramatic, and he told them it would be a long fight they needed to save their energy and take care of themselves. He gave everyone their jobs. Daehan would protect the rear and get support from Giwon. Everyone else had to stay behind Suho and watch out for danger together. Most important, Suho said, was to keep the miners safe. Unlike in their training place, if they died here, it was really game over. So, he wanted everyone to stay sharp. The team shouted that they were ready. Then, the group entered the mine. The system showed the gate details. Landkeeper's Mine. The ceiling was low and rocky, with dark stone everywhere. Suddenly, the first kobold guards appeared. Suho did not waste any time. He rushed forward and used his glowing red blood sword. The monsters went down in one blink. No joke, dude. It was insanely fast. The miners behind the team could not believe it. One said that Suho really lived up to his title as the Sword God, the guy who beat 2 sealed gates alone. The other miners felt super proud to be working with a hero. They all cheered and said they had to do their best too. Suho's team kept moving deeper. Daehan stayed at the front with his big shield, blocking monsters from passing, while Giwon used his blue-green magic to protect everyone from the back. Banshee members were wild in the front lines, fighting hard. Suho himself just kept slashing kobolds like he was cutting vegetables. No sweat. The miners just watched with huge eyes, thinking this team was insane. Like, where the hell does all this OP character come from? After the main fight, the team gathered near a crossroads inside the cave. Suho called everyone over and asked if they saw the split ahead. He explained that Nexus Guild gave up on this mine because the kobolds liked to flood out of that tunnel like a mob of angry dogs. Manhwa asked if they should split up to cover more ground, but Suho said no way. He wanted to go alone. When Manhwa and others were confused, Suho explained that the boss monster was waiting in there. Then Suho did something crazy. He used his steel/sword move and just slammed his blood sword down, smashing a big rock and totally blocking one tunnel. The rest of his team looked shocked. One Banshee member thought it was just nuts that Suho could slice solid rock with one hit. Giwon wondered how a move like that was even possible. But hey, that was Sword God Suho, right? Suho said that with the way he closed off one path, the monsters could not rush out in a big group. He told his team to guard the right entrance, while he went left all by himself. He explained that he could have closed off both sides, but then his team would not learn how to really fight. He wanted them to gain experience themselves. There will be some monsters that slip by, and their job is to kill those monsters. He also told them not to come looking for him, no matter what happened. He said he would come out in 12 hours, so they just needed to trust him and wait. If he was not back after 12 hours, he said to leave him and get out. At first, the team seemed worried. Daehan said he really locked himself in there and wondered if their squad leader would be okay. Some Banshee members agreed that this was pretty risky, even for a dude like Suho, but Giwon reminded everyone how Suho had already cleared gates alone before. Everyone started to feel more confident. Manhwa told the group that this was their time to shine and show what they learned during training. They all decided to do their best and surprise Suho with their progress when he came back. Daehan was especially excited to prove his skills. Bro, Suho's lackeys are so serious to make him proud. Meanwhile, inside the dark tunnel, Suho walked forward alone. His eyes were sharp, and he looked ready for everything. He stopped and told himself that, now that no one was holding him back, it was time to go all out. Then, out of the darkness, a big group of kobolds with glowing eyes appeared. Suho thought to himself that things were about to get really fun, so everyone should get ready for some crazy action. 6 hours had passed since Suho walked alone into the boss tunnel. His team waited outside, still fighting off more waves of kobolds. It was hard work. A miner came over to Giwon and Manhwa and said that the team had worked hard. He wondered how they were still doing after so long. Giwon told the miner that things had been busy, but things felt calmer now. The miner said it was crazy how many kobolds they had fought, but this really showed that Hunter On's team was next level. Giwon added that it was all thanks to Suho, because he blocked the tunnel and made the fight outside much easier. Meanwhile, Manhwa started thinking to herself. She realized that, without Suho's plan to stop the kobolds from coming all at once, they probably would not have lasted even 1 hour. She wondered if his crazy boss had predicted everything before going in alone. She thought about her first meeting with Suho and remembered it was not the best meeting ever. At the time, she thought Suho was weird, but somehow, she started to feel close to him, so now she was actually worried about him. She knew there was nothing she could do to help him now. That way, she only thought that they just needed to trust and wait for their team leader. Meanwhile, deep inside the boss tunnel, Suho was just chilling. No, really, he was sitting on a stone, surrounded by piles of dead kobolds, and he was eating a chocolate bar. That was so smooth. He thought to himself that he just took one small bite, while his blood skill had been eating as much as it wanted. This pool of blood is a buffet. When Suho finished his snack, he walked deeper into the tunnel. More kobolds appeared, but now, they actually shivered and moved away. They looked terrified of him. Suho thought that maybe they were scared now, but he really was not interested in them anymore. From this point, he said he would go after the real master of the mine. Soon, he reached the edge of a crazy deep super dark pit, a real bottomless-looking hole. He decided it was too dark to see anything, so he took out a flare gun and fired it down into the pit. Instantly, the flare lit up everything. And what did he see down there? A ridiculous monster, bro. A giant bear-like beast made of metal ore, sleeping under huge crystals. But wait a second. The more I look into it, wasn't this an elephant? This monster looked like it was taken straight from a nightmare. A system message popped up. Bulgasari, level 99. That was the unkillable monster he had heard about. Suho remembered what people said. This beast could not be killed, and it had grown strong by eating ore. Among monsters weaker than 1 star, this one was top 3, no question. If he wanted to beat the mine, he had to beat Bulgasari and be the real Gigachad. But first, he had to wake it up. Suho gathered shadow energy in his hand and shot it at the sleeping monster. But Bulgasari, half asleep, just swatted the attack away with its thick skin. That was nothing for it. Suho thought that was unexpected. This guy was tougher than he looked. But then, Bulgasari woke up for real. The orange core in its chest glowed super bright, and it stood up on 2 legs. It made a roar so loud, the whole mine shook. Outside, everyone felt the earth shake. Even the miners and Suho's team. The kobolds freaked out. The miners thought it was an earthquake, and worried that the place would come crashing down. Manhwa felt the shake too, and she realized it was coming from where Suho was fighting. She wondered what the heck their team leader was doing down there. Back in the pit, Suho faced Bulgasari's crazy loud roar. The monster released a boss-level fear skill, a super scary dark aura fear that made the whole place feel deadly. But Suho just glared back, totally calm. That dragon blood thing he had must have helped here, because he did not even sweat. And yes, the system instantly said fear has been nullified. Suho called for his blood sword, looking extra ready. He thought to himself that this monster's strength and toughness were insane, but at the end of the day, it was still just steel. Then, he used his steel/skill. The red sword glowed and cut right into Bulgasari's hard metal attack, actually slicing it with ease. Suho grinned. He decided it was time to tame this beast, and he was even going to take his time with it. Suddenly, the monster made a really thick mist, and Suho walked through it, looking totally cool but also deep in thought. He felt glad that he had spent extra time collecting blood earlier. It might just save his butt now. Ahead of him, Bulgasari, the huge iron monster, started shaking. Its orange eyes glowed even brighter, and a big, scary aura spread out. Suddenly, the beast roared and charged at Suho, moving much faster than anyone could imagine for such a big, chunky monster. Suho was honestly surprised and thought it was kind of unfair. How could that giant thing move so fast? That was messed up. He realized if he kept dodging and wasting time, the cave could fall apart. So, he jumped back with all his power, activating his skills at top speed. His blood sword grew even longer, shining bright red as he put more and more blood power into it. Suho decided this was his moment. He used a super attack and slashed Bulgasari with a steel cutter. This hit was so strong that it cut deep into the monster, hurting it for real. Bulgasari roared in pain. Suho remembered that steel cutter could cut through anything, no matter how thick, as long as he used it right. He told himself that this was how he would win. Sure, in his past life, people used fire magic to beat Bulgasari, but he was not a wizard, and he could not make giant flames. He was a sword guy, so using his sword the best way was the only right move. Just then, an even crazier thing happened. The huge Bulgazari started to shrink super fast. Suho knew this trick. If the monster got badly hurt, it shrank and used the minerals inside its body to heal itself completely. That's why people said Bulgasari was unkillable, it just kept bouncing back. Well, Suho thought it was just hard to kill, not really impossible. For him, any monster that can breathe could also be killed. Hey peeps, it's not wrong, right? As he got closer, the small, shocked Bulgasari looked up at him like it was asking for a break. Bro, did that monster think it was a soccer match or what? Suho did not give it much time. The monster quickly powered up even more. Energy exploded out of Bulgasari, making it glow orange again. This was another trick called Ultra Enhancement, which boosted its body with all its stored minerals. Suho was impressed. He saw that Bulgasari was using every skill it had to fight back. Now, covered in flame-like energy, Bulgasari started spinning really fast like a living drill. This was the famous Ultra Rotation. Suho got super hyped. He really wanted to know if his sword could beat a boss-level killer move like that. As Bulgasari charged in, Suho prepared his own blood sword one more time. He swung straight at the spinning orange monster. When they hit, the energy blew up like a bomb going off, but Suho's sword skill overwhelmed the monster's attack. Boom! He hit the weak spot right in the middle of the spin. Bulgasari, hit hard, collapsed with a crazy loud cry. Suho stood tall, landing perfectly as the defeated beast crashed behind him. He told the monster that now it belonged to him. Then, a blue energy glow appeared in Suho's hand. It was from the cursed druid's orb, an item he got from the Twisted Forest. With this, Suho was not trying to kill Bulgasari, his plan was to tame it. Anyway, with the end of our sword god action and aura farming before, all the shaking and rumbling inside the mine finally stopped. Back at the tunnel entrance, the team and miners noticed. The earth was quiet, no more monsters were coming out, and they had mined plenty of ore. Now, they could only wait for Suho. Suddenly, a big system message popped up for everybody. It said the gate had been conquered. Another message announced An Suho as the MVP. Giwon shouted that, of course, their team leader did it. Nobody acted surprised, they just looked super proud. While they cheered, Suho got his rewards from the system: extra stat points, experience, even a level up. Not bad, right? He thought it was awesome that Bulgasari could take hits that would kill anything else. But he had no intention to destroy the monster. He just wanted a powerful new friend. The orb's magic covered Bulgasari, taming it. The huge beast shrank into a much smaller, cuter form. Dude, even Suho got a pet now. Anyway, the system showed Bulgasari's new stats. Level 99 Summoned Beast, Domination type, tons of crazy skills like steel powers and earth resistance. Suho was super happy. Alone, that monster could count as S-rank, but now he had an S-rank buddy that could do both fighting and obeying commands. Suho used his healing power to help little Bulgasari recover. Anyway, I almost forgot that Suho's real class is a healer. The cute monster responded with happy noises, acting tamer already. Suho told it that after they left, they could not come back in, so they should grab all the ore they could. He put the tiny Bulgasari on the giant crystal pile and watched as it munched away, gobbling up minerals in the happiest way. Back at the tunnel entrance, the team waited and waited. Daehan asked why their leader still had not come out. It felt like they had waited forever. Suho now stood inside his crazy luxurious subspace house, a place only special people could have. He started thinking about his past life and all the stuff he learned by living twice. In his last life, the only player in the world who owned Bulgasari was called Gaia, the Master of the Earth. That person only got so famous because Bulgasari was such an overpowered monster. Suho knew everything about how Gaia used Bulgasari. Bulgasari was a mythical beast that could eat all kinds of metal and turn them into pure power. It even stored extra minerals in its body, making it a walking mountain of energy. Inside the subspace house, Bulgasari, now nicknamed Bulbul, looked a lot cuter than before. It was almost like a happy gray hippo with metal skin. The system welcomed Suho home. Bulbul jumped around, totally pumped. Then it opened its mouth wide and sucked down a huge pile of shiny magic rocks like a living vacuum cleaner. After stuffing itself, Bulbul rolled over and started glowing with a deep, powerful aura. Suho thought that this little monster was the best miner in the whole world. No contest. Bro gonna be richer than Elon Musk. Suho smirked. He told himself that, by now, the Nexus miners outside had probably collected their fair share, just like the contract said. Anything left in here was his. Outside the mine, Daehan, Yeonhwa, Giwon, and the rest of the mining team kept waiting near the blocked tunnel. Daehan started to get antsy. He thought Suho was taking way too long. The miners whispered that maybe Suho defeated the boss but got hurt in the process. Some wanted to go check, but Giwon insisted they needed to trust their leader. Suho had given them very strict orders. Manhwa agreed, even if she still felt worried. She said that if teammates didn't trust their leader, the team would fall apart. So, they all waited. Just like Suho had told them, give it at least 12 hours. Nobody wanted to break his trust. Suddenly, the wall blocking the tunnel entrance cracked and exploded out in a blast of purple energy. Everyone froze. For a second, it was pure chaos. But then Suho walked out cool as ever, looking like he had just finished a light jog. His team rushed over. They wanted to know why he took so long. Daehan especially was dramatic about it. Suho teased that if they were really that worried, hey, they could have come in. The team reminded him of his own rules. No coming inside no matter what. Giwon felt proud when Suho gave him a pat for being loyal. Yeonhwa said she felt glad for the team's trust and loyalty, even if she was still annoyed at being called a kid. Suho just grinned and said they'd lived totally different lives, and that was a fact. This team's dark past was now changed, and he felt proud of himself to make it happen. After that, Suho turned to thank the miners and said it was finally time to head outside for good. The group cheered they were ready to leave that crazy cave behind. Meanwhile, Bae Dong-hyuk was waiting in his office, super stressed. He worried that if anything happened to Suho, the blame would land on him and the Nexus Guild would be in big trouble. Suddenly, someone ran in with big news. Suho and his whole team made it out. Everyone was safe. Bae Dong-hyuk rushed to greet them. Suho confirmed that the gate was cleared and asked for it to be verified officially. After a while, they sat down in the office to look at all the numbers and data from the mining. The guild leader was shocked. Suho's work made the guild a huge profit, even though his contract was shorter than usual. They estimated more than 7.2 billion won in mined goods, maybe even over 10 billion with processing. Suho thought about the raw stones he grabbed for himself and almost let out a laugh. He knew his stash was worth a fortune. Bae Dong-hyuk wanted to be fair, so he offered 10% of the gate's profits to Suho's team as a bonus. Suho acted surprised, but inside he thought it was too much. He already took tons of minerals home, so asking for more would just be greedy. They had a long, polite back and forth about the reward, but in the end they agreed on something that made both sides happy. Suho then mentioned he wanted to start a secret raid unit for the Nexus Guild. Since he would soon join the Hunter Association as a government hunter, he would not be able to manage his own team directly. He asked Bae Dong-hyuk to quietly support his squad and register everyone in Nexus so they could keep acting as a secret weapon. Bae Dong-hyuk loved the idea. He agreed right away. Suho thought that only because he was a regressor, he could make plans like this. Never be betrayed again, and always test new people until they were true allies. This time, he wanted only real friends on his team. Yeah, please, no more jerk this time. Later, Suho walked into the changing room. His whole team was busy talking about the previous mission. Looking at our boy, Daehan always being super extra, and greeted him like he was seeing a hero. Suho told everyone the big news. Starting today, they were all officially part of Nexus. The team could barely believe it. Well, to be fair, some Banshee members had quit other jobs just to join Suho, and now they would get paid as pros and officially have B rank status, with a shot at A rank if they did well in the future. Daehan and the others were so hyped they acted like they had just won the lottery. Right then, Suho got a call from Chief Pai, who gave him even more good news. Suho's special recruitment for the Hunter Association had gone through. He would soon be officially hired, get a big commendation, and have a government contract. Chief Pai even joked that Suho was way too impressive, and Suho promised he would only keep surprising everyone from now on. The next day, in the Nexus training room, the Banshee team, Yeonhwa and Gi-won trained hard. They are now inside the internet from Gi-won's skill. The virtual room was bright white and looked super futuristic, but it was filled with crazy, glitchy monsters with red eyes. Hey, that was the virus that once hacked my Gmail account. The monsters popped out of broken data and made wild noises as they attacked. The team fought together, holding their positions, while Daehan shouted out orders. Yeonhwa checked on Gi-won, who was out of breath and leaning on his staff. She asked if he was okay. Gi-won said he was fine, but really he was pushing himself super hard, not wanting to look weak, and wanting everyone to see that he belonged in Banshee team. One Banshee member playfully punched Gi-won, making him almost fall over. The older member teased that their youngest teammate was really fired up today. Another Banshee put a hand on Gi-won's shoulder and told everyone to quiet down. Yeonhwa reached out to help Gi-won up and told him not to show weakness. If they wanted to reach level 100 at least for the team leader's reputation, they still had a long way to go. The others agreed. To be treated right, Gi-won would need to keep fighting. The whole Banshee team became fired up. They all shouted that even if the climb was tough, they wanted to give it all they had. For Banshee, it was always, "Fighting, bro. Poor them, chasing our god Suho would be very tiring." Anyway, Suho watched from a distance, surrounded by digital monster bodies. He felt amused. He thought the team was really full of energy, maybe even too much energy. He remembered that he told Giwon to set the training to hard mode, but even he didn't expect it to be this intense. He joked to himself that if something like this virus spread online, the whole internet might just break. Soon, Suho walked up to Giwon, and he asked if he was holding up okay. Giwon tried to act cool and said he was just taking a break before going back to fighting. Suho told him that he was done for the day and wanted to log out now. Giwon was in shock. He could not believe Suho already cleared the stage so fast. Did this guy even know how long they had all been grinding in here? The rest of the team all looked tired, but nobody wanted to stop. They said they were just getting started. Suho smiled to himself, thinking that now his team was making themselves work even harder on purpose. Then, Suho logged out. Later, in the real world, he sat alone at a table in Angel and Earth Coffee, a cafe on the edge of Seoul. He checked his phone and made plans. He told himself that he needed to move fast. Now that he got into the special recruitment program, he wouldn't have much free time. He decided his next step was to go after that guy. A moment later, a white car pulled up outside, and Choi Yoon stepped out. She acted casual and ordered a strawberry frap, even though she didn't have the money for it. Suho said she was not really in a place to order drinks, since he actually called her there because she needed to repay his favor. But he had already bought the drink in advance and pushed it across the table to her. Choi Yoon was totally stunned. She wondered how he knew exactly what she wanted, and even got the timing right. Suho just played it cool and said that it was all intuition. But really, he had info from the library of memories. He knew everything, even little details like her favorite snack. He then changed the subject, asking if she had found what he requested. She gave him a document folder. She could not believe he was looking for a so-called junkie. Suho corrected her. He told her that the person he wanted to meet was actually a highly skilled craftsman. In his mind, he knew this so-called junkie would be a top blacksmith famous from his past life, Nam Haewon. Choi Yoon admitted it was not easy to find info on Nam Haewon, but she pulled it off anyway. She really was good at this stuff. Suho said the only thing left was to use a safe house in Cheongdam, one that was managed by the union. Choi Yoon was shocked. She asked if he really knew about these guild safe houses, especially the Cheongdam one, which was super high class. She was nervous. They usually didn't just hand out use of those places, even to brokers. But Suho said she owed him a favor, and she knew she had to pay up. She tried to bargain, but Suho pushed back a little harder. He even teased that he shouldn't have helped her if her life was only worth some paperwork. In the end, Choi Yoon agreed to try and pulled out her phone. Suho whistled. He knew the union would make the logical choice, letting him use the house. In a bit, she returned, looking defeated. She said he could use the Cheongdam safe house, but only if he met a condition. Suho was not too worried, but wanted to know what the catch was. Choi Yoon explained. All he had to do was clear a new gate that the union found but didn't want to draw attention to because it was in such a public place, Namhansan. Suho asked about the monsters inside. Choi Yoon told him the gate was called Sky Mountain and was full of wyverns, huge flying dragons. Only hunters under level 110 could enter, and even then, their speed and mobility made it a pain for anyone. Choi Yoon said it wouldn't be a solo request. He only needed to join the raid party and help, but Suho had other ideas. In his mind, he already knew all about Sky Mountain and those sky blue wyverns. As an alpha hunter, the badass one, he told her he could start right now, but he wanted to up the stakes. He would take on the raid solo instead. A couple of days passed, and the sun was shining over a peaceful forest. In the middle of a clearing, a blue, swirling portal glowed. Boxes of supplies sat nearby, but our MC walked right past them. He headed straight for the gate. No help, no backup, no extra gear. Choi Yoon stood with Kim Suwon, a tall, tough-looking hunter from the union. He said it was kind of wild that Suho refused all the supplies and wanted to go in alone. Choi Yoon shrugged. She thought maybe Suho had his own reasons, and their boss said that, either way, succeed or fail, it would be interesting to watch. Either way, she still felt sure Suho would win. He always beat people's expectations. Meanwhile, Kim Suwon stayed curious. He thought that if An Suho beat this challenge, he would become even more of a legend. But if he failed, he would fall hard. Either way, he found it fun to watch this sword god go all in. Inside the gate, the system loaded the new place. Celestial Mountain. It looked like a bright mountain path, rocky and high up, with clouds swirling all around. The system said only hunters below level 110 could enter, and the biggest party allowed was 31 people. But Suho was the only one there planning a solo sweep, like always. He remembered reading about this gate in association files. In the past, it wasn't called super dangerous, but, truthfully, many hunters had failed here, and some had even died. Since the monsters were all wyverns, big flying lizards, they usually sent in mages and archers. Warriors had to stay away, because fighting in the air was not their thing. But Suho thought things were different for him. He gathered red energy in his hand and used his blood weapon trick. The blood sword lit up in his grip. He looked at the mountain path and decided, time to clear this his way. He then activated his leap skill and flew up the path like a flash, flipping through the wild mountain air. Most people would struggle in the sharp, blade-like winds, but Suho was so strong that to him, it felt like a nice breeze. He skipped the twisting road and just ran straight up S-rank style. At the top, he found what he was looking for. A whole crowd of sky wyverns, their levels floating above their heads. The boss was a leader sky wyvern, level 109. Several others crowded near it. Suho rushed at them with his blood sword behind him, looking ready for anything. The wyverns squawked, not expecting a human to charge them. Suho thought the wyverns saw him as easy prey, just one little guy with a sword. A whole flock took off and dived at him. One wyvern came in with a fast attack, but Suho, using quick draw, cut it in half so quickly that the wyverns barely saw it happen. The other wyverns freaked out. They realized right away, this guy was way different from the usual hunters. But still, the monsters did not want to give him a fair fight. When they saw that none could beat him one-on-one, the wyverns decided to gang up on him from all sides. Suho figured out their plan immediately. The first wyverns attacking him were just a distraction. The real danger was the leader, coming in from behind. Right as the leader rushed him for a sneak attack, Suho dodged calmly and slashed upward, landing a fatal cut. The leader Sky Wyvern became angry and tried to use a special fear power. A wave of blue energy rolled over Suho, but bro, this guy had dragon blood. He was immune to wyvern fear. Suho found it kind of insulting, even more so because only real dragons could scare him, and this wyvern was just a knockoff. The leader wyvern lost its cool, opened its mouth, and blasted out a powerful breath attack. Not bad, but Suho had faced worse. Now, the lesser wyverns tried a new tactic. Using their claws and strong tails, they yanked huge boulders out of the mountain and threw them at him. The minions tried to block his way with the rocks, while the boss prepared to attack again. It was honestly a clever move. These wyverns were much smarter than the usual goons. As the rocks crashed down, the leader wyvern dove in for the kill. Suho activated Leap, shot high into the air above them, and grinned. He used Air Style, the first form Sever, and started the special cutting steel technique. He came down from above, sword first, and cut the leader wyvern cleanly from head to tail. He thought that, for all their brains, monsters never really saw their own deaths coming. Now, with the leader Sky Wyvern gone, he looked at the bodies and thought he was finally getting the hang of his new skills, but there was still room to improve. He felt no need to rush after all. The real boss was still waiting. He jumped up toward the summit. The system announced his leap skill was on. But then, whoa dude, a new monster stepped out of the darkness. It was even bigger, with dark blue scales and a crown of spiky horns. It roared so loud, the whole mountain shook. Far above, the Sky Wyvern King roared, letting out a sound that shook the whole place. Suho thought the king must have felt his minions disappear. Up here, he was now in the true kingdom of the sky. Anything before this was just warm-up. When Suho reached the flat top of the mountain, everything changed. The sky darkened fast, as if the weather itself wanted to scare him. Suddenly, the Sky Wyvern King landed, blocking out the sun. It was huge, way bigger than the others, and now it was level 113. The Wyvern King let out a massive roar with a wave of dark energy. The system said the monster used its fear skill. Without Suho's dragon blood, his mind might have broken right there. The Wyvern King's size was so scary, it looked almost like a real dragon. Suho gathered all the blood energy in his fist. He told himself that real dragons were worse, and compared to them, this was just a flying lizard. Nothing he hadn't seen before. But the Wyvern King acted smart. It circled above, watching him carefully and waiting to see what Suho would do. Suho hated wasting time, but he thought if he'd mastered some skills, this fight could be faster. Then, something caught his eye. A big nest full of glowing wyvern eggs. He thought that maybe, if he went near their eggs, the Wyvern King would get angry. He gave it a try and moved towards the nest. Just like he hoped, the Wyvern King lost its mind. It dived down, blasting Suho with wind so strong the ground broke apart. Suho felt pressure so heavy it was almost crazy. He had to admit, a king was totally different from regular wyverns. Still, Suho was glad the mountain was strong. Otherwise, every monster would be falling down by now. The Wyvern King tried the fear skill again. This monster is too stupid. Of course, with dragon blood, Suho stayed cool. He rushed in with his iron slash, but his cut only made a small wound. He was surprised. A 40-level difference between them actually mattered. Suho told himself that made this a perfect chance to train his new moves even faster. The Wyvern King called out, and a new flock of wyverns appeared. Suho expected a swarm, but even he thought this was a lot. The little wyverns now followed the king and went all in with a massive attack. Suho felt glad he'd invested his stat points in strength. That not only made him hit harder, but also made him faster and gave him wild jumping power perfect for dodging this kind of chaos. The wyverns dived at him from every angle, yet our MC dodged and weaved, feeling like this was the perfect time for his favorite move. With a simple leap, he jumped up and landed on the back of one wyvern, using it like a trampoline. The system flashed a new notification. His leap skill now ranked S. He could even jump in the air one extra time. No joke, bro. It was like flying. Finally, he leveled up his leap skill. The system showed new info for leap. Now it boosted jumping by 500%, and Suho could kick off the air itself one extra time between ground landings. The system explained he could use an extra step when using leap, so basically, he could double the distance in the sky. Our boy tried this right away, blasting forward by stepping on empty air, almost dancing on the wind, and he shot in front of the Wyvern King with perfect timing. Now his blood weapon changed shape into a long red staff. Suho aimed and used his new extension move. The staff shot forward and stabbed straight through the Wyvern King's neck, then slammed the monster down into the ground. Even the king, who looked almost unbeatable before, shrieked in pain. Suho grinned. His weapon turned back into a floating blood orb, drawing all the power back to him. This new skill lets him freely change weapons without wasting a single drop of blood. He thought his new move was cool as heck, though it looked like the king was still standing. The boss had real durability. Suho actually respected it for that. He laughed like a maniac, hoped the Wyvern King would last a little longer, just so he could test out more insane techniques. Bro is the definition of menace. For a guy like Suho, that was exactly the kind of fight he loved best. The fight continues. Wyvern King, feeling cornered, uses his king power and forces his underling to attack the enemy. But somehow, the lesser wyverns looked more afraid of Suho than their own boss. The minions just cowered or even seemed to laugh nervously. It was almost funny. Suho joked to the Wyvern King that maybe he was now the real Wyvern King. The Wyvern King was not happy. This damn underling dared to mock him in front of Suho, the crazy enemy. It shrieked louder, and finally, the wyvern started to attack Suho again. Looking at the wyvern flock, Suho leapt through the air, bouncing off the backs of wyverns like the world's easiest video game. The Wyvern King watched his army get wrecked and screamed in rage. Meanwhile, Suho noticed his sword skill wasn't leveling up as fast as he wanted. He thought he'd get it much higher by now, but these monsters were just too easy. He decided to force the action and fast. And heck, he's wasting too much time dealing with this stupid monster. Thus, our boy sprinted toward the peak of Sky Mountain. He had a brilliant idea. At the very top, he found something huge, the Sky Wyvern Queen. She was much bigger and stronger than the king, with shining purple scales. Suho smiled. Yeah, this is it. He could lure the monster to a location that restricts its movement, rather than allowing it to attack him in a place where it has the advantage. Well, the Wyvern Queen couldn't leave her nest because she was guarding her eggs. That made her strong, but also stuck in one spot. Suho realized this was the safe zone. She couldn't chase after him as long as she was protecting her babies. The queen tried to attack by rolling giant boulders at Suho, but he used sword drawing to easily slice the rocks apart. She screeched loud enough to shake the whole mountain and called every remaining wyvern to attack him. Suho just smiled. He realized the queen would send her minions to do her fighting. That was fine, because the real problem right now wasn't her. At that moment, the Wyvern King, now raging even harder, dived down from the sky for a full power attack. Suho faced him, thinking it was time to end this game of attrition and settle things once and for all. He started to feel fed up, looking at the lizard. He gripped his blood sword, but decided not to use his strongest skill right away. He wanted to push his sword-drawing technique to the next level instead. He told himself the best swordsmen only relied on their own blade, no matter what, and that would never change, no matter what world or lifetime he lived in. Suho focused. He felt everything through his fingertips, timing his move exactly as the system flashed. Sword drawing, again and again. He struck a lesser wyvern with a perfect hit. The system told him his understanding of swordsmanship was now ahead of anyone else. Suho felt proud, but the Wyvern King just shrieked in anger and came closer. Suddenly, tons of system messages hit at once. The system said it recognized how awesome Suho's sword technique was. Now his sword drawing had evolved to a supreme level. The guardian sword inside Suho responded to his growth and gave him a new blessing. A second form, Cloud Cutter, even higher than S rank, which is S+. Suho's hair and eyes began to glow with red energy. He unleashed the new move with a wild swing, and a massive bloody energy vortex tore straight through the Wyvern King. The big boss could not handle it. Suho's new power is now in a different realm than before. The Sky Wyvern King died with a final scream, and the rest of the wyverns howled with grief and rage. The queen roared, furious and heartbroken that her partner had been defeated. But Suho was not finished. He powered up Cloud Cutter one more time. In one giant move, he sliced through all the remaining wyverns, including the queen in a single, unstoppable slash. Bro, the scene was sick, the gate system announced. Victory! Suho had defeated the Sky Wyvern King, the queen, and their whole army. He stood there, sword on his shoulder, completely owning the mountaintop. The gate has been conquered, and again, our boy enjoyed his aura farming moment. After crushing the Sky Mountain Gate, Suho stood in the middle of the Silent Mountain. He checked his status, feeling good about his growth. His strength stat hit 80, which was awesome, and he was getting close to reaching the next rank. He had unlocked cool moves like Double Jump and Cloud Slash, just like he wanted. Life was pretty sweet for our sword god. Next up was his favorite part, collecting the loot. Suho jumped down into a crater and checked the Wyvern Queen's nest. He counted 12 eggs, way more than reported by the association. He figured he just got pretty lucky and quickly packed some eggs into his inventory. He decided he earned a little extra for his troubles. Then he turned his attention to the giant queen's corpse. Monster parts were worth big cash, and the Wyvern Queen was some high-class material. But Suho had other plans. He was already richer than Elon Musk anyway, so he gathered black energy and plunged his hand into the corpse. His Ghostblade sword sucked up the shadow, getting even stronger. Suho thought that just one more big shadow like this and Ghostblade would reach its next form. After his sword ate the king and queen's bodies, they turned to dust. Suho smirked. He knew nobody would find a trace, since his sword devoured both. Outside the gate, Choi Yoon, Kim Soo-won, and the Union Squad waited. Suddenly, the gate flickered and showed that it had been conquered. The Union guys shouted in shock. Kim Soo-won could barely believe it. Healers never soloed gates, especially not at this crazy difficulty. So, all this praise for Suho as sword god valid? Then Suho just walked out, calm as always. Choi Yoon congratulated him. Kim Soo-won, still in awe, asked how a human could do this miracle. Is this what a real hero looks like? Meanwhile, Suho handed over 10 wyvern eggs, keeping a couple for himself. Suho also stated the boss monster's bodies couldn't be recovered, but of course kept quiet about his Ghostblade secret that ate the whole body. Kim Soo-won couldn't help himself. He had to ask Suho how a so-called healer was this strong with a sword. The answer shocked him again. Suho said that one sword was enough. Even king and queen wyverns could be taken down with just his blade. Kim Soo-won was blown away, and even a little starstruck. Here comes another simp for our boy. Choi Yoon teased him, saying that just a while ago he was doubting Suho, but now he looked like a fan. She then said all the conditions were more than fulfilled. Suho won himself a free, top-class room at Cheongdam residence, starting today. Suho smiled and also asked Choi Yoon for help laundering money and selling magic stones. They are basically friends now, so she promised the best service. Suho added one more small request. He wanted the location of someone named Nam Haewon. Choi Yoon was a little playful about how mysterious Suho always acted, but she agreed to get it. She was the one who gathered the info on Haewon anyway. Suho told her, once the room at Cheongdam was ready, to call him. Soon after, inside the car, he received her call. The house was set, and all the files and location on Nam Haewon were sent to his phone. Suho decided it was time to go and recruit this guy. Now, he found himself outside a plain villa in Yeongdongpo, at a small apartment half below ground. Suho searched around, pressing the bell and calling for Haewon, but no one answered the call, so he guessed he might have to come back again later to find his man. Inside the house, there were 4 people, one of whom lay sprawled on the floor. A thug-like man sneered and said, "Too bad that guy couldn't help you, Haewon." He then declared he'd finish him off tonight. Suddenly, they heard a loud crash and saw the front door shattered, forcibly broken down by Suho. All the thugs are confused. One demanded to know who Suho was. Suho just stood cool, saying it was none of their business. Getting angry, one of the thugs charged at him. Suho, not even dodging or moving an inch, easily slapped and knocked the guy down without breaking a sweat. Looking at how strong our boy is, the other thugs could only be speechless. Suho looked frustrated. He told them all to come to him, no point in wasting time. It looked like things were about to get noisy, again. Like always, Suho found himself in another mess, this time with a bunch of basement thugs who had no clue what kind of insane dude just walked into their lives. Suho, always cool, used his magic to count heads. Yep, 4 people in total. The one he knocked out earlier, the 2 thugs left, so the one passing out must be Haewon. One thug tried to act tough and demanded to know who he was, but Suho didn't have time for that nonsense. With a quick punch, He sent the first thug flying. The next one barely finished talking before Suho grabbed him by the throat, slammed him to the ground, and knocked him out. The last conscious thug didn't last long either. This is so funny. Suho checked the thugs, thank God they're not dead, at least they're still breathing. That made things easy for now. Then, he knelt beside Nam Hae-won. The man was so pale and sweaty, Suho got worried. He spotted a used syringe nearby and realized this guy had just been drugged, probably by the gang thugs. Hae-won's muscles were stiff, and it looked like he was suffering from poison. Suho acted fast. He powered up his healing skill, recovery, and let blue energy flow from his hands into Hae-won's chest. Suho thought to himself that he had evolved his healing to recovery just for emergencies like this. Recovery could even treat real-life sickness, not just injuries from gates. If he pumped enough magic into it, the healing effect could reach even deeper. Suho found it funny that this trick came from Isabella, who once tried to kill him. Life was weird like that. After a moment, Hae-won started to wake up, very confused and weak. Suho told him things were fine and let him know he was safe at home. Hae-won looked around at the beaten-up thugs and panicked, not sure who Suho was or what just happened. Suho explained he had only stopped the thugs and asked if Hae-won took drugs. Hae-won, still scared, insisted he wasn't a user, the gang had forced the injection. Suho realized Hae-won was way too worked up to talk calmly. He got too emotional. Don't know if it's because of the drug or the trauma from the thugs. Suho remembered an old interview. When Hae-won got famous as a blacksmith, he admitted a gang called Changsik forced drugs on him, leaving him with addiction problems for a long time. So Suho used a magic ring, the ring of emotions, to draw out the deep dark feelings from Hae-won's heart. Instantly, Hae-won felt calmer. Now able to reason, Hae-won told Suho that the Changsik gang really was the group responsible. Suho nodded. This gang originally called itself Gold Made Hand, but people just used the nickname Changsik Gang. Suho then asked if Hae-won was in rehab, which he confirmed. Suho promised to handle the case personally. Forcing someone in rehab to take drugs was a huge crime. Hearing that, Hae-won looked ready to cry with relief and thanks. Thus, Suho checked a bit more, asking how Hae-won felt and if he had withdrawal symptoms. When Hae-won said he was getting chills, he used recovery again, helping Hae-won feel better and wash away the drug's effects. Suho knew this kind of treatment needed to be repeated. Healing this way ate up tons of mana, and very few people in the world could do it. That's one reason he had chosen the healer's path. He wanted to save people from real problems, just like Isabella once did for her group. After all, healing is one of the most crucial ways to escape death. Suho then promised to stop by again soon for Hae-won's full recovery. When Hae-won finally asked who on earth he was, Suho told him his name, An Suho, a hunter. Then Suho left the dark apartment, ready for the next step. As Hae-won sat there, he started to process what happened. Even he, who almost never watched news or TV, had heard of An Suho, the famous hunter who kept shocking the country. He couldn't believe the real An Suho just pulled off this rescue. Meanwhile, on the rough streets outside, Suho made his way through the Yongdongpo slums. This area had become so full of crime that not even the police wanted to bother with it. Suho soon arrived at a building with a flashy sign that said, Gold Made, the gang's home turf. The ground floor was a convenience store, but Suho could tell right away that this place was gangster territory. The smell of bitchy and his itch to slap another thug are the reasons why he could feel it. Walking around the back, he found some stairs and a giant, bald gatekeeper. The man shoved in front of Suho and tried for some classic tough guy drama, asking who Suho was and telling him not to move. Suho just asked for Changsik, the boss. For a second, the gatekeeper tried to intimidate, but then he suddenly recognized Suho. His eyes went wide, realizing this was the hunter everyone had seen on the news. Trying to cover the awkward moment, the thug even raised his hand for a high five, but Suho playfully slapped him so hard the guy went flying. Suho, cool as ever, waved, told them to send out Changsik, and just grinned. Bro, Suho is so petty and I love every second of it. A second later, Suho stood in the middle of the Changsik gang's trashed office, surrounded by gangsters he had already beaten up. Bro, not wasting time to slap another thug. Now I declare him as a thug slapper. Not one of these tough guys seemed to understand talking. Suho wondered why it was so hard to bring out Changsik, the boss. Somewhere else inside the building, Changsik sat at his desk with two nervous underlings. He didn't look happy. Suho thought about how more than 80% of these guys had special powers. Actual awakened hunters, not just street goons. He knew from his old life that this gang made a mess of the city for years. He was ready to rip them out by the roots, right now, before things got worse. Changsik finally faced Suho, acting all tough. He tried to act confused about why Suho showed up, but Suho called him out. He said the gang started all this trouble by hurting his friend, Nam Haewon. Chang-sik had a syringe and a drug vial sitting right on his desk, so there was no hiding it. The boss whispered, confused about who Haewon even was. When Suho's eyes started glowing red, the desk in front of him cracked from his angry power. Chang-sik got nervous fast and told everyone else to clear out. Only Suho and Chang-sik were left. Chang-sik tried to act nice and sit down for a talk, but Suho wasn't buying it. He started walking around the broken desk, telling Chang-sik that every new word just gave him a reason for another smack. Chang-sik gave a weak threat about calling the police. But dude, Suho found that hilarious coming from a gang boss. What the actual fuck? A thug threatens to call the police? Thug slapper, I choose you. Please slap him for me. Suho said yes to my request and slapped Chang-sik so hard, the boss went flying. Chang-sik got back up, but Suho just grabbed his face and slammed him to the ground. As expected, this trash won't be unconscious with a single slap. When some gangsters burst back into the room, Suho told them their boss was already gone. He lied for fun, saying the boss jumped out the window. The thugs freaked out, since it was the third floor. Anyone who has a brain won't jump for sure. Yet our MC told them not to worry, since Chang-sik was a level 100 hunter and would survive the fall. He then said he was going to take the whole place apart and wondered if anybody wanted to try visiting Cheongak prison with him. Just hearing that name made the gangsters sweat buckets. Cheongak was a prison just for awakened criminals. The place was so rough, even crooks were scared silly of it. One guy tried to brag about his connections, but Suho's eyes glowed even brighter and dark energy rushed around him. He said if they didn't want to leave right now, he'd send them all to prison himself. Suddenly, everyone was desperate to run, claiming they knew nothing. As they scurried to grab files and loot, Suho warned them not to leave with anything. If so much as one document went missing, he said he'd hunt each one down for payback. All the gangsters raced out with empty hands. Nobody wanted to test him. After all the stupid thugs were gone, Suho got busy and scanned the room with his mana detection skill. He found a hidden safe in the corner, a fancy one, only openable with the owner's magic. Cutting it open the normal way, which is using his slash skill, would destroy stuff inside. That was no problem for Suho. He called Bulbul, his little monster buddy, to rip the door off. Bulbul totally chomped it up in one bite. Finally, some panel screen for our cute elephant. Inside the safe was a mountain of gold bars, stacks of cash, and thick files. But Suho only cared about one thing, a dark ledger that listed all the people the gang had hurt. He learned that Chang-sik's crew started as loan sharks, bossing regular folks and then adding hunters to their ranks. They even forced awakened people to take drugs, then used their addiction operation to get control over them. The drugs for awakened folks were way worse than regular ones. Almost nobody could break free. Suho realized Nam Haewon was one of the very rare ones who made it out, thanks to his unique ability. Sending these thugs to jail would be too easy. Suho wanted them to really feel what they put their victims through. He remembered Haewon, once all alone and scared, and knew he was about to pay these crooks back in full. Now all that was left? See that justice hit so hard it made these villains wish they had never messed with the wrong hunter. After the wild fight, Suho finished healing Nam Haewon back in his small apartment. Haewon thanked him over and over, finally feeling truly better again. Suho let him know it would take more time to fully heal, but at least for now, Haewon was out of danger. He then handed him a folder. Haewon asked what it was, and Suho told him these were bond documents from the Chang-sik gang, proof that he had just taken down the entire criminal group. Haewon could hardly believe it. The gold-made hand, with all their scary power, were really gone? Suho explained that the gang's real trick was to keep people in debt with insane interest, trapping them like insects in an anthill. Even though Haewon did everything right and paid on time, the gang forced drugs on him to make sure he could never get away. Haewon, still shaking, said he managed to keep working only because of his special ability. He explained that even when he tried to beat addiction, made his own antidotes, and called for help, nobody, not the cops or the association, cared about what happened to people in these slums. He thought everyone on the outside was a bad guy too. Suho understood. He told Haewon that he was joining the Great Hunter Association not just to get a big title, but to change the broken system for good people like him. Suho put a comforting hand on Haewon's shoulder and praised him for his courage. Haewon, overwhelmed, started to cry and thanked Suho again and again. Then Suho brought up something important. Now was the time for a new proposal and a new potential lackey. He asked if Haewon was ready, and Haewon said he was. Suho explained he'd learned about Haewon's special power, synthesis. With synthesis, Haewon could mix any materials to make something totally new. Imagine you can always guarantee to mix things and the result would become what you want. That's the essence of his OP power. Suho said that while reading the gang's files, he found out the scale of drug victims in the city was huge. There were just too many for Suho to cure by himself. But Haewon had managed to make secret antidotes before. So he now offered Haewon a real job. Make a proper neutralizer to help even more people. Suho promised top pay, a luxury safe house, and personal medical support for Haewon's own addiction treatment. Haewon could barely process it. He thought being healed was already way more than he deserved. Now he was being offered a chance to help others, live safely, and get paid for it? This was hero stuff, bro. He thought if a god hero existed, Suho must be that person. Then, Haewon said he would do it, no extra payment needed. He was so grateful, he would work his hardest just for the chance. Suho, firm as ever, said he needed to pay Haewon the right way so everything would be official and fair. After that, they go to the place Suho got earlier as his base. A 3-story place in Cheongdam, with friendly staff, a full lab on the top floor, and anything else he needed. The Banshee team was even there, curious to see the awesome house. But they instantly leave after their workaholic boss gives them another job. Meanwhile, Haewon was in awe. He picked a room, checked out the fancy space, and got started creating antidotes right away. Suho explained that he had to leave for Nexus HQ, but Haewon could contact him for anything. It was a new beginning for both of them. After that, Suho jumped on a call with reporter Jo Jinhui. He gave the reporter the scoop on the dark secret of the slum. Jinhui, as the genius reporter, said he could frame the story to make it 10 times bigger. He would portray how Suho stormed into the dangerous slum, destroyed the gang, rescued victims, and started a new era of hope for slum residents. Jinhui even said he wanted to do a big feature article, a special story with all the details, so no one could ignore what was happening anymore. Well, this kind of swaying public attention is what that guy always does, so our boy believes him with 100%. Suho also met with Bae Dong-hyuk at Nexus Guild. He laid out the plan. Nexus would buy up all the neutralizer Haewon produced, saving victims all over Korea. The good news story would help Nexus become a guild with a real hero vibe, making the world take notice at last. Bae Dong-hyuk was more than happy. He shook Suho's hand and promised to take care of Haewon from now on. With everything in place, Suho felt good. The win-win plan was rolling. Heal the people, get the word out, make the gangsters pay, and show the world that real change was possible. Meanwhile, late at night, one last shot showed Changsik, the once feared boss, now kneeling and trembling in some trashed fancy room, broken and scared, just a shadow of his old self. Suho's name was still echoing in his mind. I don't know what happened, but a syringe and a bottle gave it away that he had used some kind of drug to boost his strength. As we all know, such drugs can sometimes corrupt the user's mind. With a trembling voice, he laughed maniacally, repeatedly chanting Suho's name. Damn, bro, that was creepy. And dang, what a turnaround. From slum hero to power move in the big league, Suho did it all. Not for the fame, but to make a real impact. That's how a real hunter changes the world, dude.